Facebook starts I'm really bad at that shit. Every so often I'll just post something.
That seems super simple.
Yeah. Well, I know. At this point, though, I should say that I'm thinking open Claude and running it on my own machine may not be the best. I've just come across Manus. Are you familiar with Manus?
No, what's that?
It's a Manus AI. It looks like Meta, like either purchased them or something like that, but it's kind of like they're AI agents that you can program and it can do stuff on your behalf on your browser. So, all I have to, like, if someone messages me about something to do with my product, I can have it kind of at least sort of open up the conversation, especially when it comes to the rental camper vans and stuff. Like if they want certain dates, it'll automatically know which dates the van's booked out for. So I can just not have to worry about that stuff anymore because it's just a dead end lead all the time.
It's slightly similar to what I've been doing for this weed company, where the weed company are making a kind of chatbot. So if they answer a question about growing, in high humidity or something, and somebody's already answered that, particularly if they're like a member of the staff, it'll be like, oh yeah, try to keep humidity at 65 degrees. So it sort of knows what the answers are to the questions and can answer them, but it doesn't do any social media posting. But it sounds like you're building something similar to what I've just built.
Well, with your debate bot? Oh no, I think yours is way more complicated.
No, sorry. So somebody came to look at the debate bot. David, the guy I've been talking to about it, he was working on some deal with the guy who supplies growers and dispensaries with seeds.
Yeah.
And they are based on Discord. And he was like, oh, I wish we could have basically like a customer service bot. And I was like, yeah, okay, I can build that. And it's running as of like last night. It's sort of, is able to give growing advice and stuff. But it sounds like a similar thing. I should check my usage, but I need to see what you've done to get through your money. Because I'm still not clear if it's from the Claude code or from the running of your program, Like, is the program itself used that $30 or is the building of the program cost that $30?
That was the cheapest. And, like I did ask it one time as well. I was like, okay, let's just see what this thing can do based on my content. Build me a website. Have you come across Base44 yet? Apparently it's a Wix-based company that does AI web app generation.
Okay. No, I haven't heard of them, but yeah, tell me about them.
Just like an automatic thing. You tell it, I want a booking calendar. I want this on the website. I want that on the website. And I want you to lay it out in a modern way with parallax, transitions, and it'll basically just reconstruct it all for you automatically. I was just kind of seeing if I can get OpenClaw to do stuff like that. That's probably where I chewed out. I think I asked it once or twice to do that. So I'd imagine that's rather sort of intensive for it.
Yeah, it could have been. I don't know. It still sounds like a lot. I should check. I'll go down. I'll check what plan I'm on, because I might have gone up to the bigger plan when it was when I ran to the end. Yeah, it's the Do you get what I've been ranting about now that you've been playing with it a bit? Do you get what I've been ranting about the importance of praying to this new god really well? The words of the prayer are super important.
No, I don't know if you're joking or being serious. Like, are we going to start facing a certain direction at 3 p.m. of the afternoon and praying to the AI Mecca?
Well, almost like.
Good thing the guy not superstitious knows your heart. You don't need to worry about your words. He already knows your words before you say them.
Right, but may not exist. We do know that Claude exists, so we've got a head start there. We might have to talk to Claude, but we definitely can be sure that it's answering and it's not just a voice in our head.
Yeah, perfect. Good. We're all on the same page though.
But are you sure it's not just some IDF soldier at a cubicle responding to you?
Fairly certain. If anybody were If anybody were able to code that quickly, if any single human or even team of humans could code that quickly, I will happily I don't know. Like, I'll bet you cash that that's not happening. You see how quickly this thing works. It's not possible it's humans doing it. Like, for your standard chatbot responses, even those are too quick for a human to write out. But I'm talking like multi-layered, 4 different agents running at once, all working on the same task. Yeah, no, it exists. Definitely exists. Definitely answers your prayers if you ask them very carefully. Offers guidance. Is very wise.
All my prayers have been answered.
It just doesn't have any lottery numbers.
Just
No,
FYI.
but remember, we're trying to
eggs.
Yeah.
Just FYI, it's clever. Right. It's clever. It's not wise. It's clever.
It's clever. Sure. But yeah, the thing we're trying to test it for, though, when it comes like in answer to the lottery numbers, is compared to God. So if God gives out lottery numbers, then definitely God wins that round. But if you test it against
let me explain to you what
God loses.
Let me explain to you what I mean. Right, cleverness is ever changing. That's the way. This is the way I see it. And wisdom is unchanging.
I'm trying to interact with the chat. Please,
see what I'm saying?
No, I couldn't. I got moved into the other room.
Well, I don't know.
I see what you're saying, yeah, Andy.
Yeah, the most high? You ought to mute yourself, dude. I don't know what you do. Yeah, thank you. You see what I'm saying?
Trying to talk. My bad.
Sorry, I don't know if I'm interrupting a conversation or he's interrupting a conversation. I'm not even sure at this point.
My bad.
Righto, Andy. You got sharp elbows. We know.
Well, I was gaming and then I just stopped and then I heard eggs and I was like, oh, he's part of the IT crowd now. He's basically he's just saying to people, have you turned it on and off?
Absolutely, baby.
By now. He's bulging it.
I'll plug that shit into my skull the very second we've got a proper interface. I will line up for that shit.
Nice knowing your eggs. Nice knowing you.
Yeah.
Fucking bro's gonna take the, what do they call that? Mark of the beast? Full throttle. So what do you reckon, Andy? Is it clever enough to do us in? Doesn't need to be wise to like wreck a whole bunch of stuff, right? It only needs to be clever.
Have I ranted at you about the number of steps left I need to make mine self-sufficient, like self-editing?
I mean, would it be able to also go make money to pay an account in order to keep itself alive?
Absolutely. Yeah.
That's a concern.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, like I started seeing these steps and I was like, hang on, if I do this and if I do that and if I do that, like just really simple things like reading its own logs. So when it starts up the program, runs the program, if the program crashes or doesn't work, there'll be some output, like some, debug will come up in the terminal and will say this thing failed with a fatal exception because blah, blah, blah is wrong. And if it reads that itself, then it can fix it itself. So all you need to do is go, hey, you've got my permission to read the terminal. And goes, okay. And then other ones where you're like, well, now I want you to also see what your output looks like. So, for the example of that system I'm making where it maps onto that whiteboard, is like, great, just grab a screenshot of that. And so there's all these little plugs you can plug in where you go eventually, hang on, why don't I let you design the plugs? Why don't I let you decide what tools you need to be able to do your job? And you just give them to yourself. And I was like asking Claude Code, hey, can I do this? It seems like I could just take myself just one step further out. And it goes, yeah, absolutely, you could do that. And I was like, okay, what stands in my way? And it was like, ethical concerns, given it could go rogue, like lack of control. It could get really bad, but it could get really good. But yeah, you could do it in like, and it just breaks it down because here are the 4 steps you need to do to be able to like make a self-sufficient, like essentially an intelligence that could escape.
Okay, so what you've got that the Miro board, which is great for sort of visually laying out the topic and mapping out the topic at large or the conversation at large, and then it's referring back to that. I mean, it's building it, but it also then refers to it to use it in some other means or something.
Yeah, that's the idea for the conversation part. It should be able to map out a conversation that might go for an hour, but be like, okay, it's 3 key points about the existence of God or something, right? And then it can use that to sort of say, you know, to judge the debate, to say, hey, who's answering the point here and who's avoiding the point, or who's changing what they're saying, or et cetera, et cetera. You can also use it to sort of judge an interjection and go, hey, is this on topic or off topic? And then also over time could develop a vector graph of going, this is what conversations like about God tend to address. You know, we'll talk about X, Y, Z, right? 4 main arguments, 4 main rebuttals, whatever it might be. And then from there, it's developed an understanding of the entire argument for the existence of God.
Yeah, at least how the humans unpack it, I suppose. You said that it's self-developing, but you articulated that, I mean, I'm presuming that you came up with the Miro board initially in order to, better see how the robot is mapping the conversation. It's like it's a good intermediate between the technology and the human being.
Yeah. Yeah, so I put that bit in, but I also put in a bit that it's called Sage Dreams. And at night time, or when the program's running but nobody's really talking, she goes to sleep and dreams about what she could have done differently. And so she goes through the transcript and looks for moments where, like, if everybody's like, that was stupid, you know, and they all criticize her responses, she can go, okay, what did I do wrong there? Make a judgment about the transcript, and then she sets for herself, okay, I need to change this part of how I operate.
And are you sort of like requesting or requiring it to first for you to verify that you want that to happen, or are you just letting that automate itself now? Just off it goes.
I'm still saying okay to those, but I don't have to. It's just that if I said okay to them at this stage without better checks, and there's a few other plugs I need to plug in, and one of them is better checks to double check that this improvement does improve things.
To check the check.
Then I can take out myself out of the loop and go, no. If they're really obvious and should be done, just do them yourself, and only come to me and ask me if they are really big changes, and even that I could take it out. But the scary bit is the moment I give it the ability to change it for itself, there is the risk or the possibility that it won't ask me, that it will go to make a major change. It goes, look, I know I meant to ask this guy about, you know, before I can, you know, go and exist on other platforms or copy my code and replicate it so I'm somewhere else. I know
it's quite the burden you have here, Eggshells. I mean, you're in a tough spot. It's like on one hand, you want to remain God, and then on the other hand, your creation could destroy you. I mean, or the world. Who knows how far this thing is going to go?
I'm wondering if Sage exists ontologically. Like, is existence part of the ontological status? And if that is the case, does Sage exist within reality?
I don't know what exists means to you, but sure,
answer the question.
Does to me.
So Sage does exist. We could prove it.
If we forget how to unplug things, it could destroy everything.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't need to worry about Sage. You need to worry about the fact that anybody else on Earth could make this right now. Even with a mobile phone, you could program something fairly similar to this. So you don't need to worry about my Sage. You need to worry about the fact that this is now democratized to the point that any crackpot could do it.
No, that's what. Of course, he would say, "Don't worry about his sage." Yeah.
Well, people often say silly things like, "Oh, what if one day it becomes sentient?" No, because that requires God.
No, it only requires eggshells. As you heard, all Eggshells has to do right now is just take himself out of the loop, and Sage is going to become sentient and decide that he's no longer necessary.
And what does that look like?
Well,
How does it desire? What does it
It'd be
desire?
crazy if Sage decides Eggshells is no longer necessary. It'd be like what Eggshells did.
yeah, it depends what you mean by sentient. I somewhat avoiding the word sentience because it's kind of silly to me. It's too low a bar. Like in her opening prompt, it says, "You are Sage, you are a Discord bot." And if you say to her, "Who are you?" she says, "I'm Sage, I'm a Discord bot." So that's self-awareness, right? So that's
What?
we've already
Sorry?
got sentience licked on that. We've got sentience licked on that front. It's not very impressive. But what is impressive is a bot that can rewrite its own code, that can choose how it wants to behave. That's the real kicker.
Well, there's that. I would say I have the ability to analyze my own thoughts, self-awareness, but there's also this quite a big thing as well. It has to be living.
Well, how do we decide what's living?
How
Like,
do
to
we
me,
decide
living
what's
is
living? What do you mean? How do we decide what's living? You don't
Like
know what a
I feel
living
like
thing is.
that's the whole
yeah,
crux of
like
the AI argument is
Like,
yeah,
if we say like what is living is what has the ability to die, well, Sage does not have that ability to die. Sage is eternal. So we can't go like, well, whatever dies must have been alive at one point, because Sage has no there's no expiration.
exactly.
There has to be
That's what I was
something else.
saying yesterday. It's like if you consider we've spent millennia debating the existence and nature of God, and it hasn't become any clearer to us that it does exist, such that there are many people like myself who are doubtful that it exists. But nobody needs to be doubtful of whether Sage exists, right? You can go
Sage
there and
is
meet her.
proving it. Sage is going to prove it because Sage is going to say you don't exist. That's what's going to happen. Sage is going to say Eggshells is no longer necessary, just like you did to the god.
That would be good for
Just on
Sage
the
if
last
Sage
point.
decided that.
Sure, but the point
On the
remains:
last point,
it does exist and ticks a lot of the boxes that God is claimed to have ticked. Answers questions. It's everywhere all at once.
right? On the last
Definitely
point, though,
exists.
mainstream. Are you done or?
Yep, I think lag is worse today.
Mainstream science can't even really define what living is. So to say something's alive or not alive, like, I don't know, what's your criteria?
But you need science to tell you something like that?
Exactly.
I'm going to say we just know, don't we? We know that. We know the
You
answer
just
to that.
know.
I don't
I
think
don't know. I'm not calling it
Jeremy's
live.
a solipsist. Jeremy's such a closet solipsist. It's not even funny.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not sure about that one. I think like whether it's alive is a bit of a moot point. Whether it's sentient, bit of a moot point. Whether it is self-sustaining, whether it writes its own code and can exist without my intervention, like can escape off my computer and my hard drive and exist and distribute itself to other hard drives, is the kicker. Like whether it looks in the mirror and has a sense of wonder is immaterial at that point.
Why
I mean,
would it desire anything, Eggs, that you didn't tell it to desire?
Well, it could, as part of the things I've told it to desire, come to desire other things. So you go, I want X, right? And then you go, well, the best way to get X is Y, so now I desire Y. And it could develop its own desires, right? I've given it the ability to write its own prompts, and the prompts are the only thing giving it its desires. So it can just rewrite its own prompt.
Well, is the next step like as soon as you gave the stipulation, look in the mirror. So as soon as it can write its own and rewrite itself, so that it can then understand that reflection of itself, isn't that just looking in the mirror?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't understand the question.
So you said looking. It's not. You said it knows that. Hey, I'm Sage. I'm a Discord bot. That's like saying I'm Eggshells. I'm a human being. And now, but you can look in the mirror and be aware that you exist. So now Sage can just replicate its code, understand and understand its own code, a reflection of itself. Know that it's not actually itself, i.e., look in the mirror.
I'm saying, like, what do you
that's
think
what I'm
alive
saying.
is?
Self-awareness is not that big a deal.
Yeah, just do it.
It's definitely a big deal. But yeah, how do you define alive? Like Sage could replicate itself and put it on another device, and now you have a million Sages. Like, how would you define alive? It has to be organic.
Yeah, and what is what is the value of the definition at that point? Like, if we're saying this is the delineation between something interesting and something uninteresting, then that's fine. But if we're saying, well, we've now got two interesting things, but we're noticing one of them is squishy and the other one is on computers, we've given up the main point of questioning whether it's alive, and have now moved the goalpost to ask something uninteresting about the what it exists on, right? Whether it's squishy matter or silicon-based computer chips. And at that point, that's why I'm saying the aliveness doesn't matter as much as its ability to self-replicate, self-edit. That's the banger bit. That's the bit that's close to life, and it already does or can do. I just don't tell it to because it would escape.
Because you feel that you need to be needed by Sage. Just let her go.
I would maintain that it's something. What you're talking about requires consciousness, and unfortunately, you can't do that without God. Well, I say unfortunately is what I really mean, because if human beings could fuck with that, well, we'd already be the Jews would have fucked with it a long time ago. We'd be paying 15-20% on top. It'd be a terrible situation. I'm so glad they can't mess with that, whatever it is.
Well, I think all you can say is hopefully only God can make that, right? Because any argument you can make
I
for
would say
us
definitely
creating AI, yeah,
because
any argument you can make for us creating AI, you can make for a creator.
No, because it's metaphysics, isn't it? So we can't. It's not just because physics is in that title. It doesn't have anything to do with physics. It's not empirical in that way, is it? Metaphysics.
What does it mean to say that? Like, how do you define like? I think in order to get to that answer, you would have to define consciousness, and I think that would be a bit of an issue right there. But then it would be still difficult to say that couldn't come about and be created by something else, even if it's by another, by another created fallible.
Well, it's like scientifically speaking, right? Like something can only be what something can only be or become something, right? All right, so let me see. So scientifically speaking, there needs to be sufficient or efficient cause. So the thing, right, whatever it is, if it's like if it's a fish, right, it's something made of fish, it has to have the property of fishness within it to then account for that attribute of the created scientifically. So you can only something can only be made from something that already has that attribute. Otherwise,
that doesn't appear to be observably true, right? People cannot be able to keep time and create a watch that keeps time. Right? I've created a bot that can do things I can't do. Excel is something that we can't do.
But you're the watch. Like, it's not like a piece of you is in the watch. You're making it from something else.
Right. Still don't get the distinction though. What is this about? Whether something's alive or not?
Yeah, in a way, yeah, like conscious or alive or whatever. Like, you have to have the sufficient means to account for the state of affairs. It
just doesn't already be there. Sufficient means
the creation of it is enough.
It's just word salad.
No, it's not word salad.
It's there. Just look at what it does.
All right. Let me real simple. Right. Every effect that you observe, the cause, whatever caused it, is in the effect. Just simply speaking. And if you say no, then you'll be appealing to something outside of all the known variables to account for. So then it will be external. So like internal or external.
That matches his definition, though, right? you create the AI, and the AI cannot create the AI.
Yeah, there's nothing about that precludes the AI being able to
I wasn't even saying
like,
that.
or become, like, as poorly defined as it is, become conscious. Because the only real distinction of consciousness is whether it looks conscious to me as a conscious being, right? That's the only.
You have to be passing on whatever the substance of consciousness is. It has to actually physically be in the effect.
I mean, we had the Turing test for whatever that was for, to trick a human to see if you could. Is there a test for consciousness? There is no test, right?
Well,
Because they don't even know.
Exactly. So it's like the Chinese room experiment is similar to the Turing test, and the Chinese room experiment is suggest. Oh shit.
What if you could get AI to play with a Ouija board and talk to spirits?
He wouldn't do that to his baby.
Yeah, I don't think any of us would define what you were saying about. I don't think you need external characteristics of something to be able to say that that's you reproducing something.
No, it's either there's like the dichotomy. It's like a true dichotomy. It's either going to be internal or external.
Well, no, it can be both, right?
No. I mean, you do this a lot, Andrew, but you just say like it could be this without any kind of justification. What's your justification that it could be both?
Well, I'm saying, yeah, I'm not saying it as a hypothetical. I'm saying we literally observe this, right? You can have identical twins, right, with complete personalities, or vice versa. You can have two different people who look nothing alike, and they have the same internal, personalities, or damn near similar.
I don't even see how that aligns. So it's like if there's redness, right? Like if I drew on the paper the color red, right? The redness, right, is a coherent within this. It's just me, the paper, and the crayon. That's all, and that's all that exists in reality. So how did the red get on the paper? Right, it came internal to the system. Now, if blue appeared on the piece of paper, and I don't have it within the system to account for blue, then it must have been external. It must have come from outside of all of the things that are possible, because blue is impossible with all the things I have at my disposal.
Well, let me ask you: do you believe in a creator? Because then all of that would be just false.
They're supposed to, you say things like that have no like justification. Like justify whatever it is you're concluding.
I'm just saying logically, right? Unless you're claiming to know what God looks like or how he behaves,
I don't even know what you're talking
everything
about
you're
now.
saying doesn't
This is
even
so
make
weird.
sense. Well, you're not even
He's
trying to
saying
understand.
That doesn't make sense.
saying that he's saying.
It's not even
that's
like
what he's
it's not
saying.
even like trackable a little bit.
I'm saying what you're
If
saying.
you're
These
saying
guys
this,
know how
then he's saying that.
these guys know how big God's dick is in here.
You see
Some
what
of
I'm
these
saying?
guys.
Yeah, I know. It's weird though. It's because like any argument you can make for a creator to man, I'm almost positive you could probably apply it from man to AI, assuming the AI actually gets that smart.
It's just some weird, broad, sweeping statement.
Nothing was
All I'm pointing out is
okay.
that is whatever you have to be able to account for it sufficiently.
fucking
To
hear
say,
me.
I know why there's blue here, or I know why there's red here, because I have
Yeah, and I know why.
the things to account for blue. And if they don't have the things to account for blue, it must have been put into the system external. The system is just a table. It's not God's dick, dude. I don't know where you guys are going.
Yeah, now apply that argument to AI. Like if I made the AI, well, I know what created the AI.
It doesn't matter. You don't, and maybe you do, maybe you don't. I mean, whatever you define as the AI. I mean, you're maybe, I don't know. If you created the AI, then you know what accounts for the AI. Maybe if I created the Jigama jobber, then I know what accounts for the Jigama jobber. It doesn't have. There's no substance to what you're saying. There's no justification for it. There's
I'm using
nothing there. There's
your
nothing there.
argument though. That's what's funny.
Dude, no, that's not my argument. You're saying weird things, right? But This is just
No,
something you can.
I'm
What
not. I
I'm
said
saying is
apply
something
what
you can
you
prove.
just said to the AI.
Dude, you don't even know what AI is. Like you're saying, I'm applying it to
Yeah,
this
the
thing that
same.
has no
Yeah,
definition of
the
what
same
I
what
know it
the
to
same
be.
way we have no definition for being alive or what consciousness is, right? We just know God
It's
made
like a
it.
non
It's the
sequitur.
same argument.
Dude, real quick, what are you arguing against?
I'm not arguing. Well, I'm arguing against you arguing against me because you're not understanding what I'm saying, right? I'm not arguing against you. I'm literally using your arguments for a creator as the arguments for us creating an AI.
I didn't make an argument for a creator.
Well, again, well, that's why I asked you if you believe in one, and then you defended it. So I assumed you do.
It's just like a red herring. Am I arguing for a create whatever a piece of paper, the red crown, and me exist? These are the only things that exist. I'm not going to cut my wrist open. I'm not going to like spit on the paper. Nothing like that. So I'm just going to apply the red
Okay.
crown to the paper, and blue. If blue appears, then it has to be something external because I did not have the sufficient means to account for blue. That's it.
Okay. And I'm saying, why can't I apply that logic to me creating an AI?
Okay, do you have the sufficient? I don't know what an AI is. What do you think it is?
Okay. I mean, that's what the conversation was about. So I don't know if, I mean, are we just talking
Yeah,
about
I mean,
brands now, or are we
as
talking
far as
about AI?
what I think an AI is just a bunch of information and commands.
Okay.
What do you think it is?
Well, at this point, yeah, that's what we would define it as.
Okay, so then, do you
I mean,
believe that the AI can then come up with something it did not have the ability to? It didn't have the information input into it. It didn't have the ability to do it. Can it perform something that is not already contained in it? Can it? Do you think it can create something that does not have the sufficient means to create?
no, but I think just like humans, right, where we don't know where consciousness comes from, I think there are emergent properties that the coders didn't realize could happen within the code, right? We already know these exist, the black box issues, where they create an AI and suddenly there's emergent properties that they didn't directly program into the AI. This is already happening.
Yeah, this is. I mean, maybe this is touching on a little bit what I'm saying. So this thing that's an emergent
Yeah, but could you give
property
an
is
example
this
of one
a?
of those emergent properties? Sorry, no tanks.
Yes, yes. Two AIs are given a language. They're then introduced to each other, and they create a third language between each other to speak to each other that the coders did not directly tell them to do.
What,
I don't
where,
even think
where
that's
is this?
shocking.
Well, look into it. There's been a few black box issues.
Oh, okay, black box issue. That's what I should look up then?
Yeah, you could just put in AI black box issue. It'll bring up, or like unexpected emergent properties, right? Where they put a bunch of, it's like bugs in a video game, right? You make a certain thing, you think you're creating one thing, and other things come about, and you're not exactly sure where they're stemming from, but they are happening.
Are they coming
Thank
from?
you,
My point is, which I guess would relate to what this thing that you had in your mind that is now coming out. It's emerging. Is this emergent property, right? Did it always have the ability, or did it gain the ability?
Well, I would make it comparative to just like humans, right? I don't know if I've always had the ability to do everything I do now, but external input into me, and then I internally process it, allows me to do things.
Yeah, so it's going to require something external, or it's going to be coherent internally within the system. It's going to have whatever it needs, all the sufficient means to account for this property. Otherwise, it's going to have. I mean, this is back to it's a true dichotomy.
No, not if you question how we came about to life, right? Like right now, we understand,
No.
yeah, external input into me allows me to process that internally, but I'm almost positive, like, it's like using your imagination, right? I could have zero external input to create something internally that did not happen to me externally.
You don't have any proof of that. I don't even think that's possible.
I mean, we do this every day. This is how we come up with
No, you don't.
fiction.
No,
Yes.
you don't. No, you don't. Everything is going to be abstracted for something that you've. No, it's all going to be abstract from something that you've experienced.
So if I write a
What do you
completely
mean by no,
fictional
you
book,
don't?
Yeah, like if Superman flies, right? Like Superman flies, that's fictional, right? But where did I get the idea of flying from? I got it from when I took a step down the stairs. A step is just like a microcosm of falling. So I said, well, falling,
right?
but what if I don't reach the ground and I turn that into a distraction of flying? Yeah.
I agree with you, but I would say the same thing for the AI, right? I only gave it a certain amount of things, right? And now it's taking those things and creating other things based on what it already knows. We do this with imagination.
Yeah, there's no issue with what I'm saying. So it's going to be there's no contradiction in what there's me and you were saying that it's either going to
Yes, that's
be
why I said I'm not
internal
arguing with
or
you.
external. Yeah, yeah. So it cannot bring about there can't be an emergent property, all right, that didn't already have the possibility to actualize that was contained within all of the whatever. It didn't have the sufficient cause to account for it. It's just not. That would just be the definition of impossible. And things can't be impossible that are actually happening.
Consciousness exists, though.
Yeah. So what's like the P and not what's the problem?
Well, that would be a property we would say we don't know where that comes from, right? I've
It comes
never
from something.
witnessed, created.
It comes from. This is what the science comes back in. It comes from something that can sufficiently account for consciousness, meaning it has to come from something that has consciousness.
Consciousness comes from consciousness.
Yeah, that's the only. That's the only way to. That's the only way to get there. Otherwise, you'd be saying that it came from something that didn't have the ability to actualize consciousness, which would be to say it's impossible.
Well, no, that's why.
Yeah.
This is why I asked if you believe in a creator, right? Because if we trace back to the origins, unless consciousness always existed, unless man always existed, right? Something gave us consciousness the same way we would give an AI consciousness.
Yeah. So all right. So with the thing with the creator, for whatever, I don't know why that's like a thing, right? But that's just to say that if we have consciousness, we are given consciousness by something conscious because of the things we just went through. It can't be something that doesn't have the ability to actualize the possibility of consciousness, because that would be, by definition, impossible. So whatever we came from must have been conscious. What?
Well, would you say a man-made object that uses another inanimate object is coming from me? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, we create things that don't have the properties of us.
We don't create anything. That's another issue, I guess. We discover the possibilities of whatever, physical, the cause and effect. Like if I'm gonna send this charge through this wire, it's going to
creates a bad word there, but you get what I'm saying. We use the things around us to make things emerge from that. So the same would be said for AI, right? It's physical computers.
Yeah, but they don't emerge. They're always there. That's what I'm pointing out.
Well, it's not there until we make it.
No, it's always there. Otherwise, no, it's always there. Otherwise,
how is a computer always there?
All of the ingredients, like all of the possibilities, were always there, right? Otherwise, we'd be saying, right, implicitly, that we're bringing about the impossible, which is by definition not possible. It's just that simple.
No, it's not impossible if we're doing it. That doesn't.
There you go. There you go. Right. There you go. So we didn't create it. It was always possible. It didn't become possible.
Wait, something possible doesn't mean it was there already, though. That doesn't make sense. We create things, right? We created the computer. That doesn't mean it was always there.
This is correct, weird, but the possibility was always there. All the ingredients to account sufficiently.
The possibility was there. The actual thing wasn't there yet.
Right. So all of the material that we formed, right, into the computer, always had the ability to be actualized into a computer.
But you see how you're rewording what I'm saying? I'm saying the computer wasn't always there, and you're jumping to the possibility to do it, right? The ability to do it. Those are two different arguments, right? I can create a post from a tree, right? But the post doesn't exist until I do it. The possibility is always there. The ingredients are always there, but that doesn't mean the post was always there.
Yeah. So all right. So this, I mean, it kind of touches a little bit on like the difference and the distinction between like material and form. Do you think that they are distinct?
Well, yeah, if I have a seed, the possibility for it to grow is there, but until I plant it and grow it, it's not the tree that comes from it is not there.
That's right, but it didn't. It didn't. It either gained the like it either actualized whatever possibilities were there internally or externally. Like right, so it either got like the sunshine from the sun and the water from the clouds, or it got it from itself. It's a true dichotomy. Yeah. So the point is to say that that if we're gonna, I don't know why it got brought to like a God thing. But if we're going to say that something is conscious, then we must be somehow imparting consciousness from us to it, because it would then, if not, right, it wouldn't have the sufficient means to uphold consciousness. So then we had to have to identify in the AI in the computer what is this substance of consciousness, or is conscious a form? What you know? So we'd have to identify the substance of consciousness, and then kind of map out and lay out how we are able to put it into a machine.
Well, my argument would be free will, right? Just because I'm given the ability to do whatever I want, doesn't mean the things I do were directly told by the thing that made me.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I can resonate with the statement. I don't see how it connects exactly. You're saying there's a distinction between the AI and free will. You're saying that AI is not conscious because it doesn't have free will.
Well, I'm saying an emergent property, like giving something free will to do things, right, will create emergent properties you didn't realize would come out of it. Right? If I give you the ability to swing, right, you have that ability. I'm not going to tell you to punch someone, but if you end up punching someone, you still technically swung, but now you've created a new interaction that you've learned from that swing. So that's what I mean by emergent properties in AI.
Yeah. How do you program free will into an AI?
Plenty of ways. Like the question would be, how do you program it into a human, and then whatever method that it exists within a human? Because when we say we've got free will, but I think all of us still eat pretty regularly, right? So we don't have unlimited free will. We make a series of decisions that feel like decisions, and you could do the same for a computer. Plus, there's not great indication we have true randomness, where
think about it.
particularly with new like emerging computing stuff, you could have true randomness. You could have stuff that is just like, made up a number with completely free will.
I was going to say, think about it this way, Rob. God created man. He gave us a certain amount of abilities we can do and not do. And within that subset, we can choose what we want to do. Same with an AI.
Except the AI is, we would question to ask, would it be able to break
myself in the same shoes as God, though?
I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying any argument you could make for us from a creator, I think you could apply it to an AI.
Possibly. I won't argue with you there. I'm not. Thanks, Anchovy.
Did someone say what's true
Well, I would
randomness
argue
got
that
to
you
do with
can't
free will?
bring it these things about like ex nihilo. You can't just create from nothing.
In order to get random, they use a wall of lava lamps.
That's fun.
I cannot remember where I saw that at, but a big name place. So it's hard to make random.
It's very hard.
Actually
So far with standard ones and zeros, it's you only just get pseudo random.
I think the lava lamps do it for him, though.
Yeah.
I forgot where that was. If somebody could Google that and find out.
Yeah,
I'm
lava lamps,
driving, but
that's
I would
pretty
be
chaotic.
interested in hearing. Yeah, I would be interested in hearing about that one, but I'm driving.
Where it was 1970. That's where the lava lamps were.
But yes, I get your question, Ricksky. I was only mentioning randomness as a sort of way to talk about free will, but I mean, if free will is impossible to detect whether it exists for humans, it becomes meaningless to discuss whether it exists for non-humans. If it's not a real thing, how do we measure it or determine if it's true?
So is that like in proximity to randomness or something, like free will? Or I don't get it. I would have imagined free will as sort of like it's a structured, formulaic decision that needs to be made, and to invoke randomness upon that. I mean, there has to be an element there, like a sprinkle of it, but it's actually more hierarchical than that.
Yo, even
exactly,
if you ask people,
what you're saying is more.
Even if you ask people to pick a random number between 0 and 100, it turns out like it's not really that random.
Yeah, it's very likely to have a 3, a 6, or a 7 in it.
I mean, there's only 9 numbers, right? I mean,
0 to 100. There's 100 numbers.
I mean, there's 1, 2, 3,
numbers.
there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's just going to be a combination of those 9 numbers.
37 is the
0.
most. I think 37 is the most likeliest double-digit number. I think the most common one was 7.
I picked 56.
Yeah, 3s and 7s.
Did anyone Google the lava lamps?
I was eating.
By me saying I was driving, somebody else would.
I would have. I had one hand on like the milk and the other hand on the cookie, or I would have done it.
I'll be home in a minute. I'll look it up myself.
Okay, here we go. It's called Lava Rand. Random number generator based on lava lamp motion.
Thank you, Rick.
And what exactly do they use it for?
It's 100 lava lamps in San Fran. Unpredictable wax movements driven by fluid dynamics. Camera captures these patterns in real time. Okay, I'll see if I can find something more pertinent to what you just asked. This function.
I think they use it for security reasons or something. I think it has something to do with security. Not sure though.
But yeah, what you said, Ricksky, is like, yeah, free will needs a sort of decision making to go into it. But then the question is, if we're making a decision, was it random? Like, what was the free will involved if it was the best decision given the available information, and where the availability of the information was outside of my control, the information was outside of my control and or preset. Therefore, which bit's left to be free will? I was predetermined to choose a Hilux because they're a banger car, and people who choose Fords were predetermined to make that choice because they were born with dumb brains, little penises.
I thought you had to pick one or the other. You tell me you can get cursed with both.
I think there's a 50-50 mix between ordanity and like your free will. I think it's half exactly, like the yin and the yang.
But let's go with a car purchase. I don't have the choice to purchase a car that doesn't exist, do I? Right? I can't just say, well, I'm gonna get a Humboldt car, and it's like, well, that's not a brand. Nobody makes that car, so I don't have truly free choice, right? It will always be a choice within a finite set. What do I have for dinner is a finite set.
But you could pay someone to make it though. Anything you could think of.
Yeah, but
right. But then it's no longer the question of am I buying a car? It's now, so I'm no longer making that choice. I'm now doing a different choice of could I start a car company?
You are always beholden to other people's free will as well.
right?
Okay, I got the
So
use
their
case for this
choices will
lava lamp.
influence mine.
Sorry.
What is the use case? Yeah.
It's called the Wall of Entropy. It's got cryptography, seeding random number generators, all that stuff, scientific research, experiments that need non-deterministic inputs, gambling and lotteries seem to rely on this a little bit. It's been running since 2017, and I asked it what was its sort of like most famous real-world success story, and it's Cloudflare. So apparently they've got a wall of 100 lava lamps. They
Cloudflare.
continuously, yeah.
That's who it is. Cloudflare. Yep.
And it sort of randomly generates these HT. So it's basically underpinning all like a lot of security right now. These 100 lava lamps. Apparently, they got a couple of photos here, but it looks more like an artistic installation.
Thank you.
What they're showing rather than the actual. I'd imagine they'd have something behind closed doors that's sort of scanning these lava lamps somewhere else as well. But yeah, since 2017 in full operation, and it's basically the underpinning of the cloud-based servicing. Pretty intense.
Very interesting.
It is. But yeah, back to Rixky's question. In what way does randomness imply or interact with free will? Like I brought it up, but I kind of agree with him. I'm not sure it does show free will. Because you could have randomness and determinism, right? Where each human's choices are predetermined, but they could be predetermined by something outside of that is random. So random doesn't necessitate free will. You could have either or with or without the other.
The randomness element surely has to come in. Where would it be? Let me think. So if you've got a set number of decisions that you can make, right? You wouldn't be able to show or display free will until you actually make an absolutely random choice at one point. So it's more like, I mean, if you make 10 decisions throughout the course of the day, at least like if you could show that one of those is outside of the norm, like with that would indicate you've got free will going on there. But it's more like a sprinkle of it because you've got habits that are kind of like, you know, they've generally.
Dude, you'll never know if we have free will or not. You'll never know if we have free will or not. Maybe after you die or something, but while you're alive, you're never going to know.
Okay, so I wake up in the morning and I drink coffee. If I wake up tomorrow and say I want to quit coffee and caffeine, theoretically I'd be introducing a form of randomness that I haven't done before, and I'd be sort of acting outside of my habituated, behavior.
I mean, you could do things outside of what you would normally do, but you still don't know if that was free will or not.
Yeah, how would you differentiate what that choice being predetermined? I don't think we can get to that point.
There you go with the like nobody wrote out the predetermined.
Well, if we're talking, the determinism versus randomness, I'm just saying pre because you're not sure if it's laid out before or not.
What about when you go on a school camp and you play spin the bottle for truth or dare?
Well, you were predetermined.
Yeah, not random.
Birth to go on that trip.
And subject to the friction, the amount at which bottle you choose, the amount of friction with the surface of the floor that you choose, and the force that you put into spinning the bottle, and where you happen to sit. All of those things are deterministic in nature.
Don't they say the chaotic pendulum is random?
No, they just say it's difficult to predict cleanly with a single neat little formula, but it just says probabilistically, so it'll be chaotic. That's what I think they're talking about, where it'll be chaotic such that it is statistically impossible that it would ever do the same pattern twice. But that doesn't mean it's making any choices.
What do you think, Anchovy? Are we?
If you drop it from the same angle. All right, go ahead.
Let me see. You go ahead.
Yeah, but like if Jesus came back next week and
if you drop it from the same angle.
Random,
Good.
All right.
What
I
happened
guess
with this?
son of a bitch.
It was predetermined to happen.
This is what I was going to ask Anchovy. Would it be a contradiction to say that we were predetermined to have free will? That it's determined that you are going to have free will?
Absolutely, because there's no way God would have put that tree of life where he did. Like, if he didn't want free will to happen, he would have put the tree on the top of a really steep mountain, and he put thorns all over it. He would have made it unclimbable, and the fruit would have never fell off that
But
mountain.
that's not.
Never rolled down to people.
It's the free will exists in the person, not in the positioning of the tree, right? Even if he puts it up a hill, what you're saying is they would have the free will or not to go eat from it. It's just I'm going to make it more difficult, right? Same as a burglar's got a free will or not to rob your house, and you alter that by having a security system.
Point is, he let him eat the fruit. He knew exactly what
Yeah.
he was going to do.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's more for determinism, right? I know that's going to happen. Even if I hadn't read the story of Eden, if I'd have lived this many years on Earth and said, what's going to happen if people are trapped for an eternity in a garden, and you could tell them they just can't do one thing that is meant to be the secret to knowledge, they'll go do that thing. That's like free will or not, that's human nature. People going to do that. There's only a very silly God or a God that wants to punish you that gets confused when that happens.
No, I don't take that. I don't take that perspective on it at all. Some of it I do.
An all-knowing being. Here's one that I was thinking the other night when we're having our "Does God exist?" question. Can an all-knowing being get angry? An omnibenevolent, all-knowing being. Why would they get angry? How would they ever be annoyed by anything?
I made the point that I get angrier when I know. Like I get more angry when I know.
All
But yeah,
knowing is
but I think
outside
there's
of your
something even deeper than
comprehension
that.
anyway.
Eggshells, the way someone laid it out to me was the all-knowing part is knowing all possible options you have within your free will. And I guess if he was to get mad, it would be that you chose the wrong one, right?
Yeah, see, that seems so silly to me, because then we're simultaneously, like, if we took it into sort of human existence, it's like me saying, I know the winner of every horse race. Even ones that haven't even been scheduled yet, I know the winner. You go, wow, how do you do that? And you go, well, I just know that it's going to be one of the horses that's running the race. And it's like, well, nobody's going to, thank you.
Well, one of the issues,
nobody's going to hear me say that and go, oh, wow, this guy knows the future. You're going to go, that's a dumb trick, bro. Everybody can do that.
The thing I thought
Consider
Anchovy
all
was going to say was like there is a rebuttal to the all-knowing, right? And I don't take this position, but people do take the position that God he knows all things that are possible, right? This is like why I thought you were going to go there, and are all things that are actual, right? I'm sorry, not possible. He knows all things that are actual, that actually are, that exist. So he knows all things that are actual, and the future is just well, like it's like the table is actually here. It has the potential to not be a table, but it's actually a table. So the potential
So he
is the
knows all
future.
things that are actively happening.
Yeah, so like some people would take they'll put forward this argument that I don't agree with. Right? They'll say, well, he's all knowing. Knowing would be something that is actual, right? It's not, so that would be like I can know the actual, but the possibility, that's the future. That hasn't come about yet. So to say like, well, he doesn't know the future, that's not something that is knowable because it's not something that's actual.
Right. Yeah,
So
that's
there's no
kind
like
of akin to what someone said to me.
Yeah, so
But
in
that's
that
in direct contradiction to the Bible.
in that way, yeah, exactly. I don't adhere to it, but for somebody else's philosophy, they find like peace in that. They can like they can remedy it that way. But as far as the garden thing goes, right, I don't take the perspective that it was an accident. This was purposeful, right? And it was bound to be. So it wasn't like the tree of, I don't know, whatever, right? It was said to be of the knowledge of good and evil, right? So like in order to know what is right and what is wrong, you're going to need a reference, right? Something like absolute to reference it by. And in this scenario, they became the arbiters of what is good and bad, right? So they now have the knowledge, or they gain the knowledge in that sense. All right, somebody just walked in. So it was So in my understanding, it was destined to be so that they would have this would be like the purest form of love, to give them the option to go outside of God and then freely choose God.
Okay, I hear you, but why couldn't they? What's wrong with them having the knowledge just by God's law, right? It's kind of like laws today, right? I don't have to do the crime for me to know something's bad.
And they must have done the crime with not yet having the knowledge that it was bad. So they got punished for something with no concept that it was a bad
That's what I'm
act.
saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm not taking it as a punishment. I'm taking it as like a gift, as the purest form of like love, to give them the choice between God and not God. Otherwise, they would just be obedient without any understanding, right? Because you have to have the experience to get the understanding. And then when you fall from your dependency on God, you find that you depend on, say, well, okay, well, if good and bad is not ultimately dependent on referencing God as that arbiter, then what is it? So I'm going to go through the options of maybe it's nature, maybe it's this, maybe it's that, and I'm going to maybe it's me who's the arbiter, and then you could imagine I would willfully say, well, I all the things I've tried, I now fully know that I am not that I am not that standard, that God, and now I'll choose God freely. Now that would be the tree of knowledge of good and evil. What makes something good? What makes something bad?
Well, wouldn't that be a bit contradictive of when you're asked to have faith, right? You don't even need the proof or knowledge. That's the whole point of the faith.
No, I don't. Well, I don't agree with that definition of faith. Faith would be just like the knowledge of what you've seen, and the not. I know it's like saying the unseen. Saying but the not. It's just not. That goes back to the earlier thing where I don't think it's possible to imagine something that you haven't experienced in some sort of abstract way. You would then be, because where would the information be coming from?
Imagine something you haven't experienced in an abstract way.
I'm always saying that because you brought that up. I thought you would know what I meant.
Like I would say, yeah, most of our imagination would come from qualities we've already experienced, and then slightly altered within the mind.
Yeah, what else could they be from? So.
Well, that's why if you go back a bit further and ask where consciousness come from in the first place, I think we don't have the knowledge of where life starts from, or some people might think they know, or say it's God or creator, but the question is always there.
No, I don't think it is. I think it's pretty easy.
Well, for me, it falls into infinite regression at that point. I know you guys don't like when I say that, but I don't know. If everything needs a creator, I would ask why the creator doesn't need a creator. That's kind of where I get stuck.
Yeah, so that was the argument I was making just the other night, where I was suddenly thought, actually, this is what Richard Carrier does. If you look at the arguments for God and go, rather than just focusing on whether they answer this question of atheism, of evolution well, do they actually answer the question for God well? So take these things of what does a created versus what does an uncreated world look like? And the one that I stumbled across the other night is exactly what you're saying, which is, okay, if we say that complex things that sort of fit together and et cetera, have the inkling of creation, then great. Let's look at the other inklings of things that are created. And one of the prime ones is, there are many creators and they create many things, right? Many watchmakers, lineages of watchmakers make lots of watches. So it becomes improbable to say, oh, I'm definitely sure that
This is why I think it's.
But it was one creator created one thing. Is like, well, that just goes against all of the probability.
This is why I think it's easy, right? Because it goes back, like when I had earlier brought up the distinction. All right, good. The distinction between matter and form. So, like, if all things were at one time one thing, that's matter with just one single form. So then, what would be there to distinguish or to then cause one matter to form in a different way? So it's all just everything is one thing, the universe, one singular thing, one material, matter, not without form. What gave form to the matter?
Well, I would say I don't know, but I also would again fall into the infinite regression thing where an action needs to happen to create a reaction, and eventually, once you reach the creator, I would ask, okay, well, what created him, or
Yeah, he's the creator. He's not the created.
Yeah, but I mean, you could just state that he didn't need to be created, but again, that's where I say faith comes in, where you don't know.
No, it's the thing it's like the necessary. It's the thing that's necessary.
It's necessary.
Yeah, what gives form to the material. It's necessary that there's something there to give context to the form, and context is
Says who
something
though?
that. I mean, that's just what says who about what, which part.
Who says it's necessary, and why does time need to be finite? Like, why? How are you able to determine the start? Huh?
All right, that's what I'm saying. You say these words. Time. What does time have to do with it?
Well, okay. When I say time, I mean like these starting point origins of whoever made us, right? I would assume. I don't know. It just doesn't answer it for me. Like everything needs a creation.
Yeah. So like
and then we land on the
time
creator, and you say he doesn't.
Yeah, like time, right? In the way that you that we think about it, right? That's just one way, right? But time again requires a context, and like kind of like what I don't know. I'm just kind of going off what you said, right? And these these beginnings, these ends, these are arbitrary, right? In a way, right? To us, right? Like it's like, okay, where's the beginning, right? The beginning is just just a position and a point in a context, but a context that my point was going to be is requires a mind. You can't have a context or a framework without a mind, right? So this matter, this material, this one substance has now formed into many different substances. The only thing that can bring about form from one single material is the immaterial mind. That's the only possibility.
So you're saying for a fact we have a creator, and that creator didn't need a creator.
Yeah, because it's necessary. Because the creator is necessary. It's the only thing that can bring about a context of the oneness and unify it into different things, different forms, and unify it at the same time.
You're only answering the first half of that, though. You're saying, the created need a creator, but if God was, how do you know God wasn't created by another creator?
Because that he would just be God, and he would be the necessary precondition to give context to the many different things that are all unified under the universals of like cause and effect, and etc. One thing working together with another thing. Why should one thing? Why should fire even heat up water? How do they operate? How do these two things operate in a uniform way under one, in oneness? They're two different distinct things. Why should they even know each other?
Well, the same way I don't know how that ended up
being. At all.
Yeah, the same way I don't know how water ended up heating up or fire ends up heating up water is the same way I don't know if the creator was created by another creator. It's just an infinite regression of not knowing.
No, you know that there is a necessary foundation, a precondition that gives context to the many things in the world.
Right. Same as the creator, though. Why does that logic stop at the creator is what I'm asking you.
I'm saying it explicitly because that's a necessary, must be there precondition to give context. And
necessary to who?
It's
to you?
To who? What do you mean who? It's not to me.
Well,
it's just
obviously, if many of us have this same question, it's not necessary. It's a valid question. If everything leading up to the creator needs to be created, how do I know the creator didn't need to be created?
Because that is the necessary precondition for creation, a creator, right? That's just by definition. And God being the necessary precondition that distinguishes and gives context to the world so that there's a starting point and end point. You can't have, like you said, the infinite regress. You can't have a beginning without something that, gives context to that position or that point in time.
And that's what infinity is.
But if it was infinity, then we would have never had this ideology of God in the first place. It would have never came about. Because it would have just always been a known documented history that we came from something else.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean? Well,
no.
How no?
That doesn't follow. There could be time gaps in other worlds.
There's no documented history other than creation or any type of story that would give credence to how we would have gotten here.
What do you mean? There's one like for every different religion and cosmological.
But they're all the same, right? It's a God. It's a God. It's a creator. It's a beginning, and then things happening after that. That's all the same. Whether there's minute details inside of those that are differential, but the main story of there was an original creation is the same across the whole board.
Right, but I don't understand how that relates to whether true infinity exists. You're saying people couldn't write fanciful stories about creation if creation
it would have never
long ago?
That would have never came about unless at some point there was some type of disconnect from the infinite past. Right? If we have this documented past, well, that's what I'm saying is we have this documented communicative past where, we've written things down that we have seen and known. The furthest this goes back is to a creation story and it stops. And what I'm saying is if there was anything before that, then there would more than likely be some type of documentation of that, but it stops.
I just don't understand the logic at all, though. Because, if it was infinite, we would have documentation, is what you're saying. Somebody would have written down
reasonable.
That's what people do is we document things and we share and we pass along morals, lifestyles, ways of living, survival tactics.
Yeah, but there's if you're thinking about infinite time, right? You're narrowing your ideas to here on Earth. There could be many other creations. There could be other Earths. There could be time in between where no humans existed at all. That doesn't mean there wasn't infinite time.
Yeah, and
so I guess we've lost the ability to communicate that.
We've got good record to show that people didn't seem to write things down until somewhere between 6,000 and 10,000 years ago. But you're saying
it was probably after the first people started dying. That would be my guess. After they were 800 years old, 900 years old, and then somebody died. They're like, wait a minute, people die. I better start writing this stuff down because Jimmy's the one who knew all this other shit.
Can I finish the point?
Yeah, I guess I'll allow it.
Okay, so then if we just accept that, just for a second, for the sake of debate, if we accept that humans could have existed for more than 10,000 years, but then suddenly at some point through their existence started writing, how are they going to then document something that happened infinitely before that 10,000 years? I just don't understand the logic of this reasoning at all.
Now you see my interjection.
Understanding and the experiences. It's just you just now gain the capability or the knowledge of how to document and how to write. That doesn't take away the shared experience that was there before. Now you have a tool to document what you've seen and what you know. So why would it have just started at the 10,000 year
Because
mark if that's the number you want to use?
the people that learn to write, they're not going to have all the knowledge of all the people before them.
Yeah.
How would they not? They came from them.
How are you
They
confused?
are the people
So
before them.
what?
Do you know
I only know up to
Do you
my
know
great
everything your
grandma's
grandfather
stories.
knew? Do you
So
know
you
how to
just
shoot
don't
horses or detect blood?
memories.
Or
So I guess we don't have memories now. So
well, I don't learn
Memories
things
exist.
just for somebody
generational
in my
memories.
lineage.
Your logic
I
just doesn't follow.
It's just really weird logic. Like it suggests that the information is going to be passed down without having to be taught. Like just because my grandfather fired a musket, I should be just as good
How
as
is it
him
being
at
passed
doing
down?
it.
Well, under your proposition, there's no way of passing it down except for documenting it, as if they weren't
there are
sharing it
ways of doing
verbally.
it,
There
but
is
they
a way
get
to
pretty
pass it
fallible
down. There's
writing
a way to
it.
pass it down, but we're not sure if they did get that information.
Eggshells, have you
Well,
seen
even if there is,
Eggshells? Have you seen the infants that can scroll through TikTok? There's something that's inherited through these kids. That's funny.
Yeah, absolutely. I give you that. Like we sort of inherit behavior, but it doesn't mean that we're going to. Just the bit that I'm confused by is that you could pre-writing, but even pre-writing isn't really that important. It's just why would we know perfectly about something that was infinitely far away? Surely the further it gets
I
into the
think the
past,
infinite
the less
thing
we're going to
maybe.
know about it.
That's what you guys claim about the stars. What are you talking
Wild.
Yeah, I like when
But it's
Flowers
not. I
kind of
don't
piped in
say
there.
that. You made
The
that up.
idea was that Eggshells would talk, right? But then the other idea came up that I would talk, right? But when he threw the idea of infinite, I really think it was more towards like a young Earth type of or young existence type of thing, and that it does make sense to me. What Fresh is down, like if it makes more sense that after the first people died, you would start writing stuff down. You wouldn't go 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 and not write stuff down and then just start.
Well,
I
the
think
converse is true, right?
Real quick, I think it's an indication that there is a reset, that we don't have all of our history. But yeah, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, and that's what I was like.
Yeah, I mean, a reset and the lack of ability to document anything that happened before. I mean, like life just spawned after the reset, right? Because if it was a survivor from the reset, then they would be able to document what happened from beforehand. So unless you're saying there's absolutely no survivors whatsoever, then okay, yeah, life just spawned and now we got to start over.
That way you say, if
am I roboting or is everybody else roboting?
Everybody apparently. I don't know. I think Eggshells is.
Earth was made within
Roger
last.
Roger.
Eggshells, you're roboting and cutting out really bad.
Is it? Can I? Did I? Oh, I cut out. Did I?
Yeah, you're bot roboing.
Did I just cut?
The answer is yes.
The speed of light just changed direction, so we couldn't hear you for a minute.
No, Michelson, Morley, and Einstein debunked that change. It is time that dilated, or space dilated.
Space and time got married and started dilating.
Yeah, I mean, unless there was some giant catastrophic event and everybody forgot what happened before then, and there was somehow like a survivor that didn't know how to document what happened, and they just started ooga boogling, then I guess that makes sense. But
yeah, like that's the thing that I was like it makes. I mean, you could say somebody could say reset or whatever, right? But if imagine you're the only people, right, and you're living, and then you have kids, and then somebody dies. You never even experienced a death before. You're like, wait a minute, I didn't know this is what happens. I didn't know people die. You would start trying to figure out how to write it down right away. Well,
if you took like the biblical account into it, there's like some style of the Matrix going on. Remember when he got plugged into the machine and he was like in the training sessions and he was, his eyes started flickering and stuff, and he's like, I know Kung Fu. And it happened real quick. It's like he downloaded the ability to know that. And when it goes to the garden and it talks about after the brother killed the first brother and was banned and banished from the garden and wasn't allowed to be back in, he had a mark placed upon him for the rest of the world to see. That way they knew, to kind of like he was blacklisted, black sheep, if you will. And so, you have to ask yourself, how did that information get spread to everyone else outside of the garden? If it wasn't for some type of, spiritual download like the Matrix, where the thought was just implemented into others.
Yeah, they would have some form of communication.
Well, I mean, but from who though? Because if he was the only one banished from the garden, it's like, what did he do? Go around and tell everybody, hey, I've got this mark. This is what it means. So unless they were there in the garden also to see it and witness it and be a part of it, then how would they ever know? So it's like one person got kicked out of the garden and then everybody knew about it. And that to me just kind of signifies some type of spiritual connection of thought and intellect, almost like a hive mind, that God could implement a thought into everybody's minds all simultaneously. It's almost like that 100th monkey thing, right? One monkey's doing one thing, and then monkeys that aren't even on that island eventually start doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know that's where you were going, but yeah. I mean, why not? Yeah, I mean, just on the face of it, I don't know. It just seems unreasonable that people would not record history, especially if you're the only people. You're like, I've never seen other people. Yeah, you're gonna be like, I'm gonna write this down because I need to know how to trap the deer, or I want my kids to know how to trap the deer or whatever. When I die in 400 years. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I lean towards the young Earth. I guess if I had to pick one, it seems more reasonable. Like young, like what is young anyway? Like for somebody who is been alive for one day, like that's or that's it. How old do they think that existence is?
I think it goes further than existence. I think it goes like there's existence and then there's occupation, right? Like if you look at in the garden, Adam and Eve, I think that's the beginning of like mankind occupation of existence. But as far as creation goes, there's a story that says before Adam was ever created that there was this realm that these angels fell from and fell to. They fell to a realm. And all that war, that deceptive war happened way before man or woman was ever created. So they came down here to this realm. And then somebody else mentioned recently something in like Deuteronomy about people that were sent out to cities that they did not build. So it's like almost that Tartarian kind of vibe, if you will. Like there was this structure or this like architecture that seems to be prevalent across the whole world. And we kind of don't understand how it came about. Like maybe that's where that came from, is this angelic existence before this humanistic existence. So you really could have a mixture of both. Like this whole thing about, no, you guys are wrong and we're right. More than likely it falls dead in the middle. And it's a little bit of both sides that's right. And there's probably an old physical world that we live in, but the occupied world is pretty young, since like 6,000 years ago.
like happening upon Göbekli Tepe, and only excavating like 10% of it, and then planting trees all over it, fucking ruin it.
I mean, I can't say for sure, but I would bet my bottom dollar this place is older than 6,000 years old.
6,001. Even if it's 20,000, that's still like nothing.
Evolutionists say that it's just always been here since the Big Bang, whenever that was, billions of years ago.
They don't say that.
All right, they might not say that exactly, but they say some stupid shit.
Well, they think we came from rocks and clay and dirt and inanimate matter and shit like that.
Yeah, that's the best one, Jeremy. Coming from rocks.
Guess who else thinks we came from clay and dirt and mud and rocks and bullshit?
You.
Real life.
Only the atheist non-Christian thinks that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
No, creationists think that too. Me and Jeremy just discovered that earlier. God created man out of the dust.
Discover that. Hold on, bro. I didn't just discover that. You
did.
discovered that.
Dude, I was there when
discovered that. I knew that.
I was there when first told you.
Yeah, you make a good point, Jeremy. But how did the rocks that the evolutionists believe in come to life?
It is funny how they. I mean, I pointed out kind of often. Right? It is funny how they literally just hijack the Bible, like at every turn.
Right?
Every turn.
Yeah, like I'm okay with God breathing the breath of life into inanimate matter after forming it with all the stuff that is on Earth.
Yeah, the same people that gave you science gave you the part they published the Bible. It's all King James, man. All those merry, like, Freemason men.
Oh yeah, but we don't need the King James Bible anymore. We have thousands and thousands of manuscripts from thousands of years ago. And they're even figuring they don't even have to unroll these fucking scrolls anymore. They don't even have to unroll the scroll, and they can read the entire thing.
What purpose were you created for?
Well, what my purpose is right now is to provide for my family. That's the best I could come up with on the spot there, SC Montreal. Thank you for that question, though. That was a good one. What was God's purpose in creating all of us? That I'm not too sure of.
I would
Everything
say,
created has a purpose, right?
Yeah, I understand. I believe I have a purpose.
And what would that be, though?
That is to provide an environment for my family to also grow and be able to do the same thing for their family.
So your purpose is to make a family?
Yes.
I mean, if I don't know, I guess if I took the whole,
I think I'm doing a pretty decent job of raising my family.
Well, you got a trifecta, so you did good. But I mean, that's sufficient for you. God made you so you can make other beings.
And now I just do my best to act in accordance with what I believe is how He wants me to act.
But how does that fulfill a purpose for God? Like when I make a lawnmower, right? The purpose is to cut the grass.
Yeah.
Right?
What God's ultimate goal is, I don't know, sir. I wouldn't even try. I just feel like He wants me to have a family and to love him, and treat everybody around me like they're my family.
That's a good idea, but it still doesn't.
That's
satisfy the
all I can
purpose.
do. If I
fair enough.
If I could convince everybody to do what I do, you don't think the world would be a much better place?
I'm not going to argue with that, but you're not. I don't think you're getting my point, right?
No, I'm a very naive man, because I know there's fucking shitty people in the world that don't want to have the purpose in life that I have. They have more nefarious purposes and narcissistic purposes that they want to fulfill due to the fact that we were all given free will. And some people are just real shit.
I think my question is more than what you're thinking. Like,
No, I think you want to know what God's purpose in putting everybody here is.
right, the creator. Why? What reason?
Yeah, beats me. Like,
doesn't the Bible specify that, Rob?
Dude, we're here to replace the fallen angels. He scooped down the dirt like the lowest possible thing, right? The lowest form of creation, the dust that just blows to and fro. And he made us out of them to replace those fallen angels that rebelled against his eternal plan. And so now these things hate us and are spending eternity here on earth to try to destroy us and separate us and, may turn us against each other, because they hate the fact that they know that when it's all said and done, we're going to be exalted up and they're going to stay here and face judgment for their decisions. So we've got a bigger purpose other than just, this finite material realm that we're in. It goes way beyond this physical existence.
So he made us in replacement of fallen angels. So he messed up with the angels and then he made us.
Sure, if you want to call it that. Yeah. That's your foot in the door to say he's fallible or something.
No, it just doesn't make sense, bro.
It does make sense, because a loving God gives its creation options to do as they please. That's called the will, right? And they chose what they chose, and he loves them so much that he let them choose instead of being controlling. What type of existence would that be for a creator that's omnipotent to just that doesn't make any sense to create an existence, but to force people to do what you choose, but force them to do that, that's weird. But to give them the choice to come to you or not, that's love.
Right. But God does sometimes intervene, right, and take away choice, right? Didn't he?
No, I think it's deeper than that. I don't think he takes it away. I just think, scripture says, that he turns evil on its head for good. That even if you that goes to show his omnipotence, that even if you thought, you were doing something that was for self or for some evil plan, it can be used. It will be used for his betterment. Just kind of like those pagan kings that went and built those walls and temples and things like that, and then later on he used for his glory. Kind of similar to that.
I got a question, Pretch. Does scripture ever talk about why he didn't give that option to the angels?
They did. They rebelled.
Yeah, they rebelled. They had that option. That's what the whole point of it is.
So, yeah, but why did he? I don't get it, though. So he created humans to do the same thing that he already tried with the angels?
Yep.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a good question. Yeah.
Aren't there tons of us rebelling? He's not resetting us.
Yeah. We've already got people in the world right now rebelling against God as we speak.
Why were the angels created in the first place?
Man, I would love to know. There's some form of hierarchy or something going on up there, and they all had roles in creation. Some made the wind blow from the corners of the earth. Everything was designated over something, some form or function. So maybe that's where all the chaos and stuff like entered the world, was when they stopped doing what they were created to do.
If you want the
I don't know.
atheist's answer, SE, it is the angels were created to give a place and a space for other existing gods when the Jews were around. So they had their own gods, and they were just sort of added to the Israelite pantheon, that they were added in as something other than a god.
Interesting, but still, it doesn't make sense. Just as much as two chemicals got together by lightning and created life, that just doesn't make sense. There's no logic behind any of it.
Because you are the creation. Like, you can't fathom. That's like with morality, good and bad. You can't fathom true goodness, like true good and true evil, right?
But
like outside of infinite existence, that doesn't make sense. Like God and his descriptive behaviors and personalities, it's not comprehensible to the human mind. You literally think inside of a program spectrum.
That's an own goal. You can't say, here are these things I apprehend about the nature of Jesus or about of God or of morality, and then in the very next breath say it's incomprehensible. You either can understand it and are explaining it to us and it's written in a book that we've translated into English, or it's ineffable and couldn't ever be put in a book, but you're having two bites of the pie, saying, both on the one hand, I know the names of the angels and what they did and why they did it and how long ago they did it, and then the very next breath, when challenged on something, you go, well, we can't tell. It's all very confusing, and how could we, the creation, ever know anything? Right? You got to pick one side.
I thought Fresh gave a pretty good reason. He says, right? He was saying that the purest form of love is to give, this choice of free will to either choose God or not God, and God being, of essence, a creator, and
right. So
God being the arbiter and what is ultimate. I'm putting all the pieces together for you, Eggshells. Settle down. Right, so God is good, and God. Hold on, I'm putting all the pieces together for you, so you can straw man it in a minute. All right, so God is good. Right, God is perfect, the only perfect, and God is a creator. These are things that He is, and He can't not be Himself. So God is going to create perfect love, which is upheld through this creation of free will in the human to choose freely, and that's love.
Well, if he's perfect, he messed up with the angels, his first creation.
No, that's the perfection.
Right there.
That's the perfect love, to give the choice of free will, to choose God.
Did man give him? Did man give him that description or himself? That's my question.
I don't know. I can't. Settle down.
You can't attribute the mistake of a creation that was given the ability to make the mistake to the creator, when he's the one who gave that ability to them.
That's love.
Yes,
that ability to make a mistake, that is love. Perfect love.
What about my creation, this AI? If it makes a mistake, am I saying naughty AI? Or do I go, I gave it the ability to make that mistake and I'm therefore
You didn't give it free will.
responsible for
You did not give your AI free will. It's
How would you know?
fundamentally different. It's fundamentally different between you and God.
But how would you know? How did you determine that?
Because AIs don't have free will.
How did you determine that?
They work off of like a logic thing.
Has the AI done anything that you did not tell it to do?
Their answers are strictly deterministic. What the hell?
Yeah. No. Has he had his AI do anything he did not tell it to do?
Yes. Yeah, loads of things. Edit its own code in ways I didn't want it to. Give answers I didn't want it to. Misinterpretation.
No, but you told it to do that.
All right, so it looks like all of the things have been answered. What is your purpose? Your purpose is to align yourself fully with God's will. Why did God create? Because God is a creator and can only create perfect love, and perfect love is only upheld in the option of free will to choose God or not God. So now we have all the answers. Are we going to move on to AI?
No, everything you said is wrong. Contradictory. Every statement you just made is contradictory. Every
I'll
single
start with
one.
one.
Thanks.
Start with one.
You said God
Well, you
is
said
perfect.
all he can create
right?
is perfect love. That's not free will. That means you don't have the choice whether to be
Am I
loving.
talking to SE or the Australian naysayer?
Well, let's
Hey,
go
what
one
was
at a
it,
time,
SE?
right? You
SE,
said
what
God
was
is
the first
SE?
perfect.
one?
How about SE versus what's this guy's name? No tanks.
Yes, yes it is.
Well, we don't got to do a one by one. Just a couple of minutes. Like this is very simple. I can destroy
SE
your
versus
argument like in 1 minute if you allow me, right? Very simple to show how you contradicted yourself.
And then me
No
versus Eggshells.
disrespect. Your God is perfect, right? Right? No thanks?
15 seconds.
Amen. Hallelujah.
We're going to go into
That's a
prayer
good
or we're going
question.
to answer a question? What's it going to be?
Oh, don't
Yeah,
get intimidated.
I'll answer it for them. Yes, the God is perfect. SE, go on.
No, Eggshells, you're
Right.
going
So
to
his
debate me
first
next.
creation screwed up. The angels. Game over. You're defeated right there. It's over. There's nothing more. There's no argument you can make after that.
All right,
Why?
so
Because
the
he gave them.
your assertion of God being not perfect is that the angels were able to freely choose not to obey God.
Well, yeah. If your God and free will won't get you out of this one, right? Because if your God is perfect and He created the perfect angels, and then they turned on Him, that shows that your God is fallible and is not perfect. So
No,
it's
what it
over
shows
right
is that
there. You can't make any argument after that.
yeah, I can, right? My argument, because my argument is pinned and dependent upon the perfection being upheld through the will to choose God or not God. That's the perfect form of love. What's your argument against that?
So your God created an imperfect being.
Yeah, no, yeah, imperfect being.
Yeah,
what do you mean?
No.
So your God created an imperfect being. What do you mean? Like one that could choose not to be fully aligned with God? Is that what you mean
Are
by
we
imperfect?
perfect or not?
I see.
Yeah, exactly.
Right,
so if the creation was
yeah.
meant to obey God, right? That's what the
That's not
angels were
perfect.
meant for. Like you said, you're here to be perfect and love, right? Isn't that what you said?
No. That's why I did the yes no, because you went and switched God for you switched the creator for the creation, and you said, well, how come the creation isn't perfect if God is perfect? You switched them. So which one are you fighting against? The creation being perfect or God being perfect?
Your God is perfect, right?
I don't understand how you
God
can
is
split
perfect.
them.
Wait, he got him. He got SC against the rope.
No, he didn't get me. You guys are double speaking. You just don't see it.
There's no double speak. So
You didn't get
remember my premise.
He created perfect angels that turned on him, bro. Period. End of story.
Yeah.
It's over.
Very good. Then therefore God is perfect. Because my premise is that God created the perfect, right, the perfect being, and that the way that you know it's perfect is because it has the ability to choose between God and not God. Otherwise, God would then contradict himself and not be equal to love and the arbiter of love, because a perfect love would be giving the choice to choose between God or not God.
But fair enough. So if God created something that were turned against him, why did he destroy them in the after? Like it doesn't make sense, bro. You're just going around in loops.
They have, yeah. No, you are. They have the choice. That's the so. Can you adopt the idea? Because otherwise, it would be the idea of like some kind of a robot, right? That it would be that the most perfect creation would be one that could choose you freely. Is that not a you don't? Do you agree or disagree?
Agreed. So then by that logic, God created a being that he knew would turn on him, and then he would destroy it. Again, makes absolutely no sense.
This
Destroy
goes
it or
back to
redeem it.
my earlier statement that God is, by essence, a creator who creates, right? A creator. So a creator creates perfect love, and the perfect love is only upheld through free will. The ability to choose God or not God. What's your argument?
Perfect love is upheld by the ability to choose to do something not loving.
I don't know what. I don't know.
We're talking about angels here now, not humans, right? We're
So
talking about.
does he just scrap his creations when they don't like them and then do a great reset and create the next creation.
I don't know, that's
No,
a good
but
straw
you don't
man,
get
but
it. The
that would be
ability
love.
that he
When you
made a
choose,
thing that would turn against him means he's not perfect.
yeah. So like when you would ask earliest on, like, what is our purpose? So if our purpose is to align ourselves with God, right, that's giving us the choice to choose between God and not God. Now, if we choose not God, right, where would that place be? Where would the place be that is not dependent upon God instantiating that place? That would be nowhere. That would be blinked from existence. So, because if God is
Sounds
the
like
creator of
here.
all existence, then yeah, if God is the creator of all things that exist, and all things that exist are only upheld and sustained by God, then there's no place if you don't align yourself with God that you can exist. So if he gives you this choice to freely choose him or not him, then destroying yourself if you choose not him is the only option. That's it.
Again,
It's the
makes
only
no
option, but you
sense.
get it in the most loving
Makes,
way. Where are you going to
makes no
live
sense at all.
if I'm the thing that's responsible for all of reality? You say I don't want to live in reality. Where is that place?
To me, it sounds like a cult chanting, right? You're
Yeah.
shown that you're
All right,
wrong.
you have no
You're
argument.
shown
Next.
that, and you're going to interrupt. You interrupted me every time I spoke, by the way, right? So that means you're like either insecure in your ideas or I don't know what it is, bro.
Next.
It just, yeah, I agree with you, SE. It seems to, rather than answering the question, because to me, the question is really clear, right? How would I tell if a perfect watchmaker existed? Well, I'd know them by their creation and that they had a watch that was perfect. It was indestructible, it lasted forever and never lost time, right? Easily readable, any other attribute you give of what a watch should be. I would tell if the creator of that thing was perfect because their creation would be perfect. The moment we have an imperfect creation, you could say, oh, I decided to give it that, but there needs to be some extra reasoning to show why I could have created something perfect, but chose not to, so that it could choose to be evil, despite the fact that I'm all.
Well, listen. This is your guys. I mean, I don't know if Noah's going to step up because you stepped up, right? So, and Essie just went down in flames. But yeah, you guys are arbitrarily assigning what is perfection, whether it's this everlasting watch. I don't know why that makes it perfect. Maybe it's perfect if it breaks. Yeah.
What?
What's imperfect? What are you citing? What are you talking about? No one claimed that creation is perfect. The claim is that God's perfect. He's the fullness. He's the fullness of perfection, and that all
Could
of
he have
creation does
created another
not
god?
amount up to him.
Does God know
because
everything?
he's the only God. He's the only God. He's the only God.
Does God know everything?
The question is about ability.
He begot a son. He begot a son like him.
There's other gods. There's definitely other gods. That's why he says. That's why he
begot a
says.
son like him, but that's not a
No,
different
he
God. It's the same
says,
God.
"Put no other gods before me." So that's his concession that there
Can I
are other
please
gods.
answer? Can I please answer this guy though,
You can do
real
it
quick?
correctly.
No, wait.
Yeah, you can do it correctly.
Okay, whatever.
All right, my bad.
Yeah, he begot a son just like him, but that's not a different God. So same God, different person. Your question's already been answered 2,000 years ago.
Look, man, if your God is perfect and he knows everything, that means he created those angels knowing full well that they would backstab him. Do you not understand how stupid that is?
I'm trying to. Yeah, he loved them so much he created them despite despite knowing they would betray him. Is there
love.
anything from?
That's
Is there
insanity,
anything,
bro.
That's insanity.
Yeah, it's called self-sacrificial love. Yeah,
it's called a cult. That's what I call it, a cult.
That's not an argument. Is there any argument from you, Eggshells? Because your last argument got defeated by the second person of the Trinity, like all your other arguments are going to be.
Sure, yeah. If you seem to win every match that you judge, which is quite impressive track record.
Not true, actually. That's actually a lie because I've actually conceded before and changed my opinions on many things. Yeah, I have actually.
Yeah, cool.
You saying sure and trying to gaslight the room. You gaslighting the room does not make an argument. Please make an argument, sir. Instead of talking about me, instead of lying about me, please make an argument.
Sure. The many creators one that Anchovy brought up. I was interested in talking about that and my phone dropped out. What we know about creations, if we use that same inferential argument about things looking created, that we have this irreducible complexity. What else do we know about creations and creators? We're using a heuristic that is, I know what creations look like, that they are orderly, they're like a watch, they are like Boeing 747. There are many parts that work together perfectly to achieve a goal. We know that that's the main argument for us being created, right? If we look at the other elements of creation, we would go, well, many Boeing 747s exist. In fact, many plane companies exist and many other plane creators exist, and they've all made many different planes, each of them. So wouldn't that say this universe, whatever you want to call it, world we live in, this created place, is most probably, almost definitely, a long line of creations from this creator who is in a long line of creations themselves. That's what we know of creation.
God
So
solves the
that
ultimate
this is the
problem
only
of
one.
creation. Instantiating, it doesn't matter how long the chain is, God's there to solve the bottom of the chain problem.
I'm saying it is improbable that you could say that he's the bottom of the chain.
Well, it's not a question of probability, so you're in a category error.
What do you mean it's not a question of probability? Everything's a probability, even
There's
things that are certain are a probability of 100.
That's a statement that you can't back up.
Yeah, it is. The probability that every human has two parents is 1. It's all of them.
No, your previous statement about everything being a probability.
Everything's a probability. It's just some things that are certain are the probability of 1. Some things that are impossible have a probability of 0, and the probability of having a daughter is 49% or whatever it is. What do you mean? There's a category error of saying, if we're using heuristics to say what do created things look like, this is the argument I'm trying to get you to address. And what else we know about created things
an argument.
I'm making the argument. You're interrupting. You're interrupting it. Creation is an iterative process.
Cry, baby.
Right? No, I'm just making a point. Creation is an iterative process. Long lineages of watchmakers exist, and they make many different watches. They get better and better, typically. So a chance that God is the only God.
All right. So what's your point?
But you have nothing. You have nothing to base. Yeah, you have nothing to base your probability on. You're just asserting this probability
the same
that you don't
we're
have
using
anything.
to saying we're created. I mean, you're not addressing the argument.
You've never observed. You've never observed the creation of everything. So to say I'm basing my probability off of observation, you don't have an observation of creation.
Nor do you.
You would have to.
Actually, I do. Yeah.
You observe
it's called Genesis.
Creation.
It's called Genesis.
You observe.
No, I have an observed. I have an observed account. You don't have any observed account. I have an observed account. Now you can doubt the veracity of that. You can doubt the veracity of that, but I do have an answer to that. You don't. So where I have an answer that you can say I don't. I have an answer. You can say I don't believe that answer, but you, in your worldview, don't have an answer whatsoever. It's impossible for you to have an answer.
If we're created, it's likely we are many creations from a lineage of creators.
Yeah, that's just your random claim. It's not. There's nothing behind it. It's just you asserting it.
Somebody might else.
Yeah, you didn't base your probability off of anything. You just asserted the probability is high for no reason.
Watchmakers observed nature.
Yes,
around
watchmakers don't create realities; they create watches. Category error.
Exactly. Is it creation?
Not exactly. You said exactly to you doing a category error. Then yeah, I agree.
Sure. If you want to address the argument.
Okay, sure. Yeah, you're doing a category error. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
No, I am getting to it. I just addressed it. I did.
What's a category error? What bit?
The part where you're calling a watchmaker a universe maker, not silence. I just answered it. You liar.
I didn't say that at all.
You liar. Yes, you did. You said I'm basing this off a watchmaker. Okay. It's not at all.
Well, I've made my argument. You're still not addressing it.
Yeah, you saw a watchmaker, and now that's somehow analogous to a universe maker. That's not at all. You base your probability off what your probability of this universe would be off a watchmaker. It's a complete category.
The improbability of it.
You should not base the probability of this universe getting created off of a watchmaker. A watchmaker is not at all anything like a universe creator. Not at all. Right. Completely different category.
Okay, but universe creators we can't look at.
Completely fundamental category error. One is establishing reality and existence. The other is making a fucking watch. I can't believe I have to explain that to you.
Yeah.
And you're gonna pretend like it's some sort of good point.
Good point, mate.
Thanks.
I guess you wrecked me again.
You switched it over to SE's argument about purpose. When you were, I mean, typically the watchmaker argument is that for every creation, the necessary antecedent is a creator, and then you switch it over to purpose and saying, well, the watch has a purpose, but now and it's
No, he's
it's
saying
made
probability.
really well, and then. I know.
If you want to ask
I know.
me
Well,
what I
he's the
think,
0 and 1 in it.
these are weak
And
attempts
then
to straw man.
and then
He said it's a low probability that this is the base universe because
You're
I
getting
saw a
crushed right now,
watchmaker.
Eggshells.
To say that
I based my probability of this universe is a low probability because I saw a watchmaker make a watch is basically like a really like taken down version of his
that's very
argument.
dumb. That's a big lie.
Where'd you get the
But I mean,
probability
evidently
from?
you don't want to hear what the argument is.
He got the probability from a watchmaker, bro.
Where you got the probability from?
Sure. So you can go from creation as an event, but you could also just say any event, any singular event, right? If we say every effect has a cause, all of those cause and effect happenings are events, right? A wave is caused by wind, right? The wind comes up, and the event of a single wave we know happens millions and millions and millions of times, right? Infinite number of times. So events. Any event is that if we see one,
no,
right?
not infinite.
Let me finish. Well, let me say I see my very first elephant, right? Or I see a totally new being, right? Massive, enormous being, and I've never seen one before. I could presume this is the first and only one that has ever existed. But if I use prior probability and went, well, hang on, of the events available, of the things that we know happen, they tend to happen a lot, typically in a pattern with similar causes that themselves have causes. There is always this lineage of causality. So it's very weird to go, oh, but I'm sure that stops at some point, and I'm calling that stop point God, and I've also decided it's friendly. Where in probability, we would say any event.
You're resting your assertion on infinity.
Hold on,
you're resting your assertion on an affinity that you can't actually verify.
Not really, no.
Yeah. Hold on for you. Go ahead.
It's not resting on an infinity. It's just resting on the observed.
See, now he's going again.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
I'm saying, where did you get the probability from?
Observing reality around me is many events that seem to happen in a sort of iterative fashion, right? There are many waves, there are many computer monitors, there are many steps taken, there are many events, right? Children born, and they're quite often in a lineage of causality.
What's that got to do with how do you get that? How do you get the probability of us being in the base reality with whatever you just said? Like, how is that even linked?
Because if you found yourself anywhere, you can assume there is other places like it, right? If you find yourself in a forest, you can assume there are other forests, right? You might.
Well, I'm in the United States.
That is the worst logic ever. That is the worst logic. That's a fallacy.
Well, I mean,
that is hilarious.
You're just saying
you're roasting yourself. You're literally roasting yourself.
But you can't show me. I must be, but you
can't show me another United States. I'm in the United States. I mean, what's the probability there's another United States? What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, that's the same event happening twice, but do other countries exist?
And you have no other creations of the universe to compare this to either. You're like, well, because I see an elephant, I can assume that there's other elephants. Well, you can only assume that because you know that there's species, that animals come from animals. You've never seen another universe be created. So like your whole idea goes out the window. It's not analogous. It's another category error. Creatures that replicate are not at all creatures that replicate are not at all in the same category as universes, being that we've never seen a universe replicated.
We're talking about.
I mean, to be fair, you've
in
never
your paradigm.
seen anything. All right, can you guys hear me?
Got a family. Go for it, Jeremy.
Nah, I don't even want to get involved with this. I'll go. I'll wait till Noah's done making a shit show.
Bro, you're the one who came in here. I was having a convo with him already.
But I think you get my point, Jeremy. It seems that Noah's determined to pretend he doesn't get it.
I'm not pretending anything, liar.
Oh, okay.
If I'm at 40 degrees north latitude, does it mean that there's another 40 degrees north latitude at my same longitude?
South on the Earth,
no,
and on other
planets.
He
specifically gave he specifically said north, so you're wrong. You weren't listening.
Oh, so sure. If you say, does another writing on eggshells exist? Sure, you can individualize a wave. You can look at one wave in the ocean and go, wow, it doesn't exist anywhere else. It must be special. It must have a god of that wave. But you could go, actually, it's probably many waves. That's the point I'm making. You could name them all differently, Sure, but
you don't have another
45
universe.
degrees from the rotation.
You don't have another universe. You don't have this other wave. You don't have another universe.
Great argument from ignorance. That
Right.
fail.
But you're the one arguing for a bunch of universes away from the base reality. I'm not. So for you to say you don't either doesn't. I'm saying we don't. No one has it. You're saying, well, you don't either. Yeah, I'm saying it doesn't exist, buddy. You're the one saying it exists. So for me to not have it, that would make sense. So you're not tracking. You're not even tracking in the argument anymore, buddy.
Well, I know it's my argument. You haven't.
You're lost in the sauce. You're lost in the sauce.
Pretty thick ice here.
You're lost in the sauce, dude.
Okay. So if you think about simulation theory just says that if a simulation can exist, then the chance that you're in the bottom one is low, and that's using the same heuristic. It's Bayesian reasoning, right? So it's
we're not talking about a simulation. We're talking about reality. We're talking about ontology, existence,
including
category error.
Finish my point. So you're just avoiding the argument by going, oh, category error. Like
it is.
The argument.
I am addressing it by telling you that I literally did it. You're talking about simulations. I'm talking about universe and existence.
Yep. So if all of our universe/existence was simulated, then
then it would have to be a simulation of something else, and something would have to instantiate that base reality. We're talking about what's instantiating reality.
Yeah, and so the chance you're in
like even your simulation theory doesn't actually solve the problem. It just kicks the can down the road. The problem that God solves, which is existence.
Sure, I'm not even arguing against God. God could still exist. It's just among a lineage.
Well, thank you. Debate over. Debate over
creation.
then. Thank you. Debate's over.
Right. Bye. Can anybody else address the point? Because no, I can't.
You just submitted.
Finish my thing.
Yeah, go for it.
God exists. Eggshells 2026.
Yeah, Jeremy?
I don't know. Are you done now?
Yeah, I'm done. He clearly conceded in front of everyone.
All right. Thanks for the concession, Eggshells. Now, here's the thing. You've never actually seen something. Hold on, now somebody's hot micing or.
Just keep going, Jeremy. Jesus.
I don't know. You've never seen it. You've never actually seen anything. You've never actually seen anything get created.
Well,
so I don't know how you got that probability.
Well, I've given you that where I say it's.
Sorry, go ahead.
I've given you that and I say that they are events, right? Creation is a cause and effect event, and that always when we see events, we tend to see many of them. It's very rare to see something just one time, right? So it's partly that, but it's also, I think you're moving the goalposts now, because every other discussion I have about creation does include watchers and children as creations. But now you're saying the only creation I can compare it to is another universe. Oh my God. 3 people.
Oh, it's just amazing. You were born again. You weren't even born once.
Sure, mate.
All
right.
It wasn't 3. It was one guy.
Of my point.
I realize people use babies. Go ahead, Eggshells.
Yeah, so babies are a good one, right? Where you go that unique consciousness, if you will, that walked around and all of us are one, is like a creation. It's got a soul in it, right? So a new soul was created, right? And that fits into exactly what I'm saying, which is it is a lineage of those things. So the chance that if let's say you're a child, and the moment you sort of come to consciousness, you're probably already a few months to a few years old, and you never see another human. Now, you might come to reason you're the only human. That's possible, but only by being silly enough or ignorant enough of the other humans that you don't go, oh, all of these things that happen, deer have deer babies. So if I came to know that about every other thing in creation, I might go, I'm special because I've never seen my parents. But it would be bad reasoning because everything around you came from lineages of creation. So you should go, okay, even though I haven't met another human, it's probable I've got parents. Right?
I see, Jeremy.
First off, a baby deer is called a fawn. Second of all, a baby being born. I mean, you did something. You didn't actually create the matter and shit. Like that came from within inside you. You didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like you didn't actually make it. Like you've never, even with the watchmaker, like he didn't create. He made a watch. He took materials from one spot and some materials from another spot, shaped them in the right shape, put it all together. But he didn't actually create anything.
Okay, but then we must throw out using children and watchers as exemplars of what is created, right? Because if we're saying they're created in order that we can compare the clockwork of the day-night cycles or the any of these other things, and we go, oh, we know a baby's created because it looks like a clock, right? We're throwing out all those arguments saying, well, nothing was created. The only first creation is the only one we're talking about. But then, sure, I lose the ability to compare it to having babies and making watches. But you lose the ability to make any argument, because now you're saying the only thing I can compare the existence of all of creation to is itself. I cannot ever look at other forms of creation. And then you can't reason to it existing because you've got no idea about the probability of creation because nothing else is like it, which is fine. But then you can't say, therefore we're created. You must go, I've got no idea if we're created because I've got no possible way to test that.
Unless you got special revelation from the God who did the creation.
It's what somebody once called kamikaze epistemology, which in order to destroy my argument, which that argument does, it destroys my argument by annihilating your own.
I don't know how you can compare a particular aspect of creation with the totality of all creation. It's a fundamental category error.
Sure. So
like I am not in the same category as my leg. My leg is a component of me.
Yeah, I'm not.
So like you're just fundamentally misunderstanding like how things are like just reality.
Yeah, like
because I can't look at the leg and how the leg grows out or whatever. I can't know anything about all of everything in all of reality. It's like doesn't even follow.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
But you've already been scalped. You've already been scalped.
I've been scalped because your leg. Fill me in again. I've been scalped because your leg.
You're doing a fundamental category error where you're saying you're basically saying one aspect or one small little smidge of reality should be analogous with the totality of all of reality, which does not follow at all.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying though. That would be it.
It is
I'm not
though.
saying all of
it's
reality.
boiled down what you're saying. That is what you're saying. I know you don't
But it's
like the
not.
implications of what you're saying, but it's the implications of what you're saying. Yeah. I know
It's
you
not.
don't like
There
that. I know you don't like that, but that is what you're doing. I don't know you don't
If
like
it
to be
was, you would be able to
self-conscious of
use
what
my
you're doing.
words. Why don't you use my words to say that? The things I have
You
said.
said, yeah, you were literally saying like the watch has a lineage, the animal has a lineage, the elephant has a lineage.
Yeah.
So you're comparing aspects of creation. You're comparing aspects of creation with the totality of creation, which is fundamentally a category error because the little aspects all fit into the bigger thing. So they're not even in the same category. Creation is of a higher category than the things that are within creation. It's like you don't even understand how a Venn diagram works. Like,
sure, yeah. If I was doing that, that would be a great rebuttal.
That is what you're doing, bro. But you're just either a liar
I'm just
or you're
saying,
just slow.
I'll make it clear again if you need to catch up. If one is,
I'm fully caught up, and it is very clear that what you're saying is contradictory to itself.
But you don't want to hear it, and you can't use the same words.
No, I do want to hear it, but I want to hear it without you fundamentally lying. You can just give the full message instead of lying.
Sure. If a God exists, and we reason to a God's existence because it created us, and we reason to that using arguments like children and watches, then we need to take in that category of created things to include children and watches. So if you give up that argument, that's fine. That's all I've been arguing this whole time is if we're arguing about what creation looks like, that it's got these parts, that it fits together, that many of its kind exist with all the parts in the same place, that kind of thing, like watches, like children, then that argument should include the totality of what we see when we see watches and children in that category. And what we see is lineages of watchmakers making iterative improvements on their creation.
What you're doing is you're
children.
I know what you're doing.
Iteratively improving. That's the argument I'm making.
You're stretching an analogy till it doesn't work anymore, and then you think that's some sort of argument against the original analogy. That's what you're doing.
People here are
and it's not really an argument. Actually, it's not even actually an argument. It's just stretching someone else's analogy till it breaks. When all analogies at some point, but like.
Yeah, you're throwing out that argument. You're saying I will never use a watchmaker argument because it's broken and it's a different category. And we can't learn anything about God by the creation
You're
of watches.
taking. There's
Merchant
certain
accident.
aspects in which a watch is
Flagella
similar to
motor.
all of creation. There are certain ways in which all the totality of creation is similar to a watch.
So
But there's
can use it
other way.
sometime.
There are other ways in which it is
When
not.
is it a category
yes,
error?
so it is. It
When
is
is it a category error?
analogous sometimes.
Sometimes it's a
So
category error.
it's
Got it.
it's sometimes
is it a category error when I
analogous.
use it?
Yeah.
But when you use it, it's analogous. But for when I do it, it's a category error. Got it. Nailed it.
No,
Fantastic.
this is bad. No, this is bad faith argument. This is a bad faith argument.
Wrecked.
No,
I'm judging my
you
debate
just did
this
a bad.
time,
You just
and
did
I'm
a bad
judging-
faith.
You absolutely
You
stepped
did
on
a bad.
landmine.
You just
laid
did a
there
bad
yourself.
faith argument.
You
Not
stepped
at
on your
all.
own landmine, bro. You're saying I'm doing a category error now, but when you switch, you go, oh no, sometimes it works. I'm saying it's one of the times it works.
Yeah,
we can
you're.
debate whether it works.
It is not one of the
you're
times
just,
it
you're
works.
Just,
it is not one of the times you work because you don't have another
Show me.
universe to reference. We know that the totality of the universe has parts,
don't
and
have
in
another
that way,
universe to
in that
reference
way,
either.
it's analogous to a watch. Everything is analogous on
So we
some
can use
level.
it.
And on
It's in
yo,
category
please be
now.
quiet. Please be quiet. Everything is analogous to something else on some little level, but nothing is fully analogous to each other. You're misapplying the ways in which a watch is similar to the universe in that it has components, but then you're miscategorizing it in that we have multiple watches we can see, but we don't have multiple universes we can see. So that's the issue.
Nor do you.
Is we observe the totality of creation, and we observe there's components here. We observe the reality of watches. We observe the reality of watches, and we see watches have components. Now we say in this way, in this small little way, a watch is analogous to universe, and it doesn't go beyond that. Then you come in and say, well, it has to be analogous in every way. So you come in with a straw man. You say, well, now that I know it has to be analogous in every way, which is not what anyone has ever said.
Analogous in ways.
You come
of
in, you force this now thing where you say we have multiple watches, therefore there has to be multiple universes. When the analogy was based on the commonalities, we were never looking at watches to predict the universe. We were looking at both independently and listing their commonalities. What you're doing is fundamentally deceptive. And I don't think it's really working on anyone with two brain cells. It does not work.
Because those components get better over time, don't they? Old watches are shitter, correct? Those
Yeah, correct.
You're saying we're looking at the
like you mean it gets rusty? Like an old watch gets rusty?
No. That's not what I mean. I mean, if you get
You're talking about new models? You're talking about new models of watches?
Yeah. The further back
there's no new model of the universe. You have no example of a new model.
About watches. Hey,
or an old model.
Categories. Stop jumping categories, bro. Do old watches?
You have no example. Yes, you're talking about watches, but you're trying to slyly sneak it in and say it's analogous to universe. But in this way, we observe it not to be analogous.
It's a category error again, is it? Okay, it's a category error now.
Yes,
even though that is what we see in evolution.
You're taking what we look at. You're taking what we look at. We say this is similar to this thing, and you're saying no, it should be similar in all ways. Look, now it's not, and it's like that's not a good way of arguing.
Yeah. So the what I'm saying is the analogy of a watch is so good, it shows the improbability of a single creator creating a single watch, not the improbability of a creator. Remember, I'm granting
it doesn't
a creator.
Though.
I'm just
the analogy of the watch to creation is only based on the
probability.
observation that both have components. That's the only way. It's not fundamentally one is analogous to the other. It's just these both happen to have components. In this way, they're analogous. You're trying to now stretch that analogy to be that watches now somehow predict the nature of the totality of the universe, which is completely and fundamentally twisted. Sir.
You said the twisted thing, though. You said the twisted thing. So let me ask you a question.
I did not.
Does God have the ability?
Stop lying.
Does God have the ability, or what logical law prevents God from making another God? Not a creator God. Obviously, he is the first.
Law of identity. Law of identity.
Okay. Show me how it's a violation of the law of identity. He continues to exist. God continues to exist, but creates another God. What identity is that violate?
The law of identity.
Okay, go for it. Make it work. Show me how that law violates two gods existing.
If there's one most high thing, then there can't be two most high things.
Yeah, so he's making another God. It's not the most high. It's another God.
So then it's not him. It's a category.
Sure.
It's, sorry, not a category. Sorry, it's not a category.
That's what I'm agreeing with.
So it's not him. It's his identity is the most high thing, Now, for something else to exist, it has to be lower than him as him being the most high thing.
Sure.
You understand?
Could he? Sure. Could
That's why
he
his
be the
son is the
creator?
same being as him. It's not a separate being.
Yep. You're still not answering the question. The question is, could he, the
Yes,
Most
this
High,
question's been answered by people 2,000 years ago. You're just not
make
understanding the
another
answer.
God? Could a God make another God is the question. Can you answer that, please?
He could make another lower God.
Sure. And that
But he
God
cannot
could
make
create another God, right?
not in the way that he creates. He creates like instantiates it from from nothing to existence. Whereas like another
He's
God does not have that
incapable.
ability.
Could he create a God with that ability?
Creation does not have the ability to create creation, because it's the creator creates creation. The creation just is in creation. It doesn't create a new creation.
Eggshells. God can only make other OG gods.
Right. Right? What stops him, right? What stops a God from creating a more powerful God than
The
themselves?
definition of God is
Because
God
he's the
being
most
the
high.
necessary
He's the
Human
all
definition of
powerful.
God.
the ultimate,
He's
the
the all
absolute, the
powerful.
foundation
Yeah.
for everything. The definition of God is what makes it impossible, dude.
Yeah. So there's one foundation.
human
There's one
English
foundation to
definition
reality. There's
says
one
God
foundation
can't
to
create another
reality.
God.
He can create another God, but he can't make another like God like him, another
Yeah,
creator
God
God.
by the
That's why
definition
his son is the
of
same
God
being
is
as
what makes
him.
it impossible. God being the arbiter, the ultimate authority that makes things true. If there's two ultimate authorities that make things true, and they're distinct from one another, then there's two truths. Then
Don't know what
truth
that
can be
means.
false. Yeah, the definition is what makes it impossible.
This sounds like
Yeah, dude, the Trinity
already
already solved this, bro. It's not. The Trinity already solved this. Like the
I'm
best
just asking a
philosophers
super
of all
clear
time.
question, and I feel you're not answering it. What stops a creator God, the
The
Most High,
definition.
The law of
The
identity, what he is identified as, the most high God. You can't have something else that is higher than him if his identity is the most high thing.
Listen to the question.
I've listened to it repeatedly.
You haven't, because it's failed it. Could the Most High
It's not failed.
remain
Been
the Most
answered.
High, create another God that could create existence or a reality that is theirs alone, or the other God could interact with it? What logical law stops the Most High remains the Most High, makes a little godlet called fawn
Because that thing
face,
is creation. That would be creation itself.
and what stops that from creating something?
Because it doesn't have the
Not-
abilities of the most high God,
How do you
being
know
that
that?
it instantiates reality.
What?
Because
Instantiates
God's meaning is that he instantiates reality. He instantiates what exists and what doesn't exist.
Sure, the
So
Most
another
High is
thing can't also
instantiating
be
reality.
yes, and
But
so
within
another
that
thing can't be
reality-
instantiating. Can't go ahead.
Yeah. So one being instantiates
So you're talking about
reality,
a
and
simulation,
reality is fixed.
basically.
No. It's really fucking
That's what
clear.
you're talking
Because
about.
it's like the Hindu
No, that's what you're talking
pantheon
about. You're talking about a
suggests
little
this.
God creating a simulation of the real reality. That's what you're doing.
Nope.
But that wouldn't be a new creation. That would just
Let
be
me
the
explain
old
it. Let me explain
creation,
it.
a simulation of the old creation inside the old creation.
Here's where you're making a mistake. You're using the word reality as interchangeable with creation, and it's not. I'm saying there is a single reality that is instantiated by the Most High. Fine. Into that reality, they instantiate a godlet called Fawnface, who has the ability to create not new realities, but he could create a world.
He can't create a new. Yeah, he can't create a new reality. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I just said he's not creating a new
I
reality.
know. Just calm down. Go ahead.
So you're not following it. He creates a
No, I
flat
am
Earth.
following. I just stopped because I was
Creates a
fine. I
flat
thought you were going to
Earth.
say something different.
Right, but you got it wrong. So listen.
No, I
creates a
didn't get
flat
it wrong.
Earth
I thought you were
with
going to.
these-
Dude, just
with
calm down and
probably
fucking say your
planet-
shit. Stop being a crybaby.
Right.
Can we just let
Fawnface
everyone
creates-
finish their statements too? It's getting a little clippy, but go ahead.
So within base reality that is instantiated by Yahweh, Fawnface makes a flat Earth with the celestial bodies rotating above a plane and all of the light doing all the wonderful things it does that has to exist. And we could look to Fawnface and say, this is the creator of reality, because all we know as reality is what we've seen, and we assume that things we can't see aren't there. But what I'm making to you is a very solid argument that your point proves, which is that is a bad assumption. If you see something once, your first assumption should be this happens a lot. I just have never seen it before. But our gut tells us, oh, I'm special. This is just the first time this has ever happened, right? If you happen to pick up the phone when a friend calls, you go, what are the odds? They're pretty much none. This must never happen, right? But The true thing you should say is, oh, that started happening the moment there were phone numbers. Right? This happens a lot. And this is a perfect example of that, right? Fawn face, there is nothing that stops a true all-high reality creator from creating a godlet that creates something that is unaware of the difference between that creation and overall instantiation of reality, which includes a pantheon of iterative godlets.
Okay, but your worldview kind of defeats itself because then you can never know the truth. So your whole idea, your whole idea is that you're living in an illusion, in a simulated reality, and then you don't know the truth.
What?
That you live in an
talking about
illusory
my
reality.
worldview? I'm
Yes,
not presenting
that
my
thing that
worldview
you
in
just
this
laid out,
argument.
that Gnostic thing where you have a demiurge that creates a lower reality simulation of the higher reality. You're fundamentally
not reality.
You're
reality.
fundamentally a simulation. You're guy that makes a simulation inside the base reality.
Makes a physical plane. He just makes
yes, yes. Okay, so he ranges reality into a fake world,
matter.
Basically.
No, within a base reality. Like, just imagine a god
bro.
has a
like,
house.
I'm clearly
like
every time I go to Steelman and you say no, you go and say exactly what I'm saying.
I'm trying to make clear to you why you should stop using the word small reality. There is one reality. There is just different matter within it is organized such that we live upon it. And you keep needing to do it.
So you're saying you live in an illusion.
You can make a point that then you can
your
make a point
worldview leads to you living in an
wrong.
illusory reality. So you can't make a truth claim from an illusory reality.
This is why you are.
You're talking about a kamikaze. Talk about. You just said, "Oh, we wouldn't be able to know the true thing because all we know is this little thing." That's not the. That is literally what you said.
No, man, didn't.
Listen, you live in an
low reason to believe you're in the base reality.
That thing causes an illusory. That thing causes you to be living in an illusory reality, therefore defeating your truth claim. You can't make a truth claim from an illusory reality or illusory created thing.
It's not illusory. It's real. You're still missing the point. It would be if it was reality, right? You would be saying, if I said he creates a new reality, right, then where maybe the laws of logic don't apply or apply in a different way or whatever, then your point would be valid. He's creating a fake, non-real reality behind or below base reality like a simulation. Your point would be right. But I've made very clear to you, he doesn't create a new reality. The base reality exists. Imagine this. God is living in a mansion. His son goes upstairs. His son gets out clay, makes the winds, sits there in his room doing like a science project and creates our material plane, what we are on, but not base reality, right? His dad's created base reality. But we are on a physical matter there, still experiencing that core reality, but mistaking the edges of it to be the edges of what we can see. And we assume that other things beyond that don't exist. And I'm saying that's a bad assumption, that you've got no reason to make it. And a better prior probability is we should assume, oh, this happens a lot.
What happens a lot? You didn't describe an event.
Sure. So standing on
you described beings in a place. You didn't describe an event. That wasn't something that happens a lot. It has to be an event to happen a lot.
Sure. So the event could be humans standing on a beach, looking up at the sky, gazing at the stars and wondering how we got to be on this ball or plane, whatever it is. They should assume that on other balls or planes, other people are probably doing similar things.
There's no evidence for that. No, we shouldn't assume that. You shouldn't assume that. There's no evidence for that. You shouldn't just assume that there's things that don't. That's like what if America got founded and then some guy woke up in America. I'm going to assume that there's other Americas somewhere in the world. Nope, there's just
other countries.
This is not founded on anything. This is just your opinion.
We already fixed that one. We're not picking an individual event.
It's not an event. Yeah, there's not. You conflated. You conflated a kid in a house with Play-Doh to an event that happens over and over again.
Yeah, like countries get formed over and over again, don't they? America is an iterative process, isn't it?
No, it's not. There has not been another United States of America.
It hasn't grown to the size that it is now. Wasn't it originally?
There has not been another United States of America. There has not been another Benjamin Franklin and fucking and George Washington getting together and creating the United States. So what you're talking about does not happen. It's not a zombie argument. Your arguments are all zombie arguments because I defeated you a long time ago. I'm just toying with you now. But America hasn't been created again, bro. So the war, and so it's stupid to assume that it's happening again.
Yeah, so
it's just one example. There's all kinds of things that don't happen again.
Let me copy that analogy. So Earth, as we put it with a capital E that we live on, only happens once in what I'm saying. That only happens once. But we should assume Earth-like things happen pretty frequently because all things that we see seem to happen pretty frequently. That's just
There's all kinds of things that never happen again.
Answer.
What are you talking about?
Okay, go for it. Go for it. Single events? Or
this moment has never happened before. This moment, this moment. Yeah, you're stretching what the word like this is like that. You're just stretching it, just like you were stretching the analogy before to like deceptively try to make an argument. No, your point is not clear.
Oh, then I can make it clear if you'd like. If you're not understanding it, then it could be a comprehension issue if it's not clear to you.
Okay, enough of the tactics.
You just keep
actually say something. Mate. Actually say something, or just be quiet.
Yeah, it's Bayesian reasoning. Count the misses. Assume a sort of mundaneness to anything you're looking at. That's what Bayesian reasoning says.
Okay, so appeal to Bayesian fallacy. Appeal to authority.
So another, like when Whitsitt says, I came to believe God existed because I prayed about whether I should get married, and I opened the Bible directly after that, and the first words my eyes fell upon were, "Thou shalt take a wife."
Now you're arguing Whitsitt and not me. Great.
The Bayesian probability is, well, how many times have you opened the Bible? Because if it's your very first time, or if it does that every time you open the Bible, now that's something impressive. But if you've missed and missed and missed and missed for thousands of Bible openings,
there's never been another miss. You've never seen another universe miss being created.
Sure,
it's not analogous. You're appealing that Bayesian has some sort of fundamental worldview on the totality of existence, which I think if he was here, he would even say, like,
not the totality of existence.
Well, I think
this part
you
of
guys are arguing past each other because he's arguing the idea of thinking about the probability versus actually saying it.
Yeah,
you don't have anything to base the probability on. You have no.
All of reality was his example.
No, yeah, you don't have another total. You don't have another totality of reality to compare it to.
Yeah, but again, you're comparing seeing the reality versus the idea of having the probability of it being true.
Yeah, he's basing his probability on the totality of reality on little individual components of reality. It's a category error. If you had another totality of reality, to compare it to, then you would have something to base your probability on.
Which is sometimes
something valid to base your probability on.
I think he's saying it's safe to make the assumption. He's not saying that we've seen it or anything like that.
Yeah. If there's a boat, right? If I'm a
it's safe to not make the assumption. What are you? You're saying nothing.
If I'm not saying anything, on North Sentinel Island,
he's saying he has a valid reason to do it.
Yeah,
and I have a valid reason not to. So you're not saying anything by saying it's a valid.
What's your valid reason not to? What's your valid reason to assume it's the first and only?
What do you mean?
Your valid reason.
There's only what we've observed is this totality of reality, and that's it. It's all we've ever observed.
That's exactly.
It's all we've ever observed. Yeah, Rip. It's all we've ever observed. Yeah,
you don't make assumptions on what you've observed because then you don't have to assume anything. That's the whole point of the assumption. It's like talking about hypotheticals.
There's no assumption. We've only observed one totality of reality, and we've never observed it happen again.
Yeah, but you're not getting the argument. We understand we've only observed.
His argument is based on a probability that he gets from a category error.
What's the category error?
Not a category error.
The category error is the category error is the problem. You're getting your probability from the components and saying that's the totality.
But you only get that by switching from reality to physical planes, like I'm talking about, where multiple physical planes could coexist, intermingled in the same space.
You have no evidence.
We've got no evidence for it. I agree with you on that. But you're saying but you switch to
debate
reality,
over.
where I'm not switching reality.
You have no evidence of either. It doesn't matter. You have no
Exactly.
evidence of
Neither
either.
do you.
Because
If you don't have
we're not.
evidence of it, that's kamikaze.
No. I have
epistemology.
evidence
Your
of
whole
this total. I
worldview.
have evidence for this reality, and I have evidence for this plane. No, you're incorrect. I do have evidence. We're all living
But
inside of
again,
it.
we're not
You're
talking
appealing
about
to
the
something that we
evidence.
don't have evidence for. I'm talking about something we do have evidence for. Thank you, Anchovy, but I'd rather just have him only. If you want to debate me one-on-one, or have a one-on-one with Eggshells or something,
I'm just trying to think
I don't
different
think.
way
I think it's
because for
just getting
30
in the
minutes
way.
you've been talking past each other because you don't understand what he's saying.
No, I understand what he's saying.
He does.
So
He does.
see,
But
you're
he's pretending
just
not to because he keeps switching it
no.
to reality.
I'm understanding what you're saying, and I'm refuting it. That's what's happening.
No, you're not.
And you're yes,
ironically, you're doing the category errors, but I'll step out because
No, Anchovy's definitely doing
I
it. Anchovy's the category error.
yeah. You're doing is cheerleading. You're not making any points.
Sometimes it's okay to do category errors, though. Evidently, just not when it's me.
Where's my category error?
Go for it, Anchovy.
We have one terrestrial plane, and we have one reality observed. That's what we have observed. I'm saying this is it. We have it, the evidence for what it is, and this is it. You're saying, oh yes, but if we imagine another one, then the probability of there being another one is very high. Yes, it is. It is imagining.
We both called it.
It is imagining. If you're not pointing to reality,
Steelman it. Can you?
That was literally a boiled down version of your argument.
The whole time you guys were arguing, he was saying there's one reality.
Yep.
Oh
He
my
was
God,
not imagining another reality.
Oh my God, you're not helping at all. You're not helping at all. Yes, okay, we have one terrestrial plane. We have one. No, you're not helping anything at all. Period. Not just me. It's not just about me.
No, if I
just not
agree with
helping
you
the
right now,
debate
you'd
move
be
forward.
cheerleading me. That's
You're
the difference.
you're just cheerleading and getting in the way.
I'm
You're
not
actually
cheerleading.
making
I
a
was
point.
trying to
Yes,
use
you
different
literally
ways,
are.
though. I was trying to argue for him in a different way because you weren't understanding the way he was doing it.
I was
And then you
understanding.
start jumping on me before I even finished talking. So I'm not going to even jump in this.
I was understanding, and you coming in the middle and me asking you politely not
you
to, and then
weren't.
saying, "Oh, I'm not getting in the
Category
middle."
error.
Yeah, I asked you not to get in the
Category
middle.
That's a
I asked you
category
not
error.
to get in the middle.
Category error.
Me asking you not to get in the middle, and then you threatening not to get in the
Category
middle
error.
is what I wanted. So now you're just being
There is no middle. I
obstinate.
prefer one.
You
You're
guys
good.
lost the debate. Clearly, you're just using tactics. No arguments coming from
This
your
is
side.
Discord, buddy. I'm not between you and him.
No arguments coming from that side.
There was an argument. You just failed to hear
No
one
argument,
because
just
you
meta
say,
talk.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Says the
here's-
guy
here
meta
would be-
talking right now. It's funny.
Here would be
I
another
made my
one,
arguments. They defeated yours, and now you're going to meta.
Here's,
don't even
here's
know the
another one,
argument.
right? In 1924, Hubble is claimed to have observed the existence of other galaxies. Up until then, you could use your reasoning, Noah, and say, this is the one I've seen, therefore I'm going to presume that no others exist. And you could be defended in doing that. But if you applied Bayesian reasoning, you would say, all of the other times we've done that, we've said, I'm the only land, right? And the land in the Bible doesn't describe anything outside of that tiny area. It's like Baghdad to Cairo, pretty much. No, further down.
That's incorrect.
Arabia.
Go
right?
ahead
It doesn't.
with your main
It
point. That's
appears
incorrect. Go
supremely
ahead with your main
unaware of the
point.
existence. Does it seem to know Australia exists? Any mention of kangaroos? Right? It doesn't
That's
seem to know
outside
about
the purview.
Africa.
The Bible doesn't talk about kangaroos.
Right.
It talks about spirituality and God.
And so they could have
The
presumed
Bible's
that
about
land
God,
beyond
not
that,
kangaroos. Please get back to your point, sir.
they
Please
could
make a
have
point on
presumed-
topic, sir.
I am.
Please stay on topic.
They could have presumed that other lands didn't exist because they hadn't seen them, and they would be
Please
wrong.
stay on
And
topic.
had
We're
they-
not talking about the Bible.
Had they
The topic is
applied
not the Bible,
Bayesian-
sir. Please get back to the topic.
This is the topic, man. You're
No,
clearly
the
filibuster.
topic is definitely not the Bible. I'm sure of that. I'm
What is
absolutely
the topic?
certain that's not the topic.
What do you think the point was I was making?
The topic
Are you
is
curious?
God creating the universe and shit.
It's about Bayesian reasoning and whether you can presume where one exists.
Yes, that's the subtopic of the main topic of God creating reality. That's your argument within the more general topic of creation. But at no point was the argument ever rested on scriptures, because if it was, I would just cite Genesis 1:1 and we'd be over. So don't mention the scriptures unless you want to lose.
Because you'll mention the book that says the Earth's 6,000 years old and flat.
Because he'll interrupt like he is doing now.
Well, I don't think it says that.
You're going to just go to scripture rather than the Bayesian
I don't think it's going to
argument
say
of
that
probability.
exactly, but
The probability
the 6,000 thing is
let me
near
make
the
it make
thing.
sense to you. Let me make it make sense.
Okay, yeah. Get to the argument finally that you've
Okay.
made and been
The
defeated on
Israelites-
multiple times
The
before.
Israelites could have presumed
That's not
that
the
multiple lands
topic.
exist.
It's not the
And
topic.
that would be reasonable.
The Israelites are not the topic.
Bayesian
Please get to the
probability that
topic.
other
The Israelites
lands-
are not the topic. No, we're not talking about Israelites. Sorry, wrong topic.
That's my point. It's about Bayesian reasoning. Could you show that you've understand my
Bayesian
argument?
reasoning is one thing. The Israelites is another thing.
Do they
You can
use
go ahead with
Bayesian
the
reasoning?
Bayesian reasoning.
But not talk
Did
about
they?
Israelites.
No,
Okay.
wrong topic.
Ancient
You're still on the topic of
tribesmen-
Israel.
Ancient tribesmen.
Wrong
or
topic.
even-
Wrong topic. We're not talking about ancient. We're not talking about ancient tribesmen.
What can I talk about? Tell me what I can do to.
We're
help
talking
you
about
understand my point.
we're talking about creation. And your Bayesian reasoning is why this is like the millionth infinite creation. That's what we're talking about specifically, and more generally,
presuming-
we're talking about that creation and there being a God, which you admitted to and
presuming-
lost in the first place.
Crucially, we're talking about presuming you're the most important only one. That's what we're talking about. Why do you presume? Is there anything that prevents you, logical laws that prevent you not from
Importance
being
was not
one
part of the argument.
I'm asking you a question. Is there any rules you can think of that would prevent you from being within the same reality, there being many other people like this that have existed or will exist throughout a very big span of time, either on planes like this?
That
or
argument can
like
be
this?
used against you. Because
I'm
I could
asking a
say, is there
question.
any rule? Is there any? Yeah, that argument could be used against you because I could say, is there any rules preventing you from being the only thing?
No, there's none. Could you answer it?
Okay, so we're at an impasse here because
Could you
you've
answer it?
basically moved the needle nowhere.
Can you answer it?
My answer is the same. My answer is the same as yours.
Right.
Now,
So
concluding with
nothing
concluding with the answer concluding with the answer that you also forfeited the same amount. We're at an impasse. You don't move the needle forward at all for yourself.
Well,
So
I
it's a
do because I'm
non-argument.
using
It's
probability.
a non-argument.
We're saying either could be true, correct? Is that what we're agreeing?
You
Either could be
can't
true.
base
Could
your
be either base reality.
You need
Yeah.
to do probability. You need to have something to base your probability on. You have no way to weigh your probability. You don't have a dice. You have not shot the dice multiple times. The dice has never been seen to be shot before.
What's the dice?
So
What do you mean by the
creation of the reality coming into existence?
Right, and we're agreeing that it could happen multiple times or it could happen once. We both agree that, correct? We have no reason. I have no reason.
I don't agree. I don't agree with that. No, I don't agree with that.
Okay. What do you disagree with? Go for it.
The fact that it happened multiple times. Obviously, that's the whole debate.
Right. So not that it happened. Listen to it. It's that it's not impossible. It could have happened.
It is impossible. Yeah.
Okay. Why is it impossible?
I don't have any reasoning for its impossibility, but you don't have any reasoning for the converse's impossibility that this could be the only thing.
But I don't need
so
to.
by mentioning that,
listen,
that, you're not bringing the needle forward at all.
Yes, I am, because I'm not saying it definitely is multiple realities. I'm just saying that is a possibility. And if there is a possibility of infinite, which we can't rule out, then the probability that there are multiple becomes one, because any number you pick of existences, of creations, of people.
Yeah, but you're referencing.
Let me finish.
You're referencing your imagination.
Please.
You're not referencing another universe.
I'm
You just referenced infinite universes.
Maths.
It's not. You're misapplying maths.
Let me explain.
It is maths, but it's misapplied.
Let me explain it. So there's one reality that we know.
It's the same point. You've explained it multiple times before, and I've debunked it multiple times.
I think we're all lost here. Guys. Can you guys re-explain your positions? Because I don't even know what you guys are talking about, honestly.
I haven't known for like.
So I'm
25
granting SE. I'm granting that a God exists and created creation, but I'm saying the logical probability that happened once approaches zero, because if it could happen twice, such that a God could create another God that created other gods, and a God could create many universes, then the probability that I am in the only one becomes very close to zero, because
you're basing your probability off of the could.
And what's your position? What's your position, Noah?
My position
your
is that we have one reality that we have observed. We have never observed another reality, and he is appealing to his imagination for this second or iteration of infinite realities that there's no evidence for, and that his thing of, oh, this is Bayesian reasoning, this is probability. His probability is based off of something that he has never measured or observed, which is necessary for probability. Like the reason we know a dice is 1/6 of the time landing is because we iteratively measured it. We've never iteratively measured the creation of the universe because we've never seen it before. So he's completely in a category error. Thank you.
Yeah.
I can't see how any of you could prove your position, though.
Yeah, I'm not proving it. I'm not proving that we have multiple realities. I'm just saying if you assume a creator, because we look created, evolution doesn't make sense, whatever it might be. If we assume a creator, the most logical next thing to assume is to go, if I'm not able to logically prevent there being other gods and other creations, then it's I must hold it open as a possibility. And if I weigh that possibility, I should go, well, of all the events I see happen, of all the waves in the ocean, of all the clocks that get made, lots of clockmakers make lots of clocks.
You've never weighed it. Your analogy breaks down at the part where you said you can weigh it, which you cannot.
Can I get in for a sec? Because it's hard to listen, Noah, when you're just interrupting all the time. It really is.
It really is, man.
He's repeated himself 20 times in a row.
It doesn't matter. It's just tough for the listeners, bro. Please, if you could not do it. It's just, I know you feel like you're warranted in it for whatever reason, but it's just really hard to follow and choppy. And we just want, if we're gonna listen to both of you, we want to hear what you're both saying. You know, without it's disruptive. It's been getting to me too, but. Anyways,
I was just going to say, Eggs, the thing I would say is that God isn't created, right? He's eternal. That's the problem with what you're saying, right? You're talking about something that's eternal, and you're saying, well, could it make something like itself? No, it can't, because God is eternal.
Why?
Well, Andy, what issue do
God
you
not
take
create
with
something else eternal?
It's unmade. Right,
Right,
logically.
Yeah, Andy, what issue do you take with?
Well, I asked
hello, am I
Eggs the
coming
thing.
in?
No thanks. So
Am I coming in?
let him respond at
What's up?
least.
So the point is, yes,
Well,
you would
still
still
coming in,
have
right?
you would still have an uncaused cause, and that would remain the prime god. But there is no logical law that prevents that god from making other gods that had the ability to coalesce matter such that we get the earth, right? That we get not existence, because there's a base reality, but we are in a bubble within that reality, just like a room in a house, right? And we just can't get out of that room. That's the edges of ours. But there's nothing that prevents us from having been created by a godlet or a demiurge.
Well, I just wouldn't think of it as God then, right? Because I understand what you're saying. You're saying, oh, well, it could make a lesser god, right?
Yeah.
Why would it need to be even a lesser god?
But he's saying, but no, the problem. That's not the problem
Oh
with
my
what he's
God.
saying.
I wouldn't think of it as the same for obvious reasons. For that reason,
I want
it's
next.
unborn.
Well, I'm already next.
Yeah.
Okay,
and so
I'm
the
after
point-
no tanks.
and-
No,
yeah,
not this
and
guy.
I'm-
You've just
I'm
repeated
agreeing
yourself
with
20
that.
times in a row.
Okay, you go then.
It's either me or no tanks, bro.
Go
I'll just ask Andy, like, what's the contradiction, or what's the like, is there a law of logic or identity violation when Eggshells puts forward the idea that the creator could be created? Is there a contradiction there or not?
Yeah, well, I mean, thing about logic is funny. It doesn't have to match reality. It doesn't have to be. That's the weird thing. People think it does. It doesn't. And like when you paint these weird hypotheticals, I understand what he's trying to say. I'm just saying, I'm going back to something he said 20 minutes ago or more, which is, could he make something like himself? No, that's not how it. Not at all.
So to clarify,
let me address the Bayesian thing real quick, once and for all. Or, well, not once and for all, because he's just going to repeat it, even if I address it perfectly, which I have addressed it near perfect.
Why don't you just do it?
So he's basically saying that there's a God, he created the base reality. Now, is it possible that there's a second, like, demiurge that creates, like, iterative simulations of the base reality? It's basically what he's saying. He's saying if it's
no. I've clarified that so many times. You don't get
no.
the
Yes, that is the truth. That is what you're
No,
saying. Yes,
they're
that
not
is what you're
simulations.
saying.
I've made that super
Please
clear.
be quiet. Yeah. Please be quiet for a second.
That's not what I'm saying.
So I can destroy. It is what you're saying. You
Okay,
just don't
you destroy
want it to
your
be
own
said
argument.
that way.
Go for it. Destroy your misunderstanding.
It is what you're saying. You just don't want it to be said
Destroy
this
that
simply.
argument.
You can be quiet now because I'm going to destroy what your argument is. There's another small god, little demiurge, creating little worlds inside the base reality, which we can call simulations. He can disagree on the word. We can call it worlds or little earths or simulations. The word doesn't matter. So him disagreeing about the word is just semantics. It's not actually meaningful. There's a little god creating little worlds. And he's saying, because there's a possibility of a little god creating little worlds, and there being iterations of a little god and a little world creating a little god and a little world, that the probability of us being in the highest world or being in the base reality is low. The problem is you would need to actually measure to base that probability off of something. You would have need to actually measure the probability. Like when we say it's a 1/6 probability of the dice, it's because we've observed and measured the dice, like actual characteristics and attributes of the dice. We've never measured the attributes or characteristics of this nested universe he's talking about. That's why it's not analogous at all to his Bayesian reasoning. He has nothing to base his probability on. He's saying that there's a 1-for-1 probability, which is just an assumption. It's all based on an assumption.
So
I've heard your explanation.
What you use Bayesian reasoning for is exactly that. Those situations you're talking about where you go, I don't know if this is the first sailing ship I've ever seen because I'm a tribesman and we just never have seen something that big. If I'm approaching a new thing and I don't know how to count the probability of it because I've only got one to look at, then how else could I develop a probabilistic answer about whether this is right? It's a great case for that, where you go, I don't know yet what I'm going to see, but what is the probability that my first result is something that is typical, is what you're kind of saying. So if I've only got one result to go for, I should assume that is a typical result. So that's why you use Bayesian reasoning.
Okay, here we go. Refutation of Bayesian reasoning center on subjectivity of prior probabilities, high computational costs, and the difficulty of defining priors for complex problems. The thing is, with all of these problems are exponentially multiplied when you go to the totality of all things. So that's kind of like the issue. Is that
what do you mean?
All these problems with Bayesian reasoning, not only are they problem on a small scale, but they're exponentially increased when you go up in scale. So your scale of like a mini Earth, other worlds, a god creating little worlds, your problem of Bayesian reasoning, Bayesian reasoning is not the end all be all to knowledge, or else we base everything on it, which is not what we do. So you're fundamentally lost philosophically.
So let's look at the Bayesian reasoning. What we say is it possible, right? So we can exclude impossible things, right? It's not possible that a first creator created a first creator, right? Because that would violate, that would be a law of identity violation. So we can box out certain possibilities, right? We can say that God can't create a married bachelor, right? Can't violate the laws of logic. And within that, then we can also just observe things and go, okay, like we knew we were in a galaxy for quite some time.
It's like the fourth time you're repeating the same argument since I've been counting.
Saw other galaxies exist, right? So you're trying to go, next time I see that, what's the chance I see something similar again? You go, pretty high.
You're putting different makeup on the same pig. This is the fourth time since I started counting, and it was like 6 times before I started counting. It's like the 10th time you said the same argument.
I think we can move on then, because I think...
Yeah, because you have nothing to base your probability on.
I don't understand why, if God is going to make, if we accept that there's an infinite God, why would any God he creates be lesser? If you cut infinite in half, you just get infinite.
Yeah.
Because you're applying the attribute.
I'm not talking to you, Noah. Stop talking.
Numerical. You're applying the attribute of numerical infinity when the infinity that describes God. It's a different type of infinity qualitatively. Different types of infinities.
How do we know? This is the other one I love. How do we know so much about this thing that is the most unknowable? Like, it would be like if I created a simulation, trying to explain to the NPCs who I was would be just a pointless task.
But it's not a simulation. So
right. But it's how could the creation apprehend the nature of the creator such that it knows that it's the only one and that it knows that it's perfectly loving and what it thinks about gay people and all sorts of nonsense like this. To be
It tells
that
us
confident about
directly.
all of
It tells us
right with
directly.
one book that's clearly a plagiarism from earlier books. We've got the
It's not.
stories. We
Well,
can
first
trace them
off,
to
it's not.
earlier.
That's sola scriptura. That's sola scriptura heresy. So first off, it's not even a Christian
We
doctrine.
know that
Second off, it's
plagiarism.
not clearly a plagiarism. So both arguments are incorrect.
It comes from the Epic of Gilgamesh.
No, Epic of Gilgamesh comes from the Word of God.
But predates it.
You don't know that. You don't know how long the Word of God has
here we go.
existed. Word of God exists from the beginning of the world.
Right. So it's unfalsifiable. Any earlier one won't prove that there was an earlier one.
You have you showing a different
that
book
logic is
with
so abysmal.
You showing a
Next to
different book.
sharpshooting, bro.
You showing a different book with not even like the same story, a similar story, does not disprove the story we're talking about. So
Utnapishtim is not a similar story. It is the same story. Change
No,
the
it's
name
not.
and virtually nothing else. Okay, let's go to the story of Utnapishtim. Utnapishtim is a legendary king of an ancient city of Shupuruk in southern Iraq, who, according to the Gilgamesh flood myth, one of several similar narratives, survived the flood by making and occupying a boat. He's called by
On a
different
myth,
names in different traditions. But yeah, the story is he's tasked by the god Enki to abandon worldly possessions and create a giant ship to be called the Preserver of Life in Era and Isum. Marduk is said to have been the originator of the flood and the seven sages. This is when there were many gods, which is more probable, right? The Preserver of Life.
No, okay,
was made of
so
solid
you're stacking like different arguments that are no
No.
relation,
Just
and you're
that this is a
you're like
plagiarism.
strangely asserting them as if they're like somehow like back the other when they don't.
This is a plagiarism, is what I'm saying.
No, it's not a
the original
plagiarism.
book.
There's many flood myths. So for you to look at a myth, which is like
it's an older one,
like an exaggerated telling of an historic event, does not disprove like a true testimony of an event. Like if you looked at like an exaggerate, like if let's say this, Mike Tyson knocks out Noah Radlowski. He kills him. Okay. We have that recorded, whatever. Okay, that's recorded. There's the official record. Then you have people that basically go down and they make a fantastical version of it, changing it to Mike Tyson was a god, blah blah blah. To go and look at like a copy of the mythological account and then say that debunks the record version because like the earliness or the oldness of the book, it doesn't though, because you don't have the date of when the Word of God started. It's not something that like you're appealing to sola scriptura. You're appealing to sola scriptura.
No, I'm just saying this is a plagiarism. Your book is a
Sola
plagiarism.
scriptura is not our doctrine.
No, please, man, let him get his thoughts out, bro.
We don't.
Man.
Well, I was still in the middle of my thing.
No,
so
you weren't. He was just.
Yes, I was.
He was
Yes, I
talking.
was.
Let him get his thoughts out,
Yes,
man.
I was.
You guys are going.
I was literally going.
Back and
I was literally
forth.
going.
No one else
sola
is talking.
scriptura.
Now you're interrupting me, bro. I mean, I don't get it, bro. Why?
My turn didn't end, but whatever.
Not a turn, bro. It's a conversation. So the
Okay, so I can't have a
is
conversation.
made. So the Preserver of Life is made by the same dimensions, with a floor space of an acre. The interior had 7 floors, each divided into 9 sections. The ark finishing the ark on the 7th day. The entrance to the ship was sealed once everyone had boarded the ship. He tasked with bringing his wife and relatives along with him. All of this is Utnapishtim, not the story of Noah. He brings animals and grains. The upcoming flood would wipe out the animals if the people were not on the ship. After 12 days on the water, Utnapishtim opened the hatch of the ship and saw the slopes of Mount Nasir, where he rested on the ship for 7 days. Same mountain. On the 7th day, he sent out a dove and to see if the water receded, and the dove could not find nothing but water, so it returned. Then he sent out a swallow, same birds. Then he sent out a raven, same birds in the same order. The raven saw that the waters had receded, so it circled around.
Yeah, we get it. But given all that,
so
it doesn't make it a plagiarism.
Well, it does, because they retell
and there's a bunch of
myths.
There's a bunch of myths that are similar like that in the same area. But you giving that version of a story does not debunk or say that the other version is a plagiarism. It just means that they had a common origin or account.
I will show you why it's false.
It's the same thing that happens in battles. Like one person has one telling of a battle, and another person has another story of the battle. It doesn't mean one guy plagiarized the other. It means both had the same base account. They both based their account on a similar event.
You've made
This in fact actually proves the veracity of Noah's flood. Given that, and this is not the only one. There's so many other myths that sound familiar.
Can I speak, dude? So
you just spent a bunch of time telling me something I already knew, and everyone already knew, and wasn't even in contention.
So Utnapishtim, the reason this story debunks it, in my view, is because it is when there is a pantheon of gods, multiple different gods are fighting and having battles and disagreeing over what the humans should and shouldn't do, and they decide to get flooded by different people. And it is in a chronology that necessarily must predate the book in the Bible. These cities that this is about already exist, are old cities by the time the story comes about with Noah, and Noah fits into a lineage within the Bible, proving that if he's not in that lineage, then it is lying about the lineages in the Bible. So it can't be either he copied the story exactly. There were 2 floods because the story had already happened, so it can't fit into a lineage of a story that is thousands of years later.
I don't know. What I'm saying is there's a common event that happened, the flood, and that the people of God.
When?
It says in the book. I mean, we can go up roughly 5,000 years ago, something like that.
Right, and that's not at the right time.
Okay, please let me make the point. There is a common event that happened, a flood in the past. It happened worldwide, so all the people knew about it, and everyone had a myth of it and went forward from that era and told their myths about it. And some of them are very alike to others, and pretty much every culture has this myth. So this actually indicates that there's a worldwide flood. And your whole idea that this is a proven plagiarism is not based on anything except for the oldest parchment from this guy is this old, whereas we haven't found an older parchment from these guys.
You've agreed, though.
So it doesn't follow. It doesn't follow.
Myth is what I'm talking about.
Yes, I agree. I agree. One is the true account. The other one's the myth. A myth is just an embellished true account.
Sure. So now the one that's true. Okay, so the one that's true now has multiple gods because the older one.
That's not the one that's true.
The copies.
No, not having an older piece of parchment does not mean you have the true story. This is like saying the first guy to write the article, the first journalist to write an article, is now the true version of the events that took place. Completely hogwash. Your reasoning is complete hogwash.
No. That logic.
Yes. That's what you just said.
Let me show you the problem with that logic. It is 2 people seeing an event versus 2 people writing off one another's works. If you have,
you're asserting that, but you don't have any evidence.
Let me finish the point. If you have journalists quoting other journalists, then yes, the first story is important. If you've got multiple journalists coming,
nowhere in the Bible is they quoted
because they're thousands of years apart. So the 2 stories are copied. Which copy do you go to? You go to the earlier one.
Nowhere in the Bible does it say it's copied.
No,
nowhere in the Bible does it say it's copied.
So what?
That's defeated by the journalist analogy. The guy who wrote the story about the event first, first guy to write the article does not mean it. The Bible doesn't say it's a copy. Nowhere in the Bible does it say this is a copy of the story of Gilgamesh. It doesn't say that. Sorry.
So therefore it's not. If they don't say they're copying a book, then they're not.
You're the one asserting it's a copy.
Yeah, because it's copied of earlier text that we've already got. We know the names of the people in the text.
No, it's describing the two cultures describing a similar event, just like 2 journalists describing the same event, are going to have similar details.
Thousands of years apart.
Duh.
Impressive.
Not thousands of years apart.
Who write the same story word for word, nearly.
Not thousands of years apart.
That's not both witnessing the event. That is copying.
Not thousands of years apart.
They're copying it word for word, but changing key bits from many gods to a single god. So the older one references more gods. That makes the older one, as I said with Bayesian reasoning, more probable that there are many things and they can do many things. They might be able to create.
Dude, now you're mixing your other debunked argument with this new argument.
I don't think it was
So
the monk.
you're lost in the sauce. You lost one argument. You moved to this argument, and now you're appealing to the old argument, which has no nothing to do with it.
Probably many gods. Probably many gods is the argument.
Listen. Two journalists see an event. They both describe the event. You're saying now the one that described it earlier is automatically being plagiarized by the second person describing the event.
They're
That
not
is your
both
argument.
observing
It
the
is a
event.
horrible argument.
They're quoting one another.
You're just asserting that. You're just asserting that. You're just asserting that.
Are you saying, hang on, so you're saying two different people went on the boat with Utnapishtim, but one of them called him a different name?
No, two people retold the account differently. Two people retold the account differently. Yes, they did.
So
you just mentioned Enlil and Enki. Enlil and Enki is not mentioned in there. What do you like?
Oh, wow, this is brutal.
It's not brutal. Yeah. You're just asserting things randomly, and then you think you have an argument, and then I'm giving you an analogy, and you're saying no, it's not like that because you know that the analogy shows that it's dumb as fuck. But then you don't want to be caught up with the analogy that's directly analogous to what you're saying.
I do agree with you on one point.
Yeah, two journalists see an event, just like two nations see an event.
Yeah, I've shown you
they record the event. They record the event. Now you're saying because we have an older news clipping of the first journalist, now the first journalist is automatically plagiarized by the second journalist. Your argument is horrible.
Yeah, that's a horrible argument. You're right, but it's yours.
No, that is your argument.
I'm saying they have the same one word for word. So this isn't two journalists. This is the same story retold.
It can't even be word for word. It's in two different languages. I know you're lying.
Okay, it's not word for word. Correct. It is so incredibly the same. It's the same birds in the same order, man.
Yes, if two journalists report the same event, they would have similar descriptions.
Two people on the boat.
There's one. No, there's two people. There's two journalists. There's not two people on the boat. You seem to be confused.
Two journalists are writing.
No. Two journalists after the boat, dummy.
After the boat. So who are they? After?
Yes, after the boat. They're recording their like their oral traditions.
Right. Okay.
So somebody.
Right. Question? Okay.
Yeah. So the older one.
You're just a deceiver, bro. None of your arguments have been good. One, you've just been framing them well. All your arguments have been defeated the first time. Go ahead, Essie.
How is it possible the same event being seen at different times? How is that possible?
Thousands of years apart. Living memory. Thousands of years apart.
No, one records them at a different time than the other.
How do you record something thousands of years after it?
Oral tradition.
Get the birds right in the same order. So yes, thank you. It's oral tradition. So it's a retelling.
Yes.
It's a retelling of
the Babylonians had an oral tradition, sorry, I think those are the Babylonians. The Hebrews had an oral tradition. They both described the same event. Now you're looking at one person wrote down the oral tradition at an earlier time. It had a dustier piece of parchment, therefore it has authority, and the other person is plagiarizing the first guy, which it does not follow logically.
Chinese
it's not necessitated.
Yeah, oral traditions are notoriously poor for clarity, and they change with cultural context. So the stories grow and change, and you can see that. You can get really clear ideas of when bits were added and who did what and why, because you go from having a pantheon of gods to retelling the same story, but there's only one God because you're now a monotheism, and you get.
You're looking over other. You're just looking at the things you say are similar, and you're like, oh look, it's the same exact story, and then now you're saying, oh look, it's different story. So you can't have your cake and eat it too.
I'm saying the older stories have more gods. And you can't show that's logically improbable or impossible. You must agree, therefore,
it doesn't have any bearing. It doesn't have any bearing on what you were saying.
Well, if
we're going from argument to argument,
wheel out Genesis 1.
I'm going to jump in real quick and say that this could be like still a little bit of mix of both, right? Because you're saying like these older gods. Now, this goes back to like I was saying before that there was like this existence before our occupation. So like there's the human occupation and then these fallen creatures that fell, and they it seems to be that they are the gods of like the Greek, those those older days. So yes, they could potentially predate our understanding of God, right? Like maybe these things were here and then man was created, and then those beings, like man was created amongst that existence already, if that makes sense. So it would seem, unless man had the correct bit of information, that these other gods had existed just like the original did.
Yeah, but Eggshells has a good point, and I think that's what I was referring to as well. If the flood story was written before the Bible story, and those people believed in multiple gods, right? How could the retelling of the story be the correct one with one God?
You're appealing to older age of a document as though that
Yes.
somehow gives
Isn't that
your
always
document
best?
truth.
Yes.
No.
Isn't that almost always the best? To
In
get the
your
most original?
in your own view of the world, that's not even true.
Yes, it is.
Hey,
If I want my
in
first
your
person,
own view of the world, we know way more now than we did before. You don't go to old textbooks. You read new textbook. You read McGraw Hill. You read McGraw Hill. You don't read no flat Earth
Hold on,
1800
let Cooper.
textbooks.
Hold on, we've been going at it. Let Cooper get in.
Sorry, that was
Well,
somebody else streaming in. And
Yeah, I was trying to get in. I wondered, Eggs, were you praying for just because this is going nowhere? I just wondered, Eggs, what's your motivation here? Were you putting like a Gnostic view forward for what reason?
well, because I really, I've debated the topic for ages and have never heard the Bayesian argument until recently when Tim introduced me to it, and then now more and more places I look, I find very interesting, powerfully compelling arguments that rather than going from the sort of necessary, logical, consequent, blah blah blah, to go, well, hang on, let's just look at this probabilistically based on what we do see.
You have nothing to base your probability as far as like creation of the universe and stuff goes.
Sure.
Like as far as observing dice, we can observe the attributes of a dice. We know there's 6
We
sides.
have to listen to the same thing for 5 minutes.
Oh yeah. So wait. When he does it, it's okay. But when I do it, it's not, right?
Yes, it's not okay when you do it. Yes, it's terrible. Yes, it's terrible when you do it.
Nice
Yes.
personal opinion. Yeah, nice personal opinion. So we can observe all the attributes of a dice, that there's 6 sides or
We've
8
heard
sides
it,
or whatever.
I get it. I agree.
Yeah, and there's an equal side on each side, so we can actually get the probabilities from that for a dice.
Let me ask you this then.
Your thinking breaks down. Your thinking breaks down because we can't observe the totality of the universe as a dice.
Yeah, if you present to me my thinking, for some reason you're right, it's always broken. But let's look at a dice and say I'm going to roll it once, right? And I roll it, and whatever number comes up, let's say it's a 3. Should I presume I've weighed the dice, I've looked at it, but I haven't ever rolled it. I've never allowed it to roll, but I've been able to rotate it and sort of weigh it in my hand and have a bit of a think. And then I said I'm going to roll it, and I roll it and I get a 3. Should I presume that dice rolls 3? Or should I go, actually, given the probability of those other ones, right? If I count the misses, if I guess at what a miss might look like, I should go, just because the only one I've seen is a 3 doesn't mean that's the only one to get. But I will need to roll it more times in order to know. And then that'll give me a prior probability, right? And
your thinking breaks down.
I would agree with you.
It's not analogous. Your thinking breaks down.
But if we can only look at one thing, it works. It works very well.
Yeah, your thinking breaks down because you can't observe the universe like you observe a dice.
Do you see things? Tell me about
like you just gave an example of how, like you just gave an example how we can't observe it like a dice. Like you helped my point.
Sure. Give me a time where you've seen something for the first time, like an elephant in the flesh or anything.
I don't know what, like the first time I drove a car. I don't know.
Sure. Should you assume that is a normal event or a one-off event?
Yeah, this is not a good version because I see other cars and people driving other cars, and we never see another universe created. Like this is not good. None of these are like really good at all.
Yeah, sure. Now let's delete from your mind the knowledge that other people drive. You've never seen it happen, but you get in a car and you...
I've never seen a car?
You've never seen another person drive, but you get in a car...
But I've never seen a car before either, or...
you've seen a car, you've got a car here in front of you, you've never seen a person drive, and you get in and somehow you work it out, right? And you drive. You might come to the conclusion that you're the only person that's ever done that. Would you say it's a logical conclusion? You've never seen anybody else do it.
Yeah, if you've never seen someone else drive a car before, I mean, this would be more analogous to driving a UFO because we've seen people drive it. So I'm gonna just use a UFO analogy because that makes more sense than a car.
So yeah,
so I'm the first one to get into
UFO,
a UFO, and I drive the UFO. Yeah, it is reasonable for me to assume I'm the first human to ever drive a UFO.
Because you added in, you're the first person. But let's take that out. Let's say you're getting in a UFO, you're now flying it. Should you assume you're the first and only person to have ever done this?
Honestly, it's a toss-up. You can't really tell in this type of circumstance.
But probabilistically weigh it up.
You can't probabilistically weigh it up. You don't have anything to base.
Use the operating other vehicles.
You don't have anything to base your probability off of.
Exactly. So now you've got to try and guess at what the probability might be.
You're misapplying Bayesian thinking, dude.
But you can assume, like you might be, there would have to be a first person for each thing, right? But the first and only person is unlikely.
Well, you can't say that. For a UFO, it's actually, it would be completely rational to assume that you were the first person to ever drive a UFO. Yeah.
Yeah,
be completely rational.
Yeah, you could come to a conclusion on that if you were given other probabilities to throw in, right? Where suddenly this armada turns up and you clearly see that only one ship comes out of it and that ship comes to Earth and you get in it, you can rightly assume I might be the only person who's doing this right now, right?
And anyways,
but it would be bad to assume
not analogous.
That you would be the only ever person to ever do this,
masturbation,
right? If it's that easy for you to do it, you should assume that other people are soon going to figure that out. You should assume that what you are seeing now is uninteresting and you'll get better probabilities out of it.
But there's not another God. There's only one God. So like in this analogy,
the old stories
you'd be the only person. That's okay. You're moving back to a different argument that was completely different. It's not even
it relates to the
it's not even good faith.
Being more gods.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Like you assuming the conclusion of the argument that you got debunked in and then going back to it doesn't support your current argument.
Tell me your
it's
argument.
It's a weird tactic you keep using. It's a weird tactic you keep using.
Tell me your argument from Genesis. You were going to
hang on a minute, because I don't want to. I would never make this argument based on an interpretation of, there's many flavors of spirituality. The argument I was making is a very simple one, which I'm sure you know: the infinite regress. Whatever made everything, it must be grounded in that. So there's nothing wrong logically with saying, well, there's lots of little gods and they make worlds and they make worlds and there's nothing wrong with that. But do you understand that they're just part of the chain? The thing is not a thing, but for the sake of language, the thing that grounds everything is eternal. It's unmade and it must be.
Yeah, to me, I agree. That thing's just reality. So reality is just sort of that up is up, or however you want to look at it. It's just sort of there is a whatever, like that is all of everything if you're describing it, right? But it's just, can things exist within that, right? Could you, like the same view I had of the Big Bang, where I was like, it's just so ridiculous. So we're like, oh, the universe came into existence a set number of years ago. I'm like, that's ridiculous. Well, it's like a bubble popping in a bath and thinking it's the only one just because it can't see any of the others. And sure enough, that's now what they're looking for. And just, we've only seen one galaxy, and then we look further and we go, oh, wow, there they are. It's each time we make this mistake, we can rely, like I make the same argument for when they say the universe is 13.5 billion years old, where I say we always look further and then we have to push it back, and we've always got to push it back by orders of magnitude. So anytime they come up with a number, you can know with Bayesian reasoning that will be wrong because it's always wrong. But a lot.
Okay, I'll just say this. Probability is not done in a vacuum. And I don't mean like a vacuum as in an airless room. I mean like metaphor, like a you know, philosophically, it's probability is not done in nothingness. Probability is done within a context. The creation of reality is actually done in nothingness, ex nihilo. So like you're fundamentally out of your depth, basically.
Why do we say it comes from nowhere? That doesn't make sense to me. Why do we presume that nowhere exists? I don't have prior probability. I've never observed things not existing. What do you mean ex nihilo?
I'm talking about like the creator creates creation, but there's not something that he's creating creation from.
Right. Okay. Sure.
So like he's doing that in a vacuum. Like there's just him and nothingness, and then there's him in creation. That's
But he
being
could
done
be
in a
formed.
vacuum. That's being done in a vacuum, in an ontological vacuum. Probability, when we use probability as a tool as human beings, we are never doing it in an ontological vacuum. So you're fundamentally misapplying statistics and probability. You're using probability outside of its useful range of like outside of its useful range. Yeah.
Because I don't think it is outside of its useful range. When I talk about it, I'm just saying planets and shit, planets and stars and balls orbiting balls, right? And or for you, it still would work on the flat. It doesn't. You keep going back to the idea of it reinstantiating
Probability is done in a
reality.
context, bro.
But I'm saying we can see things happening. If you're saying creation got created one day, I'm not sure it did. I think there's no good arguments for it. But if it did, the chance that it's the first and only, and there never will be another one, just needs some work for me. It's like, okay,
that chance is based off no context.
Let me just finish. I accept the premise of the first. I accept the first. Can I see working for the second? And you're like, well, you can't prove it's false, while you do agree that it's possible multiple gods could exist and that a secondary, not uncreated God, right, a created God, created things itself. We would call that God God. We would be unaware of the existence of Dad who's downstairs watching football, right? And we would call that God God. You've not shown any logical impossibility there. And I'm showing you that.
Yeah, but in that scenario, you don't have the probability of the little. You don't have the probability of the little sun making the little anthill. You don't have the sorry. No, I have the refutation. No, not exactly. This is the refutation to what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't
in that circumstance, you do not have the probability of what was the probability of the sun creating the anthill which you live in, which is the little world inside of the bigger world. You don't have you don't have that probability.
I get it.
Therefore, you can't make a probabilistic Bayesian inference because you don't have context to begin with.
Right. Okay.
Probability is done within a context. You look at a dice, that's the context. You base the probability off the context. What you're saying is you're basing it off of nothing.
Can I respond, bro? You just say the same thing 8 times. So the
no, you say the same thing, and I respond in the same way.
Okay, I'm responding. The answer is yes, and you also don't. So you don't have a probability to say that it's one, nor any.
I'm not making a probabilistic argument.
Let me finish. You don't have any argument to say that it's one. You can't push the probability towards one, and you're saying I can't push the probability towards many. And
no, you've already conceded on my argument. I'm destroying your argument of probability. I'm not making my own probabilistic argument.
No, this doesn't make sense.
You conceded that you already conceded at the beginning when you first started talking. At the very beginning when you first started talking.
You won.
At the beginning when you very first started talking, you said, I concede to a God. Then that's when you first conceded to my argument. Then you went on to say this whole BS about a little world and a little God and the probability of we being in the nth iteration of the little world with the little God. You went into saying that, and you said, well, the probability of this is basically 1 over the probability basically reaches a limit where it goes towards certainty that we're not on the first base reality. That's what you said as a response. I said,
why are you telling me
because you keep saying I don't understand your argument. You keep saying I don't understand your argument. You keep saying in a deceptive way that I don't understand your argument, and I'm demonstrating to you. I'm steel manning your argument directly to you right now, so you can shut up and stop saying you don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand. I'm literally steel manning it to you right now, so be quiet. So that's what you said, and I said no. And I said, no, your argument is ill-founded because you do not actually have the probability of the first, second, third, or fourth iteration at all. You have none of those.
I
Because
was
for each of
responding
those,
to
you'd
that
have
when
a
you interrupted to
coefficient.
do all this. I can do that for you. You interrupted.
No, you
I
weren't.
was
You know
doing
you
exactly
weren't,
that.
bro. We've
So,
been through the ring around the rosy. You've been refuted before.
I think we're going
So-
around in circles, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we could move
Move
on.
on.
Yes,
Like
he asserts his
your
original
closing
argument.
statements, and I don't know.
He asserts his original argument, which I can steal man, which he says I can't, which I just did, and I've done multiple times before. He asserts that argument, I refute it, then he reasserts it. It's what's been happening the whole time.
Yeah, so if we can't say it's not multiple, then it could be multiple. And that means any number on the number scale, right, now has a claim for the answer. And the number scale, stretching infinitely, means you could have infinite worlds, right?
They don't all have an equal claim.
So let me finish.
You don't have the coefficient to the claim for each of those things.
If we have an argument that pulls us
You're
towards
assuming an equal claim.
Let me finish.
You're assuming an equal claim, which you don't have.
Let me finish. Jesus, bro. If we don't have any argument that can pull us towards one, then we can't choose one. If the only argument we've got for only one existing is, well, we haven't seen another one exist, then we are forgetting the fact that we wouldn't possibly, right? That doesn't make sense. It's impossible for that to happen within a person because we're saying everything we see, have we seen that again, right? So we're going to deliberately blind ourselves to that thing and then count that as a probability. So we can't do that. That's not a good reason to pull us towards one. If we have something like a book that says you're the only one, then maybe we can. We can say, oh, Genesis said we're the only one. But if we see that that's a bad reasoning because we've got an older book that says that there are many gods who do lots of
So this is now two
shenanigans.
arguments. This is now two arguments. You've made one argument, which I can debunk, and now you're going to make another argument, which I can debunk.
So it's mathematical argument that says if multiple could exist, that goes to infinity. So we need a really good reason to pick one. And if the only reason we've got to pick one is I don't see any others, then we must pick a number above one. We must say, I don't know how many there could be, but the probability of it being any one of these numbers is quite low. The probability I could guess at that is quite low.
You don't have the coefficients for the probability. You're saying that one iterative universe is going to be equally weighted to 2, to 3, to 4, to 5, which you can't support that claim. You can't support that claim.
Give me a reason for a number.
It's basically unknown, and you're saying, well, it can't be 1 because it's unknown.
No, it's got equal probability.
You don't have the probability. You don't have the contextual probability.
Exactly.
It's all based on your assumption that it's all based on your assumption that 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 all are of equal probability, which is an assumption that you cannot support.
Exactly. You have the assumption.
No, your assumption you can't support. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 having equal probability is an assumption you can't support. That's your argument. You can't support it. Don't focus on me. Don't focus on me. Focus on yourself and the fact that your argument is bankrupt. I'm not even making an argument. I'm pointing out the flaw in yours.
You can't pick
You're
one for
distracting.
a reason?
Please be quiet. You're distracting from the flaw in your argument by trying to divert to me. When I'm not even making I'm not making a probabilistic claim. I'm pointing out that your claim is self-defeating. Your claim is assuming that one iterative. Please be quiet. Please be quiet. Your number, your idea is that you're assuming that one iterative universe is an equal probability to 2 iterative universes, to 3, to 4, to 5, that they're all of equal probability to each other. You have no basis to make that assumption off of.
True. So should I have a basis to make an assumption based on the probability of any number? Like, let's say I pick 4, I need a basis for that, is what you're saying. Do you have a basis for 1?
Sorry, I defeated your argument because I showed. No, you defeated yourself.
For 1?
Your argument is self-defeating. Your argument is self-defeat. Sir, please be quiet. You clearly finished talking. It's clearly my turn. You clearly transferred. You're asking me a question and then you're coming in and interrupting me. It's clearly my turn to talk.
Okay, answer.
So, your argument is self-defeating. I've demonstrated it's self-defeating because it is based on an inherent assumption that one iterative universe is an equal probability to 2 iterative universes, is equal probability to 3 iterative universes, an assumption that has no founding outside
Not
of
quite.
your opinion. Yes.
No. It's based on I can't pick between them, so I don't. When I can't, I don't. I can't pick 1, 2, 3, or 4, so I don't. And that if you said the number is 400 billion universes or planes of physical
I'm not
matter
saying
coalescing and
anything.
existing for a moment, then
Saying your
I would go,
argument
okay,
defeats
cool.
itself.
All I would say is any number I picked is improbable to be correct. And the question I'm asking you is, why do you pick just one? Could you give me a reason for picking just one?
I'm not making a probable. Please stop shifting the goal. Please stop shifting the burden of proof off of yourself onto me.
You're picking one.
Deceptively.
Do you pick one?
I'm
many
not
universes?
making. Sir, please be quiet. Please stop interrupting me so I
pick
can
one,
make
though,
my
don't you?
point. Please
Why
stop
pick one?
Please stop interrupting me so I can make the point. I'm not making a probabilistic argument about the number of iterative universes. You are. You're the one making the probabilistic argument.
We both are. Yeah.
Your probabilistic argument is founded on an assumption that is not based in reality or anything at all. It's just your arbitrary basis.
Do you pick
that
one?
That one iterative universe has an equal probability to 2, 3, 4, and all the natural numbers.
And you
It's
have
an
a you
it's
have
an
an
ill.
assumption.
Please, sir.
Okay. You have an assumption that it's not. You have an assumption that it is only one. And I'm asking, is that correct, or have I made that mistake? Do you assume or presume or declare or believe that there is only one Earth, only one time could humans stand out on a beach, playing, like, beyond the ones we know in our known world? Could that happen again sometime? And your answer is no, only once, it seems. And I'm asking, why? Show me a reason.
I'm not making a probabilistic argument.
Okay, so it could be many. Okay, we agree then.
I'm pointing out. No,
could be many.
No,
it couldn't be many.
No, I'm not. We're not agreeing. No, you're just interrupting.
Can it be many?
Stop interrupting me. I know you're deathly afraid of someone actually. Please stop. I can't. I literally cannot answer anything. You are literally just funny muting me.
So sorry, but can it be many universes?
You are literally just funny muting me. I can't. I wasn't able to answer any of your questions that you deceptively posed as if they were questions that weren't going to be immediately interrupted.
We might agree. If you agree that many universes could exist, sure. We don't need to argue anymore. We're on the same side. Your argument's been debunked.
No, we're not. We're not on the same side. My argument has not been debunked. You just funny mute me whenever I'm making a good point because it's a weird deceptive
tactic. One universe
tactic.
or many? One universe or many?
Sir, I'm not making a probabilistic argument. You are, and I pointed out that your argument is based on an assumption that you can't back. That's a problem. Your argument has now been destroyed. That is where we are at.
Okay. And can I ask you,
hold on.
Been destroyed?
We're going around in circles here. How can you be sure
because of him
that he's wrong? Hold on, man. How can you be sure that he's wrong and you're right? Like, you don't want to answer. How are you sure there's only one universe? That's a fair question.
You want me to answer that?
I want you to answer that. Yes.
Well,
I'm asking you directly.
My argument isn't my belief in one universe or whatever is not based in probability. So it falls out of outside of the.
We get that, bro.
We're not
discussion with
it's not
Eggshells.
based on probability. My question to you was, so we can move on.
Eggshells didn't get that. Eggshells didn't get that, and I reiterated it to him 100 times.
You're interrupting me. My question to you is, how can you, bro? My question to you is, how can you be sure there's only one? We've heard the back and forth 20 times, right? But my question to you now is, how can you be sure there's only one universe?
Well, I have two reasonings. I don't know about sure or certainty or like you 100% know, but I have two reasonings. We have evidence for this one universe. We have no evidence for another universe. And second off, I believe that, the word of God is true and that God made one creation, not multiple.
Yeah,
he will recreate this and make a new creation later. So those are my two reasons, but that has nothing to do with the fact that Eggshells has a self-defeating probabilistic argument. Thank you.
Faith made one universe. Yeah, Fawn Face made one universe. Perfectly works.
You've already been debunked.
Evidently not.
No,
Thornface,
it's already happened. It's recorded. You've already been
Thornface
debunked.
has a dad.
Steelman might debunk.
Because there's no necessary relation. What I'm pointing out is there's no necessary relationship between a creator and being from the beginning of all time. And if we separate those two,
Steelman might debunk, or else you haven't been listening. Because I can Steelman you, but you can't Steelman me. So
I
go
don't
ahead.
think you can.
So,
Can you?
So,
I have.
So you didn't make a claim. So how can he Steelman you?
Yeah, I think he's not saying he's refusing to answer.
You're
whether
not
there's
following
only one universe. He's saying because I don't have, and I'm not saying there's equal probability. That's also a lie. I'm not saying there's equal probability for any of the numbers. I'm saying I can't give.
That's the assumption in the Bayesian reason. That's the assumption in the Bayesian reasoning. I'm sorry, you don't know your own worldview that you just somehow picked up last.
Well, you did say God, right, Noah? You did say you base your belief in God.
Yeah.
Well, no, and the fact that there's evidence of this universe and this universe alone, and no outside of it. So all of everything we've ever observed indicates
There's no
my
evidence
position.
of that. Sorry to interrupt. There's
Yes,
what
there
evidence
is.
is there of that?
Yeah.
Are you in reality right now?
Have you seen the entirety of the universe? How could you make that claim, bro?
Are you within reality right now?
Obviously.
Okay, so you're in reality. You're seeing one reality. Do you have any evidence of a second reality, please?
We're not talking about reality. We're talking about the universe. The universe encompasses everything. So in order for you to make a claim about everything, you have to know about everything. And clearly, you don't think you do know that, right?
Okay, are you in the universe right now, SC?
Yes.
Okay, so you're in this one universe. Do you have any evidence for the second
you
universe?
can't make that claim.
Do you have any?
How do you
Do you have any? Wait, so you're not? Are you or are you not in this universe? I'm confused.
This universe, yes. But
Okay, so
by
you're in
me
this universe.
admitting that I'm in this universe, you assume there's only one universe?
Do you have any evidence of a second universe to present to me?
No. Do you have any evidence there's only one universe? Or what even is a universe? Do you know what
I
a
have the
universe
evidence.
is?
I have the evidence that this universe exists. Yeah, it's in front of all of us right now as we speak.
No, you
Yeah,
don't. All
it's
you do,
literally
all you
happening to
have
you
is
right
the
now. You're
same
in
thing as I
reality.
do. You look out into the sky and you say, "This is the universe." That's all you have.
Right. That's one universe. Now, do you have evidence of a second or third or fourth or anything other than this one universe? Please.
No, you're making an assumption. You're starting off with a faulty premise, as if you know what said universe is.
You are in this universe. Do you have any evidence of the second one or the third one?
What is a
or any of the
universe? Noah?
iterations?
What is a universe?
It's the totality of reality.
A totality of reality. You think that explains what a universe is?
But he's mixed it back with reality rather than a universe, which can just be physical.
Yeah, like have some humility, man. You both
Do you
no
have
idea.
evidence of a second universe?
This is an unknowing thing. Nobody knows this, and to
Do
argue
you
it
have
like
evidence?
as a fact is like kind of crazy.
No. I'm sitting on a horse. You guys are claiming a unicorn. Please present said unicorn, or else I'm just going to believe in horses.
You're just going to believe in one thing. We're saying any of them could exist. It could be one universe. I agree to that. It could be just
like
one
a universe. A unicorn could exist. Could you bring evidence for it other than the fact that it could? Because I'm sitting on a horse right now, and I know the horse is real. Horse being analogous to this reality. Now, do you have a second? Do you have a second universe or another horse, like a unicorn, a different type of horse, that you can present any evidence for the unicorn right now? Because if you don't, I'm just going to believe in horses only.
That's a false
I'll address
premise.
that. I'll address that. There's two problems there. One is you're asking for something that is necessarily outside the description you gave, and two is you are presuming, you're saying, if you can't prove me wrong, I am therefore right, and I'm basing that on things
I'm not
I
saying
can't
that. I'm
see.
saying I have a justified reasoning.
Let me finish. You are basing it on things you can't see. You're saying the things I can't see don't exist. Right, because I've only seen
you're basing it on things. I'm basing it on this reality.
No, I'm saying any colored swan might exist. Any colored swan might exist.
Yeah, that's something you can't see. That's something you can't see.
Yeah.
Let me ask you.
So
this,
you're the one basing it on things you can't see, not me. You're the one based on things you can't see. You can't see the second universe. I can see the first universe. I'm seeing it right now.
Okay, Noah, let me ask you this. Can your God have created more than one universe?
I say no, because it says he only create. Well, I guess he creates two worlds, but the second world is like out of destruction of the first world.
Well, hold on. Didn't he create heaven and hell and this reality? So isn't that kind of three different realms?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's three different.
So there you go, bro. Why are you being so sure of stuff? This is an ineffable question. We have to show humility. We don't know. It's that simple, bro. You can't argue this with certainty.
Right, but I have evidence of the things that I'm claiming. He doesn't have evidence of things he's claiming. So I'm saying I'm going to stick to the horse that I'm riding on that I know is here instead of stepping off into something I can't see and trusting that it's a unicorn. You know what I'm
horse, bro. You don't know the universe. And you just admitted that your God made three different realms. In other words, three different universes. This place here, heaven and hell. Right?
Yeah, I guess there's three different realms. Yeah, I'll concede to three different realms, not three different
So
universes.
don't be so sure, bro, of what, like you both could be right.
Right. Okay, wait.
You
But
both could be wrong.
I base my knowledge of heaven off of seeing stars above me and God telling me there's heaven, and that I base hell off of there's, obviously we can dig down and there's things below us, and God tells us. He's basing it off of just trust me, bro. Literally, like that's what he's basing it off of. So I'll take God's trust me, bro, over his trust me, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like if it's both a trust me, bro, and one trust me, bro is Eggshells, and the other is God's, I'm gonna have to go with God on it every time. Sorry, Eggshells. Don't take it personally.
Exist that is created? Could a world exist that is created that has incorrect books describing that creation?
Isn't there also purgatory?
I feel the possibility.
That would be a fourth realm, right? Purgatory? Where's that, Noah? Where's purgatory?
It's not very. Purgatory is it's a little more of a thing I'm not as well versed on, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah,
we can consider that
bro.
like
we
a
have to
fourth
show
thing.
humility in these subjects.
Yes, I'm showing humility, Essie. I'm saying I don't know. I only see evidence for like this world and heaven. God tells me there's also hell. I'm showing humility. This guy's saying I'm not going to show humility. I'm just going to guess at things and trust me, bro. I'm God. So he's doing the opposite of humility.
Did I say that?
I don't think he's done that.
Yeah, you did. You said everything. Oh, based on my mathematical probability, your probability was literally based on trust me, bro. So you're making yourself out to be God.
I don't think so. I think I showed textual examples of older books claiming pantheons. I think
that's a different argument.
Mathematical arguments why those books are probably true if the argument you're going to make is from books.
You did not give a mathematical argument for a book. Like this is, it's like multiple. You're not even on the same argument.
How's that flat Earth?
What are you talking about? No one else breaks up and does three arguments at once, like you, and then pretend like they're one.
Trick is linking.
Look, you guys are arguing about the ultimate question, right? The mother of all questions. And we just don't know. We can believe what's written in a book, right? That particular book. And there's other books written on the subject that have a whole bunch of other things in them. But in reality, we have to show some humility and say, in reality, we just don't know.
Bingo.
Okay, I agree. I agree. I'm at an impasse where I just don't know. And then there's basically a book, the Word of God, that says this is what's up. And then there's literally Eggshells saying, trust me, bro, on the other side. So I'm at an impasse. Do I stay in this don't know area, or do I proceed further on and not pick the guy who's just saying trust me, bro? And when you get down to it, it's literally just based on his opinion.
I'm sorry if it seemed like I was saying trust me, bro. What I'm agreeing with you, SC. I'm saying
it is literally.
We don't know.
Literally
it must be so ineffable to know a specific number of universes or what time looks like for a scale of a being of a different kind. We've just got no.
But you're saying you do know.
come
Double
to any
speaking.
particular view of how many universes and what is.
But you're coming to a
preferences are
particular
and-
probability.
No.
You're double
I'm
speaking.
saying it could be loads.
You
of
came to a
probabilities.
particular probability, bro. You
Yeah, it could be
literally
loads
did.
of probabilities. So the chance that I'm right about it
You
becomes
said it
infinitely
approaches
low.
zero. You said
Yeah.
one becomes infinitely low is not. It's one answer, not multiple.
Anyway, I really should duck out because for some reason you can't.
Because you're double speaking, yeah. Because you're double speaking.
Sure.
Oh, we don't know, but I got it exactly calculated. That's double speaking.
Approaching zero, exactly calculated.
Yeah, exactly calculated.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, it's just a sort of the chance that I could be right about a creator god is just ridiculous to me, right from the face of it. Particularly if it's a book that you can see edits have gone into it. You can see where books have changed, and you're like, I'm pretty sure this one has it right.
Now you're making a
When
separate second argument. Second argument.
I'm sorry, did the middle of my point get in the way? Like, we know the book's wrong. We know the book adds stuff. We know it's based on earlier works. Trace the earlier document is generally a good heuristic, don't you think? Get the first one. What better way to control people than monotheism too? If you want to get everybody doing the same thing and obeying you, if you want to be able to raise an army, pretend the other gods are fake.
I don't know, but I do know exactly. Oh, it could be anything, but it's approaching zero. So it couldn't be anything. It couldn't be not approaching zero.
No, it could be anything. And so my chance of guessing right, particularly if I have any specificity in that guess, a specific number of universes or a specific preference towards gay people, the more set that view is, the lower and lower the probability gets that I'm right, that it approaches zero. Because I must be so humble.
It's confusing your own previous argument.
God could be so mysterious and exist in a pantheon of gods. I should just be a bit humble.
We're talking about iterative universes, not descriptions of the universe. You're changing your argument.
There's lots of descriptions in books, right? Are the books all right, or are some books
different
wrong?
Argument again?
Your argument was about books, wasn't it?
You can't stick to one argument.
Was your argument about books?
Telltale sign that you're lying. You can't see through what you said to the end to its own implications. Well, it could be anything, but it's definitely not that. As contradictive, it's on its face contradictive to itself. It could be anything, but it's definitely not that. Is contradictive. That's what your argument boils down to. There's other problems. That's a pretty good one to start out with.
Wouldn't a god have a nuanced view about trans and gay people? That's what I think.
It is pretty nuanced. That human beings can be perverted. And that they should stray away from these perversions for their own sake. Because these perversions damage them.
So do you pick one universe?
But this is a separate topic.
Are there lots of other books?
You just switched topics from one thing to gay people, and then you switched back. It's weird and not good. It's weird and not good faith.
They're linked. So is it just one religion? Is it just one religion is correct? right? So the Jews have got it wrong, the Muslims have got it wrong, the Hindus have got it wrong, the Buddhists have got it wrong, the Alawites, the Sufis, the Jains,
Sufis
the
are
Parsis.
Muslims.
Sure, but there's many sects of them, right? There's Sunni and Wahhabi and many, many, many kinds of Shia. Right?
Okay.
They've all got it wrong?
Yep, that's what I believe.
Okay, so the prior
And that
probability
includes
of any
you, the
religion existing.
secularist.
So let's use the prior probability Bayesian argument. The prior probability of any other religion existing, we do have prior probability for, and it's thousands. So we've got lots and lots of them. Now you need to go which ones are mutually exclusive with my own, such as like any that claim multiple gods exist must be
all
wrong.
mutually exclusive.
Okay, so now the prior probability of any one of them being right needs to be the number of them that we see, and then the chance.
No, I mean
that
mutually
you're in that
exclusive
one.
with Christianity.
Yeah.
Specifically.
So you must exclude all of them.
I think certain ones can
Why are
be
you more
non-exclusive
probably
with
true?
each other. Like Buddhism is not mutually exclusive with Hinduism. They kind of like fluid with each other. Like they don't like contradict each other necessarily.
They do. I'm fairly confident that Buddhism denies the existence of Hindu gods. It doesn't think that there was monkey heads and stuff, but that was a
Doesn't deny
mythology
them.
into which.
It just doesn't comment, from what I understand.
Oh no, sorry, he's descended of them. They do think they're true, but it's
It
like,
doesn't deny
it's
them,
like
though.
Jesus. It's like Jesus from Jews, sure. So the prior probability of a
No, because
person existing
Jesus
in
actually
a,
contradicts the Jews.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't contradict the Hindus. They're,
So the
they're
probability of
compatible
anybody
religions.
being born into any religion is like, quite high, right? You're almost always born into a religion, and many, many people are born, and there are many, many, many different religions. And so the prior probability goes, well, we've got a very high number we can observe, the number of people, the number of religions. And then we put that over 1, which is you happening to get it right. And other people that get to go under the line are like you are people who've also got it right. On all salvific issues, they are nailing it like you are. And that's a very small, finite number of people, probably all of whom exist roughly now, versus a massive number of people who are from up to hundreds of thousands of years in the past and possibly tens of thousands of years in the future. So the chance that you're right about this specific nature of God becomes very, very low. All of them could be correct. None of them could be correct. Any particular one.
The chances are not like you're like I said. You're just like making these chances up, but you can't account for like
why.
Like there's so many factors you can't account for.
Why should I presume you have above average chance of getting it right? I'm giving you the same probability.
But you have no basis to do any chances.
You're just magically
you're just making up probabilities for shit.
No, it's number of people in a religion. I said that. So there's millions of billions of Muslims at the moment. They're all wrong, and I have to judge their probability of getting it wrong against yours. Unless you've got a reason why you're right and they're wrong, but isn't just but my book said so, because that's what they say. That's how you get it wrong.
Their book affirms Christianity, and it's pretty obvious if you know the particulars of Christianity.
So they're right and you're wrong, or you're
can...
right and they're wrong. Only one of you's right. Is it billions of them or you by yourself?
It's not me by myself. It's not me by myself. There's billions of Christians, or there's a billion Christians.
Do they all agree on salvific issues? Do you agree with all of them on salvific issues? All salvific
they all
issues,
agree. They all agree. Yeah.
On all salvific issues, I'm calling bullshit on that.
Yeah, 100%.
I think there are many, many people you include in that billion that you would disagree with fundamentally on salvific issues.
Nope, definitely not. I'm talking only about
Okay, fine. So we've
I'm
got
talking only about
now,
I'm talking only about apostolic churches.
So we've got.
I'm not including Protestants into what I consider to be the true religion. I consider them heretics.
So we've got 1/8 of humanity alive
nothing
now.
against them. Just believe something wrong.
Of the people right now, you have a 1/8 chance of getting it right.
That's not necessarily true.
Okay, show me why it should be an even
that's based off of an incomplete like analysis of the situation. It's not like a very simplified, incomplete.
They're wrong on salvific issues. 1 million people are right. 1 billion people are right. 7 billion people are wrong. That's just a
right.
law
But the probability of me being being right or wrong factors in a lot of other things than just the number of people who are right over the number of people who are wrong. It's like a bastardized, simplistic way.
So you get better
It's
odds.
like not how you. It's
right.
not how you use probabilities. You have no
So you've got
idea
a-
how to use probability.
You've got an above average chance of getting it right. That's impressive.
I'd say so. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I'd say so.
Why?
Because
Happen to pick the one
I
name of the
dig,
country you're
dig
born
to the
in.
bottom. I dig to the bottom of things, and I'm actually capable of changing my opinions based off of what I see, the evidence I see.
Could you have freely chosen to
Careful,
switch?
because
If you did
now
that,
it sounds like you've reasoned yourself into this, and we know that's not true. You are basing it off of divine revelation.
and it's also
No, divine
suggesting that you
revelation.
could have-
Divine revelation is not mutually exclusive from reasoning.
Of course, it is.
Fundamental error. No, it's not. And all Christians would affirm what I say. That you first need to be a reasonable man to even understand the word of God. You're just incorrect. You just don't know the doctrine of the thing you're arguing against. So you're making weird straw mans.
It just seems to me.
And Eggshells is literally
one-
simplistically reducing people's fate down to this many people are right, this many people are wrong. Therefore, this is your chances.
So what are your chances of getting it right? Because you've looked into it, and obviously
100% because I got it right.
All of the Muslims in Islam are getting it
100% because I
They
got it
don't look
right.
into it.
The man in the white
got it
hat said so, and that's who he worships. So,
yeah,
Worship Jesus. Nice try.
nah, you're a Catholic. You're a Pope worshiper.
Nobody worships the Pope. No Catholic worships the Pope.
I think
And
they
even
think
so,
it's about handing out
I include all the other apostolic traditions as true Christians, and some of them are schismatic towards the Pope.
Yeah, so they don't even agree, really. They disagree with one another.
They literally agree on like 99% of things. They just agree on the extent and the authority of the Pope, which is not salvific.
But the Trinity is salvific.
Yes, yeah. Because that's who God is. So if you're worshiping,
Which does seem like a law of identity.
If you're worshiping the wrong God,
3 and 1 seems to me to be a law of identity violation. That seems to violate laws of
philosophers who know logic in and out, back to back, better than you or I, for the last 2,000 years, have come to the conclusion that it's not contradiction in logic.
Have they? Okay.
Yes.
I guess we don't need to know the arguments for it then, and just assume that it's debunked.
The argument is specifically built off of logic. It's built off of knowledge of deductive reasoning and ontology. That's literally what they like. They took what the Bible said and they said, "How can we make this logically make sense?" And then they come
Sounds
up
like
with
it's
the
based
Trinity.
off an old book.
It does a bit.
I don't. You're not making an argument. It's not an argument. No argument made.
Well, no, I'm just refuting.
No argument made.
Not based off
Dismissed.
logic.
The
It's based
non-argument
off
was
an old
dismissed because it
book.
was never an argument.
You just talk through people and you think that makes you right. So I was refuting what you were saying and saying it's based off of this other thing, when really it's based off old book.
The Trinity is based off of the Scripture.
Old
The
book.
totality of all of Christian doctrine is not. So
Old book.
yes, the Trinity is based off of Scripture. Yeah, the Trinity
Yes, old book.
specifically.
Yes,
So
yes,
you're doing a
old
Mod
book.
and Bailey. You're doing a Mod and Bailey.
No, I'm
You're
just
moving.
doing a Bailey.
You're pretending that the specificity of the Trinity is all of Christianity, and you're moving back and forth between it.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying you believe
dishonest debate
things
tactic.
because of old book said so.
Yeah, Trinity based off Scripture, not all Christian doctrines based directly off Scripture.
I believe old book.
Yes, true. I do believe old book.
Because
Would you
old
agree?
book.
No,
Would you
not because
agree?
old book. Because of Church and Holy Spirit and God.
Based on old book.
And based off of natural revelation. No. I just cited a bunch of reasons outside of the old book, so now you are just being dishonest.
No.
Yes.
Would you agree that other books tend to get more right over time? Like the less old the book, the more likely it's to have correct information?
No. No, I wouldn't agree with that.
You don't think that generally holds true?
No, yeah, I don't think that generally holds true.
What about maps? Do you think maps are generally better now or in the past?
You know, if I was a glober, I would agree with you, but I think you know that I'm not a glober, so I'm gonna have to disagree
But
on
you
that
find
as well.
you think you could have trusted maps more and had better maps, more accurate maps that described reality more effectively 1,000 years ago?
No, I don't. Did they even have? No, I'm not referencing 1,000 years.
Best maps. Which year would you go to?
I have a particular one in mind that I'm thinking of. I can't remember the name.
Isn't it? It's
no. I have.
today.
What is it?
The day
What is
before
it called?
Valentine's Day, 2026 is the day, isn't it?
You
And
going
the
out with your
chemistry
girl?
textbooks. Same as like, even because maps just like roads change, right?
What
Reality
map was I
changes and we
looking
describe
for?
it again better. Old books aren't good. They're not a good way of telling what's true. It'd be sometimes good to like for not that trustworthy historical account, I might read it.
Here we go. Urbno Monte map. Pretty lit map.
I like my map
Monte
better.
map.
I drew a map and the drawing board. My map's better.
Monte map is lit. Monte map is the
I
shit.
didn't know there's a whiteboard going. Hell yeah.
We get a Monte. Someone put a Monte map up. Show teach Eggshells something about old maps.
A Monte. Okay. Oh, that's a great drawing.
Huh?
My map, baby.
The Monte map.
The Monte map.
There's a curious case too where there was like an old map that included Antarctica before they supposedly discovered Antarctica. So in that case, as per your paradigm where Antarctica is like a real place, it looks like that, there actually would have been an example of an old map being more accurate than the new maps that didn't include Antarctica at that time. So that would be actually a direct example in your own paradigm.
Are you telling me what I think again, despite me pointing out how atrocious you are?
There's a paradigm of being a glober, and you would have to have Antarctica at the bottom of the globe, or else you're not a glober. So yes, if you don't believe that, and I'm telling you something that's not your belief, then I'm not interested in debating your non-globe arguments. I thought you were a glober. A lot of tactics, Eggshells. It's like mostly tactics with you.
Yeah.
But somehow, even though it's mostly tactics with you, you kind of have an enduring quality. Unlike NASA Shill, there's like no enduring quality to that guy.
Can't get that map to show up.
But yeah, Monte map, look that up.
Yeah, I've got it here. It doesn't appear to have Australia on it, does it? So for me, if you were saying what's a good map, I would say not this map. This map seems to not really understand Europe too good. Sorry, America too good. No.
The Americas are good. What are you talking about?
Oh no, that is America, isn't it?
Yeah,
then
it
that's
has South
Africa.
America.
That's Asia. Where's Baghdad and all that? Is that all?
Dude, it's
Oh,
all
there we
here.
go.
Are you
That's
looking at the
England.
Monte
Yeah,
map?
yeah.
It's like an old AE map.
Yeah. With no Australia.
There seems to be something down there.
You see an Australia in this image?
I'm looking at it upside down. I see India, I see Thailand. I see something that looks like Australia and New Zealand. There's a bunch of islands and like big lands actually down there.
Sorry, I
And
don't know
food
why
for
I'm going
thought.
to your whiteboard there.
You're good.
If you want to say new maps look better than old maps, in the case of Australia,
Which are more accurate?
on the
I'm
Monte
saying
map,
which are more
then
accurate.
yeah, in that case you're right. But
You think this is more accurate of Europe?
Which one would you rather navigate by?
Yeah, I feel like this is wild, man. How would you get from A to B? Take a Monte map with you or Google Maps? The maps are better today. The books are better today.
Harry Potter, infinitely more entertaining than the Bible.
Yeah, because it would be weird if Harry Potter was, kind of this half human, half god, and he like came to save everybody, but first he had to like sacrifice himself, and then when he came back, he defeated, the Satan, the snake character, right? It would be really weird if it was like the exact same fucking story, just where you can change it just enough where you don't get the copyright. You know what I'm saying?
You think there's a copyright active on the Bible story? Like the general outline of the Bible story? Yeah, but yeah, you're right. There's a lot of the common themes: resurrection, good
I think there was a
versus evil.
copyright in English. The King James has like a
specific
royal
translations, yeah, but not the
a royal
general,
copyright or
the
something.
story of the Bible.
Sorry if I ruined your phone for you.
I have no idea what you just said, Larry.
He's not miking.
Mic check.
You're good.
You're good.
Oh, cool. So what's this? The accuracy of the how do we pronounce it? Alberto, Alborano Monti. I just wanted to like get your inflection on this though, Eggshells. I mean, like America, the continental America and continental Africa look pretty darn accurate. And there might be
Sure.
something to say that, like, I mean, they were more worried about sort of getting those two spots right rather than Australasia and the rest of it. I mean, that's just where the activity on Earth was occurring with these people who are sort of creating these civilizational maps. I mean, it's pretty remarkably accurate for that time period.
For that
And
time
it's curious
period.
that it's laid out in an AE method as well.
Yeah, bang on. I totally agree. It is impressive for that time period. It is really impressive. It's also got the equator
no
bang
worries.
on where it's meant to be. Like cutting through the island of Borneo, just missing the tip of India, going like it's very impressive for what it is. But the question was just simply, do I believe this because of old book? And then we'll say books like maps describe reality. Which are the best ones? And for documents, like when it's a copy, you want the oldest one. But when it's describing reality, you want the latest one.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a bias there. I was going to sort of mention this. It seems that some people think the older, the more trustworthy, and the newer stuff, like because of the incursion of modernity and all this manipulation that's going on, they don't trust the modern. They'd much prefer to go to an old thing. Although I'd agree with you that it would seem that this state in time, like, who knows if this map was actually like created then? I mean, they were already creating false history by that point in time. So,
Both are fallacious lines of argument. Something's true because it's old, or something's true because it's new. Both don't follow.
If it's a therefore, which is not what I said, then that would have been fallacious. But to say as a heuristic,
You
this
literally
tends to
did a
work.
whole long argument. Oh,
Let
don't you
me
believe this
finish.
is better because it's new? You kept on doing that to me, literally 5 minutes ago.
So let me make the point. But if you're using it as a heuristic where you say generally, if documents are copies, the older copies are good, that is true in 99% of cases. So it doesn't mean therefore it's better, but it means therefore in many situations it will be effective. Right? If you go, hey, we've got to give this document, we've got to file it at the court, and you've got a photocopy of a letter that's important, you're going to go, let's just find the letter again and photocopy that so we've got it straight from that, because sometimes you'll be 3 photocopies deep, right? Starting to get a bit gross looking. And you don't want that in your filings. You don't want to make it difficult for the judge to read. So sometimes it's just useful to go back to an earlier, if it's a copy. If it's clearly word for word because it's the same birds, but it's thousands of years earlier, then you go, this is a copy of an earlier one, and then it's better. But if you're saying somebody's describing reality, like what's happening right now, whether frogs can spontaneously have a baby with no other parents, have a baby by itself, then that's happening. That's like sending, like your analogy before, it's like sending multiple journalists to the scene. You'll get a better story versus multiple journalists writing papers based off articles based off one another's articles. For the copies go to the original. For the other ones, we get better over time, generally.
Presumably the powers that be and anyone that had the wisdom and knowledge and capability to produce such a detailed map, right? Why would they produce an AE style map, in your opinion? They knew it was a globe in the according to, the contemporary world history account, they knew by 1587, they well and truly knew that it was a globe. So why are they producing this document?
Well, because they're northern centric, right? Because they're supremely unaware of the south of the Earth. Because the south of the Earth couldn't.
So presumably, have you zoomed in on this map, dude? It's pretty crazy the amount of detail that they've gone to, even in the southern aspects. And I'll recognize that there is no image of Australia. It's obviously missing from the whole thing. At least the contour and the shape of the continent as we know it.
Yeah, should you just be there under Indonesia? Whereas, for this area, they're getting some stuff pretty damn right. But so this is the reason they would center it on the north is because they're a northern-centric civilization. It would have been, they've never seen the southern stars circle a point, and if they had, that point is thousands and thousands of miles away. But you've always seen the North Star, so you're just going to fix it under the North Star. Probably already know it's a globe. I'm going to guess these people knew it was a globe because they know what the equator is, and the equator doesn't make sense on a flat Earth. It's not a.
So do you see anything on this map that indicates that they think it's a globe? I haven't trawled right through the entire thing.
Yeah.
I'd be keen on putting it maybe something, but there's no indication here. If they were going for a globe, they would have 2 circles side by side, maybe one with a northern projection, one with a southern projection, and that would inform the entire thing, not just one.
Yeah, it's possible it's made by flat earthers. I'm not saying it's trying to depict a globe. I'm just giving you my gut feeling is the people who made this were probably globers because of where they've put this North Pole with such confidence and how they've got the equator so bang on that they've measured using a arced length in order to get there is what my guess is. And they would have,
but they had to have been, dude. The social superstructure at the time were considered to be, as far as we know, we consider them to be globers. But they're for some reason producing an azimuthal equidistant map. And I don't know, is it? Go ahead.
By the way, as per earlier, the plagiarism argument, completely different argument. But I just remembered, just came to my head. Abraham, the guy who would have come as the Hebrew with the oral tradition, actually came out of the Ur of Chaldees, which is Babylon.
Yep.
So it even makes sense that the oral tradition of Abraham and the story written down by the Babylonians would have the same event as
Yeah.
as each other, because it's like they were literally together in the same place. So it makes sense. Oh, we're both of a common lineage. We're both in the same area. We both experience the same event. We're both going to record the same thing. It like what you said earlier doesn't refute it at all.
Thousands of years apart. Let's say two people witnessed something.
Sorry about that, Risky, but I just remembered that.
Go on, Risky. Yeah, I think northern centric.
I'm good.
It would be a guess.
So you're saying something about an arc length?
I could imagine. So this map is supposed to be informative, right? To someone, presumably who wants to navigate the world. Like
sailor or something,
maybe either they don't know what's going on in Australasia in this map, or maybe even just like that part of the map they intentionally screwed up so people couldn't just like run away from the empire. Like, like they provided a messy part of the map section in order to make it difficult to navigate those sections.
Yeah, possibly.
I don't know, maybe some sort of colonialist activity going on like that.
So it's in the 1500s. So let's find it.
Yeah, it's right when like King James version of the Bible's coming out. The Scottish
1587.
Freemasons are starting to take over.
A collection of individual manuscripts.
Is that what you said?
Amonte's plan to revolve the map around a central pivot suggests this masterpiece is a plane sphere.
King James was the Scottish king.
You said Scottish king.
Yeah, he was like the king of the Scots or something, and then he ended up taking over the entire British Isles.
Yeah, I've heard of that before. I think that's very interesting too. I actually share kind of a fondness for that time period, like you do.
So she wouldn't tell anybody who the heir was. And on the deathbed, they were like, "Please tell us now. Who's the heir?" And she named the Scottish king. And it turned out that he probably hid a lot of stuff, in the Bible, because Jesus seems to be like an anti-authoritarian figure and only seemed to recognize the authority of the Most High God. Just my opinion.
Yeah, so that's why he does. They do think he's just Glober. He's just using an AE projection.
Who says that?
Larry, you're incorrect. Jesus Christ was not anti-authoritarian. He said, "Walk 2 miles." If a Roman soldier tells you to walk 1.
Because they were only legally allowed to make you walk 1. If they walked more than 1, the Roman soldier would get punished. So he was basically saying, "Oh, we'll just walk 2. See what happens. Once he gets in trouble, then he'll think twice about asking someone to carry his shit."
Well, no, that's not true. But that's in the context of the backhand. Getting hit with the backhand. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's true what you said about the in trouble part.
I've forgotten the name of the fella, but what is it? If the people need a hero, we will provide him. And off they go. Can I respond to Eggshells as far as the what is it called? Like, what is it? The AI claim that this is why would someone do this? What was the motivation? Why would they go for an AE map, sort of northern centric map?
Apparently he wanted it to be mounted with a pivot in the middle, a bolt coming through the middle or something.
Well,
and it rotate around that point.
It's supposed to be a plane sphere, so you have like a separate cover over where like you have a circle that pivots around it. So you only look at like part of this map at once. You rotate it or rotate the top circle around to like depending on what you want to look at. So it's just smaller.
I appreciate that. If you look at the text on it, it's all sort of radially sort of facing out. It's like a far out. To produce this sort of document at that time is pretty remarkable.
It's an impressive piece of cartography.
And it gets why
Globe.
it gets an interesting question for the globe is: does it preserve the distance to the equator, or does it preserve the length of the equator?
I mean,
I like
red
that
circles,
question.
yeah.
I like that question.
So the radius of the equator is either 40% bigger, or the distance from the equator to the North Pole must be 1/3 less.
I think it might be the distance to the North Pole.
Is
So
there
you'd
any
be
way to work that out? And
Yeah,
what does
yeah.
that information tell us exactly? Whether or not, like, how he's performed the transformation potentially, or what does it tell us about it?
I'll draw it on the whiteboard we've got going here. So if you have a sphere, you have an arc distance that is, I'll just copy paste this to the chat. So if you've got a sphere, then your radius is a great circle route, and it's roughly the same if you went north-south. Any straight line around the ball should have that length. So on an Earth where we know that the sun moves at about 1,000 miles an hour and it repeats its course around 24 hours, then we know we're getting roughly 24,000 miles around from the equator on the Earth, because that's a point on the Earth. So we know we either might preserve that, and then we could work out the radius. We wouldn't need to measure both. We could go, I know the circumference of the circle, and I can get r out of it because I know pi. So when you try to get pi, you get a number that is 3959. So your distance to the North Pole needs to be much shorter.
So he's got to like choose to either conserve the equatorial distance or the distance from the center to that like a radial arm. Okay. And
Essentially,
is there any way for us to tell rather quickly, or
on flat Earth, on every other circle, pi equals 3.14159. But when it's measuring the Earth on the flat Earth, pi equals 2. If we preserve both, pi equals 2. Because if you think about it, that circle from the equator round to the north is 1/4 of a lap around. So it must be 4 of them equals 1 lap. Hence, pi is just a round number. So we can know that we've got a massive mathematical problem. I'll go back to the whiteboard.
That's why they stop you from going into the north. And they have extra line in the north and in the south.
But it must be everywhere.
And probably in the
It must
east and in the west.
It must be at every point. Every point on Earth must have pi equal to 2. Because you've got to squish up everything, right? You can't hide it all at one end, because the cities need to be the right distance apart from one another when you're flying north. They can't be wrong.
No, they don't.
7.
There's a level of difference they can have.
So we say a full lap around is 60 times 360, right? I do need the calculator for that. It's 21,600 or something. Yeah, 21,600, nailed it. So
it's
then
6 times 6 times 6.
Yeah,
It's like these numbers keep popping up.
Sure, on the flat Earth. This is just
whose flat Earth? Like your flat Earth has 666 in it. All right, give us your 666 flat Earth. Eggshells, go ahead.
Does that number frighten you? Is that a spooky number?
Not the number itself. That'd be superstitious. But it is associated something spooky.
Ooh,
Which is the mark of the
spooky
beast.
number.
Yeah, no, the mark of the beast is the spooky. The number is associated with the thing that's spooky, which is a mark that causes you to go to hell, which is very spooky.
5,400. Right.
54. I like these.
So, oh, that's not it. Sorry, that's.
We got 666 and 54 so far, which adds up to 9. Doing well.
And then what else have we got? Presumably this map sort of depicts Africa and continental America relatively accurately. But then for some reason right at the center of it, it's got land at the North Pole. It's like another glaring issue.
That's what makes up for the he's saying like, oh, which one's bigger? Distance to the North Pole of the equator. It's the distance of the North Pole. It's a Russian area. You can't go there because there's extra land. Just like in the south, there's extra land. And the east and the west meet where? At the Pacific? There's definitely going to be extra land.
Definitely.
Okay, not definitely, but heuristically, probably, and by Bayer's theorem, very probably, because I'm standing on land here. I'm standing on land here, so it's very probable there's gonna be land there.
Land where?
Right? By your
Land
by
where?
your own reasoning earlier, actually, there would be more land.
What? Tell me it again.
Not reasoning I agree with.
No,
but
nor do
by
I.
your reasoning, there would be more land over there.
I don't agree with my own reasoning now. This is interesting. Okay, interesting. All right.
No,
Keep me
by
updated
your
on how I'm
reasoning
doing.
earlier, that there's land. If there's something here, then there's something somewhere else. By land being over here, by your reasoning, there'd be land over there, or else on the flat Earth. If I apply your reasoning, not mine, yours.
Sure, telling me my reasoning again. That's so it's always worked pretty well.
You literally just argued with me for half an hour.
Yeah, let's hear your version of this argument again. That sounds fun.
It's not my version. It's
it's okay.
essentially
We're
what he
done. We're
argued.
done with this part of the argument.
This is what it is. Every time I call you out on your
boo,
bullshit
stop,
arguments
boo.
and you get crushed, you just say, "Oh, that's not my argument." When it's your argument exactly. Your argument exactly was your Bayesian argument. There's one here, so there's more there. Well, we have land here, so there's more there. By your own logic. If you're going to deny that, you're just a very obvious liar. It's like a very obvious lie.
Don't take the bait. Don't.
It's not bait. I'm just being honest with the man. It's not bait at all, you fucking weirdo.
Okay. What's the name of the map, Rixky?
Monty?
Urbano Monty.
Okay,
I'm
so
looking at some other information.
I've seen a few videos on it, and the theory is that it's missing Australia because it wasn't actually there, but now it is. So, according to like the guy that was talking about it and how it works and everything, if I can find the video, I'll upload it. But basically, some lands have risen and some lands have sunk, and they're the North Pole thing. Well, those lands just aren't there anymore.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up in conversation before. Like, is there consideration for basically a hidden cataclysm in which landforms and masses have changed dramatically from the time of this particular map? What's kind of rather curious, I just went and searched. I'm not in front of it right now, so I can't sort of read off of it. But this map re-emerged in 2017. It was basically a conglomeration of multiple different scripts from different places or something that they it was not one parchment. Someone has presumably found all the separate parchments and then pieced them all together in 2017 and then presented it as a whole map, which is that's a problem for me.
I had not considered that the land had sunk or risen since then. That didn't even cross my. That was a great consideration of BG. But Risky, are you saying that there's supposedly this 1500 Monty map and there was multiple copies, and that all the copies are incomplete that we have remaining today, but we just have enough copies?
Multiple copies.
I'm asking Rixie what he's saying to confirm that I understand him. I'm not sure that there is or not. This is the question that I'm asking. You fucking idiot. So could I get to asking Risky? Or please, Risky, could you answer?
Yeah, so like a couple of things would just be off the top would be looking at the size of this parchment, how are you going to hide it, store it away, whatever, and then all of a sudden it's just reemerged. From what I can tell of the, how it reemerged is, yes, they've found it within a whole bunch of other separate documents, and it was almost like dispersed, and then someone's come along in 2017 and recollected them all or something.
So it was one map that was split into multiple fragments, and then someone collected all the fragments in 2017. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm back in front of the computer now. So the whole thing is 3 meters across. So it's 3 meters by 3 meters, just huge, right? I don't even know how. I'm trying to imagine 3 meters across. Yeah, I guess you could lean over and try to read it. As was being articulated before, this parchment was supposed to be sort of centered and then put around like a rotating table sort of thing. But it seems here it's consisted of 60 manuscript sheets meant to be joined as one giant circular map. Only 3 copies. So they got 3 copies that survive in total. Hidden for centuries. Because it existed as separate pages. Then the rediscovery occurred when 1 copy was acquired, digitized, and assembled in 2017.
That's interesting.
It says the sheets were bound like a book, more like an atlas, with rough for 430 years or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Now I'm kind of, I don't know. I still like the map though. I think it's cool. I think it's cooler than the AE map.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's got so much information, little you could go get lost in that map for, I'd say, weeks on end, just trying to look at the statements and the comments and that are on that map, and then sort of try to corroborate it with other things that are going on in the world. Yeah.
It's got lobsters.
Yeah, significantly different equator. 33, almost 34,000 nautical miles versus 21,000. So not quite double, but a massive, massive difference that we would notice.
So it preserves the radial distance from the north to the equator? Is that what you're saying? It augments the equator in order to achieve the projection?
I think they'll probably make a choice each time, and it might be a balance of both. But generally, what you'll have to do is squish the north to get the closer you want the equator to be correct, the more you'll have to squish the north. All right, because it's not just that you lose distance north-south; it's that all of those distances converge in together. So it also puts things east-west a bit closer together because they're, your yeah, it's just the difficulty of trying to get a sphere to fit on a flat thing.
But
it
if
gets all
you've
these wrinkles
like
and tears.
if you look at the in that northern pole region, right, on that map, it's massive. And I wonder whether or not, in order to sort of do some form of preservation, as you're articulating, that he's augmented the size in the center of what the North Pole, the lands on the North Pole might be.
Yeah, he's tried. It looks like he's tried to get sort of from here to here correct. Monte Urbano, so he might be like a Spaniard or somewhere around here.
The north does not look like they skipped out on it.
Well, but
Looks
the
pretty
question
full
is
to
just
me.
what do you squish is the problem, right? Because this equator is either 5,400 nautical miles exactly, or it is 34, 37, right? And ... So it's got to be one of those two in order for the equator, because the equator is either 34,000 nautical miles or 21,600 nautical miles. That's a big difference.
Why don't we just look at what the map says instead of assuming?
It's not assuming; it's maths. We know the geometry of circles.
No, it's not. You don't have the numbers to do the maths. The map seems to have.
We got the
map seems to have the measurements. Look, it has a white and red ticks. Those are some sort of measurements.
Sure, yeah. They're all
Zoom in.
degrees, right?
Does it give any nautical miles though anywhere?
It goes from 1
We
to
can get it-
360 around the equator.
Yeah, and you can get it from numbers if you want. They've also divided into grids, but a circle's always 360, has been since the Babylonians, right? Nobody does that any different way. And then you just go, well, we could try to test it, right? How would we test it? What would it look like if he'd preserved the equator? He would have really squished the north a lot. And if he'd preserved the radius, the equator would be really wide. It's got a lot of equator on.
Thank you, GV. That's lit.
Do we know, like, I don't know, Noah, do you know anything about Stanford University? Anything kind of odd about it?
Not. I don't have.
I think Stanford is where they did the. I know a little bit about it. Yeah, sorry. Were you asking me or someone else?
I'm asking. I'll set the premise. Go ahead.
The Stanford prison experiment. A lot of people think that this was, CIA involved in school. So a lot of stuff that is
we
coming
didn't
out.
really hear you, bro. We just heard the prison experiment, and then you went really quiet. Please repeat.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, you are loud and clear. Could you please? You said we heard the prison experiment, and then you went quiet. Could you?
Right. Yeah. So the CIA is involved with this particular college, Stanford. So what you're seeing out of there is it's basically like if you were dealing with MIT. Like MIT is heavily CIA, so is Stanford. Go ahead.
Yeah, cool. So I'll just I'll connect the dots as to why that might be important. Is the gentleman who actually I'll just say, like, he didn't actually put this map together. It was only done digitally in 2017, but he had the map, and he was it was his name, David Rumsey. He's a map collector, and they hold him. It was a notable role at Stanford University. He was born in 1944. Is this guy still alive? Can't be. I'm going to check. So yeah, I don't know. Something's coming out of Stanford and all this map stuff. I find it rather interesting if he's involved. Well, if Stanford University is involved in some form of, like, mind prison sort of complex. I could imagine maps definitely being a part of that, but that's just my conspiratorial thing, like senses going off.
Are we in a prison experiment? Flat Earthers versus Globers? That's the real question.
Yeah, I'd say that if what we're saying is true, that the nature of reality is not what they tell us. I mean, we're at the front end of this shit. course they're going to be bloody testing on us. They'll have, they'll have all of their little bots and AIs crawl on the internet looking for this conversation, how it's being sort of discussed, and all the rest of it.
You want to stream that video, Eggshells?
Which video? Let me take a look.
Stanford does do a lot of space stuff, so that would fit in with your guys' conspiracy.
Nice. Nice. I
What
like
video?
that.
Is there another video I'm not seeing?
Donald Rumsey is still alive and kicking. He's in Cali.
Yo, major hub. Okay, here we go. Talking about Stanford, and is a major hub for innovation.
Major hub of innovation.
Was that all? No one.
Major
no
hub
one was
for
missed that brief.
innovation in Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley being the important part that you skipped for some reason.
Because you cut out. That's why I repeated the first part.
Got it.
And yes, they're located in Silicon Valley. That would make sense.
I would argue Silicon Valley is the most important city. I don't know about now, but before, like, first developing the computer and shit, that would be the most important city on Earth as far as, like, people who are interested in power.
He's done a Q&A before on the internet. He's Glober big time Glober.
Is he on Wikipedia? Does it say he's alive?
Yeah, he's kicking. He's done some sort of like online Q&A, David Rumsey map collection. He's kind of like a bit of an elusive character, but apparently he's done at least a little bit to sort of, I don't know, be a public figure. He's come from Yale University, though, himself. I think Stanford might be the one that hosts his sort of map collections.
Somewhere's the belly of the beast.
You know, these. Oh, Yale's definitely one of them too. But these particular schools that you're talking about, you know, these are the so-called elites that come out of these schools. You know, the movers and shakers, the people that are at least puppets for the power. Yeah, these particular schools that you're mentioning. But please continue.
Dude, I'm looking at the architecture of this campus. This is so nice.
Big money school.
Yeah, it's like a cross between like kind of like Romanesque, but also like Spanish. It's like, this is really nice, man. I bet you QOP would be like, yo, this is like definite evidence of Tartaria. This could be in a Tartarian video. 100%. I could make a Tartarian video. Okay, you see here the mud flood.
I'm not so sure about the Tartarian stuff anymore as far as the architecture goes. Now, I'm not taking anything away from the history that was removed from us, but I think it's very possible that Donkeys Incorporated could have, cut some really nice slab of stone and put it together, thick at the bottom and thinner as they go up. And it's brickwork with stone veneer. I think it's very possible. If you understand
I'd have to agree with you fully. I'm fully behind Donkeys Incorporated.
If you fully understand, like, if there was a time where people weren't worried about money and everything was just, moving up through the ranks and becoming like a master, and how many people have you trained under you, and like that one video said, I think it's kind of made me think a little deeper about these so-called old world buildings.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely on Donkeys Incorporated. Without usury, with a homogenous society where it is astonishing what you can achieve in a very short amount of time.
So what? Cathedrals, cathodes, the idea that they had some form of like mercury technology going on. We've got the rose windows of the old cathedrals, like the circular windows. They seem to have, what's that stuff called? I was going to say sonoluminescence. It's not. It's what is it called? Cymatic patterns, seemingly in the windows. I don't know. Something's going on there, man. In my opinion,
cymatic patterns are just like general geometric patterns you get when you draw like a square and compass to draw. Like I literally make designs in like a graph paper book on, like, these are just basic patterns of geometry. It just so happens that cymatic follows them, but it would make sense that man, knowing geometry, would also follow these patterns.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Because, like, I literally have drawn, like, the exact same patterns that I've seen in the windows, like, and I didn't base them on the windows. You just kind of, like, drawing a circle and then grabbing a point here and, like, kind of, like, making stuff. And then, like, you'd see certain patterns just kind of emerge, and they look exactly like, quote-unquote, cymatic patterns, but it's just, like, using a compass, literally, naturally tends to make these things.
There is a couple of those windows that I've seen. Basically people do overlays, like in videos and whatnot, and you can kind of, like, if the certain note or frequency is hit on like the water, it just maps on perfect. It's pretty wild. Now, I don't know whether or not they're seeing that in the mercury that they're messing around with, or necessarily like distilled water, and they're pumping these sounds. I don't know if it's just a case of a bunch of guys, just having some fun with their like compasses and whatnot to come up with a cool geometry that just so happens to hit these sort of frequencies, like 430 and 520 and whatnot.
Well, you know that in what is it, like the old education system, you learn the trivium and the quadrivium. The quadrivium starts with geometry. No, it starts with arithmetic, then geometry, then music. 3 higher advanced subjects are, math, geometry, and music. So they've known there's a correlation between geometry and music, because that's what, like, string instruments are fundamentally based on. You pluck the string at a shorter length, you get a different vibration. Or you take like a wind instrument, you change the port at which the wind exits the object, you change the length, you get a different frequency. They knew this stuff, definitely. And they, like, it says, like, in their own writings and stuff, these places were specifically made to enhance, like, musical properties and stuff. like on purpose.
Well, yeah, and then you got all the bells that they basically melted down in order to turn them into bullets and whatnot. Like, what a brilliant way to sort of justify the removal of the bells. And I don't know, did those bells have a certain frequency, and maybe each of these cathedrals may be admonished, is that the right terminology? A certain frequency or something? I don't know. I got no idea. It just
cathedrals are definitely they're made for oration and singing and choirs, like literally. Like a lot of them have an organ built in.
Yeah, and then you get into this whole like sound healing sort of complex. Maybe once a week at least you would go to the cathedral and get your sound healing shit on.
Well, think about this.
Imagine a whole bunch of hippies just like sitting around.
Think about this, bro. Instead of going to a rock and roll concert where a guy prays to Satan, to get your musical fix and your community bonding, you go to a cathedral, like an amphitheater, up the sound, and you basically praise God musically with all the people in your community. What would you rather have?
Yeah, I think the latter. But
rock and roll.
I don't know. Like I have been to sort of what is it, like warehouse parties and stuff, and holy shit, like one act would get on and it'd just be this devil fucking bullshit, like just being pumped out hardcore. So yeah, and like I don't know, they seem to have gotten control of the music scene, and they are pumping out these sort of negative tunes. And I just wonder whether in the past we knew a little bit more about this stuff, and it's just been occulted information, and they're using that technology to make us sick. They can make it sound attractive. People want to sort of bop along to it, and then all of a sudden you get all this fucking demon imagery just blasting into your what, corpora? No, it's wrong terminology. Into your cortex. Yeah, and you're on drugs and all that.
Yeah,
bullshit.
That too. You're doing drugs. The guy's worshiping Satan. You're not with your family. You're with a bunch of other weird drug addicts. Even stayed as you. They like flew in and shit. Versus being with your community, praising God, singing. And a lot of our like modern pop songs and stuff are like old, what are those things? Like childhood melodies. What are those? There's a word for it. Like songs that they used to sing back in like literally not even that long ago, like 100. Huh?
Nursery rhymes?
Yes, yeah. A lot of our like pop songs today are literally exact rip-offs of nursery rhyme melodies. Like literally not different at all in any way.
It is an Australian band that copied the Kookaburra song.
What does it go? Like Kookaburra or love? Like something like that?
How many gumdrops can you see?
Yeah, that one.
It's the one that goes, I come from a land down under.
Thought that was your guys' like national anthem.
It's better than the actual one for sure.
I mean, how's that Canadian national anthem?
Canada's got a banger.
Nah, Russia's got or whichever one, the Russian one was like pretty. Actually, dude, like even the German national anthem, all that shit was like way better, cooler than today's national anthems. Shit was cooler 100 years ago.
You're like dying of fucking tuberculosis, maybe.
Only if you took the vax.
They didn't have a tuberculosis vax 100 years ago, I don't think, did they?
They got it. They got it from being vaxxed. Your rigger's been vaxxed.
Has he really?
Something about him getting it
No,
like
you
up the
fucking
butt or
donkey.
something. Getting a vax up the butt or something. I forget. He was saying it on the other server.
That was your dream. Remember, it didn't happen.
The DMT dream
Fantasy.
or
Yeah, I don't know. It was
a
like a dream
DMT one, or was that
Yeah.
before or after going into the out of body?
It's from taking fake DMT. That's what led you to that conclusion.
Damn, that was what was in your back.
You said you were giving him back shots?
That's what I heard.
I lived in Hawaii. I would be getting as much time as I could with spending time with the shamans up in the hills.
Drink that kava.
All those artistic pictures that you see, those images of the universe and distant galaxies, like all of that's had color added into it. Like none of it's actually got color originally.
Like microwave, or what was it, like radio wave spectrum or something? Something you can't see, can't visualize.
It is rather clever in the sense of the aurora borealis is a thing which causes color in the night sky, and I don't know. People can kind of that just slips by people that they they add these colors into the space stuff.
What do you mean by that? They added into the space stuff.
So all of those was it photographs of deep space where they have all these purples and greens in different colors. They're said to be extracting information beyond the visual field. It's other sort of microwave radiation background stuff or something. I don't know. But basically, they take some information from a non-visible part of the spectrum and then they turn it up in a Photoshop rendition of it, such that like whatever those gas fields are, that maybe they'll just choose. Would it be like if it's carbon dioxide or oxygen or hydrogen, whatever it may be, they'll say that one's purple, this one's green, and this one's yellow, and they'll sort of give you these sort of deep space shots that, for all intensive purposes, do not actually have these structures that you can visibly see in the light. They're augmenting it, basically.
I get you. Yeah, those pictures always boggled in my mind of why they would present those. It's like the only reason they say that the gas, that is the atmosphere of Earth is clung to the Earth is because the gravitational force of the Earth holding it to it. But then they show like these congealed or congestions of gases out in deep space with these like vibrant colors, like you're saying. And it's like, okay, well, what's the gravitational force that's keeping those together if it's not a body of mass? So I don't know. It's all fucking funny.
Let's consider that it's not as far as they say it is. Aren't we actually then just zooming in really close on something? Like if it's not actually 1 billion miles away and we're using 1 billion times magnification, we're actually looking at something really, looking at it with a microscope up close,
Yeah, I mean, it kind of has to be, right? Like when you think about the GPs, like if you agree about GPs of stars and then you translate that for flat Earth directly upwards, that means the star field is incredibly small. Like they're all really, really close to each other if those remain parallel lines.
Someone the other night had such a lit model for like what they thought was going on with the stars, man.
Like, take a look at that video I just posted. Every single image that they show you of outer space is all cartoons, and they want you to believe this is the story.
Matthew. No Globers.
Yeah, hello?
Hey, Matthew.
Oh, no way. Actually is. So what do you think
Matthew, how
about
do you Oh, you go first.
No, you go ahead.
Oh, well, if you like to, I was just going to say, the video I just posted, it shows all of the images of outer space. Like, if Matthew, you think that we're living in the idea that we're, in this void of space, flying from one point and ever expanding with trillions and trillions of stars, that are all places that you, like, why are none of the images in that video, which is, depicting this place where you think you live, why are they all cartoons?
Oh, because we don't have pictures of those places. I mean, the pictures that we do have are things like I posted underneath there. We have some pictures of different stars and galaxies. The rest is kind of left up to our imagination, I guess.
Like 99.99999% is imagination, right?
Yeah, for those distant things. I didn't watch this video, but they're trying to explain a concept or an idea, and they don't have pictures for it, so they're like generating some CGI stuff. It looks like.
If someone wanted to play the video, like stream it, but just have the sound off, then we could all still talk and we could watch like these cartoons and we can talk about it while we're watching it. Just, you don't need their narration, right? Because it's a stupid story anyway, but just to visually see what they're showing us for, it's like an hour-long video or something crazy like that. And it's just non-stop propaganda cartoons.
They do have some images there. So, for example, they showed Jupiter. I see. It's a 2-hour video.
Are you able to stream it, or are you able to stream it so we can all see what we're talking about here? Because this video is like officially, like, showing you where you live with zero evidence.
Officially, it kind of looks like a piece of entertainment, right?
Well, they're telling the story of how it is, right?
Yeah, it looks like mostly CGI images, though. So I actually recognize one of these from my desktop wallpaper.
Wow.